10 with our first game. Pitch 1, everybody who's looking out for pitch 1. We
Hello and welcome to Old Reigatians Rugby Club for the Eggchaser Sevens. We've got a massive day ahead of us. It's going to be great fun. The kickoff has been delayed slightly because such is the extent of the popularity of this tournament today that the car park was absolutely chock-a-block. We were queued all the way into Reigate Central, and so we've just pushed kickoff back a little bit to allow a few stray players from a few of the teams to arrive on time, but we're almost ready to go. And we are going to begin with the men's competition and OR Nature Boys against Ramblin' Jesters. OR Nature Boys, fundamentally an Old Reigatians team. Ramblin' Jesters, a team made up of players from all over the country. Two competitions today, the men's and the women's, 4 groups in each of those competitions, and each group with 3 teams in it. Top team in each group goes through to the cup, second in each group goes through to the challenge, and third in each group goes through to the bowl. So we should have plenty of rugby coming up. It's going to run all the way through until the men's cup final at 6:20, or perhaps that might be 6:30 since we are running a little behind schedule to kick things off, but the referees assure me that we are going to catch some of that time up as the day progresses. Now, as I say, those first 2 teams out on field, Old Reigatians Nature Boys against Ramblin' Jesters. The game will be refereed by Chris Mulroy with Daryl Chapman and Dean Crossley as his assistant referees. And I can run through the teams for you. Old Reigatians Nature Boys with Tom Woodford, Max Coyle, Finn Coyle, Lucas Overtomb, Finley Locke, Charlie Sporforth, Gareth Stevens, Scott Harmon, Will Wilson, Sam Bork, Sam Lenihan, David Wilkinson, Ted Matter and Ben Holder. They are coached by Jack Bart with a physio Alex Heiberg, and the team manager is Harry Smith. Ramblin' Jesters, meanwhile, line up with Oscar Stewart and Josh Holt alongside Aaron Radley, Cameron Hill, Sean Ingle, Matt Bursey, Alex Clayton, Luke Davis, Kane Tiborge, Jamie Light, George Stephans, Brian Hotston, Tom Roche, coached by Anna-Lena Swartz and Tamara Taylor with Beth Sumner as their physio. And as you can just about see in the background, the teams are on the field. Ramblin' Jesters in those famous quartered tops, resembling almost Harlequins, aren't they, with their red, green, bit of sky blue and a bit of white on there on those quarters. OR Nature Boys are in the blue with almost a sort of camouflage pattern on the front. Referee that you can see on the field there in his white shirt, Chris Mulroy. As I say, AR's Daryl Chapman and Dean Crossley, and we're just about ready to go. Ball in the hands currently of Alex Clayton, who will get things started for Ramblin' Jesters. And away we go, a high hanging kickoff, but it doesn't go 10. It's tricky conditions out there this morning. The rain has come in and it's due to get quite heavy around about 2 o'clock, we believe. We'll be keeping an eye on the radars through the day. Not too windy, but tricky nonetheless. A little tap from Scott Harmon and Brunel, an Ealing Trailfinders man. And away go Nature Boys. Some tremendous players in here. Quite an old Wellingtonian theme in the Nature Boys lineup, actually. So they go half bursting through there, picked up by Lucas Overtomb. Just moves it out wide now, dancing and darting around. Goes Sam Bork, takes it into contact. A fairly physical start here early on from the Nature Boys, but they could be finding a bit of space down the right-hand side. Tackle comes in. A couple of umbrellas in the way. Penalty to Nature Boys. They're going to have a look down this blind side, but now they swing it back to the open. Doing their best to try and keep this one as alive as possible, but as they take it into contact, big tackle comes in from Ramblin' Jesters. Little dart through the midfield.
Good work, nice, good work.
Might be Max Coyle, the former Harlequins Academy man, is almost bursting through. They go. Offload gets away. Jesters working so hard in defence. And turning it over. Crucial as they came under real pressure, carried over their own line, so we will come for a scrum 5. But a solid bit of defense that from the Jesters, but it's been all Nature Boys so far in the opening couple of minutes. After this one, by the way, we switch over to the women's competition. Bath ladies against Sweden ladies, followed by the Lionesses against Ealing Trailfinders women, and then it's back across to the men's for the fourth game.
Crouch! Bind! Set! Leave him alone. Ball's out, play on.
Ball pops out. Nature Boys not quite spotting that it popped out, allowing the Jesters' defense just to get up.
Never on ball, never on ball.
They look through over Tomb, first left, then right, and then he slipped through the tackle. And Lucas Overtomb has the opening score at the Eggchaser Sevens 2023 here at Old Reigatians, putting Nature Boys, the home side, in front early on here against Jesters. Lucas Overtomb, one of the authentic Old Reigatians in this Nature Boy team. In fact, nine of this squad of 14 play for Old Reigatians. Conversion just skewed wide, but a 5-0 lead early on for the Nature Boys. We see it again. Overtomb playing dummy half, had a quick look left, then decided that right was where it was, and it's just a big physical carry through, almost tap tackled, and eventually bursts his way through, and that is a sign of just how tiring that spell of defense was for the Jesters. And brilliant kickoff routine from the Nature Boys, the ball dropping right on the 10, and they claim the kickoff. They're back on the attack again, and Overtomb once more has the ball in hand, and down the right-hand side they go, and it's going to be a second try in quick succession. Scott Harmon this time. The second score for the Nature Boys came straight from the kickoff routine. And that is what can happen in the game of sevens if you get your kickoff routine right. It puts the other side under so much pressure.
10 now. 10.
Conversion again just drifts wide, but it's a 10-0 lead for Nature Boys. How many Jesters yet to touch the ball in anger? Overtomb heavily involved again, and then finished off by Scott Harmon. And finally, with the slightly deeper kickoff, Rambling Jesters get their hands on the ball and will have a chance to show us what they can do. Josh Holt of Bromsgrove Rugby Club takes that one in. Jesters work their way upfield. Overtomb competing hard there. Playing with advantage our Jesters. Nature Boys are offside. They go quick through Alex Clayton, the Bath Uni man. And now surging into a bit of space is Tom Roche.
No, 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 no hands! No, no! Fine. Tackle now, move, tackle!
Penalty again.
Leave in, leave
Nature
in.
Boys giving away penalties as they defend. And storming through goes Tom Roche. Couple of involvements in that one. And Tom Roche finishes it off with the score. Well, both sides showing their attacking ability when they get their hands on the ball. We've got the coronation going on in the background here at Old Reigatians. Very interesting flag has just appeared on screen. Not quite as interesting as that try, though. A crucial one, that, from Tom Roche as well for Rambling Jesters. And Rambling Jesters with a great kickoff routine. We saw what happens if you can claim your own kickoff through Nature Boys. Can Jesters repeat the trick? Well, there's that wet, slippy ball that I spoke about earlier, making life difficult. And that's half time. And what a thrilling half it's been. Nature Boys have scored twice, but the conversion from Rambling Jesters' follow-up try keeps them within 3 points. So we head into the half-time break. Nature Boys 10, Rambling Jesters 7.
Commentators have got comms on. Commentators have got comms on, mate. They need to turn them off. It's really frustrating. The announcers.
Just about ready for the second half as Nature Boys kick off, leading Rambling Jesters by 3 points at 10-7. And they will get the game back underway through Sam Bork. It's another great kickoff. It's tapped back brilliantly, though, by Rambling Jesters.
Relax now.
Who go bursting down that left-hand side. Kane Tiborge from the Navy, making great ground. Has to act as dummy half there. They find a bit of space down the left-hand side again, and they could be away for another score. And the Rambling Jesters, through Sean Ingle, the Cambridge University man, are off to a flying start in the second half, and that score puts them in the lead, and the conversion still to come. Conversion doesn't go, but having been 10-0 down, Rambling Jesters are now 12-10 up, and just look at this score. Finding that space down the left-hand side, and just enough pace, just enough strength from Sean Ingle allows him to skirt away from that tackle and score down that left-hand side. And that one spilled by the Nature Boys. It's going to give possession to Jesters in a promising part of the field, and just another example of how challenging the conditions are early on here, and it looks as though it's only going to get more difficult out there. No doubt many of you will have heard that the proposed flyover today is under threat. And that is all due to this rainfall that's causing us problems here at Old Reigatians. Or at the very least, causing these two teams a couple of handling issues.
Set. Good. Wait.
Jesters break down the right-hand side. Within yards of the try line goes Roche. Now they seek to find some space. That ball's just drifted forwards, has it? Referee agrees.
Hands are always forward.
And we will come back for the scrum.
Scrum.
But Jesters putting the pressure on now.
Logs there. Give me space. Thank you. Crouch. Bind. Set. Let's go.
Big scrum from Jesters, and they've turned it over. That really is strong work from this wonderful sevens side, and with a bit of space down the left-hand side, they go close. Offload comes up off the deck, but
Touch there.
Luke Davis was just dragged into touch before that offload got away. That was nearly sensational from the Carmarthen man.
On the five. On the five.
Two pitches in action here at Old Reagations today. As that line out goes awry, and it's going to be a great opportunity for Ramblin' Jesters. All the action here on pitch one will be live streamed throughout the day. Ramblin' Jesters get through their third try of the day. George Stephans of Swansea Uni getting across this time. What a comeback this has been from Ramblin' Jesters. The line out was Squint, the free kick to Jesters, and they make absolutely no mistake with the response. Great footwork actually, wasn't it? From Stephans and across the line. And Jesters full of confidence now, looking to attack from everywhere. That one just squirts loose. It'll be a Nature Boys scrum, but Nature Boys, since that first Ramblin' Jesters score, really haven't seen the ball. Nature Boys, the first real chance to attack the Jesters in this second half. They go for the kick through, and it's tidied up by Jesters. Suddenly that opportunity is rather lost for Nature Boys.
Lost.
Jesters had a little think about going down that blind side, realised all of their players were on the left-hand side. It's a penalty to Nature Boys though. Jesters entering that ruck from the side. About a minute left to go. Nature Boys are going to need 2 scores to turn this one around, but in the game of sevens, that is more than possible, even with so little time on the clock, but perhaps not now that Jesters have managed to hold this tackle up and turn it into a maul. And it's ripped clean, in fact, by George Stephans. What defence that was from the Jesters. And they could tidy this game right up here. Bursting through they go, and it's a clean run to the line. If they can escape the tackle, they can't quite. It's great chasing back from Nature Boys. Possession kept alive, though, by Jesters. Can they finish off with a 4th try? Out to the right-hand side they go. Offload comes in. It's managed to be knocked back by Josh Holt. Calls of reset and patience come through. But instead, stepping around the outside goes George Stephans for his 2nd try of the game. His team's 4th, and a winning score here for the Ramblin' Jesters in the opening game of the Eggchaser Sevens. What a magnificent comeback from 10-0 down it's been. And Ramblin' Jesters lay down a marker.
We can hear everything they're saying up there on this channel. 10.
And team manager of Bath, come to the side of pitch 1, please. Thank you.
And that is that. Rambling Jesters come from behind and claim the victory. 24 points to 10 against the Nature Boys. What a fantastic start to this men's competition that was. And in particular for Rambling Jesters in Group C. And a finish of some style from George Stephans. The cries were patience, the cries were take your time, and Stephans thought, nah, you're all right. I'll just step round and play it and scorch home for my second try of the day. So, Rambling Jesters beat Nature Boys 24-10, and it's into the women's competition next with Bath against Sweden in Group B. As you can see, we've switched across to the women's competition now. Bath Rugby ladies up against Sweden ladies. Sweden, as I'm sure it won't surprise you, in their yellow shirts. Bath playing in blue shorts and white shirts. And it'll be Sweden to get us started, playing from right to left. And our refereeing team for this one, Daryl Chapman with the whistle. And on the touchlines, Diogo Miranda and Dean Crossley. As Bath claim that kickoff. A physical start to this one.
No lift.
Ball just spilled forward though, so we'll have a scrum to get things started. Just a reminder, we're about 10 minutes behind, 12 minutes really, looking by my watch. As a result of the traffic queuing to get in here today.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Pulls out.
Sweden.
Backwards always.
Spill that one, but spill it backwards. And now find a bit of space to their number 9 through the middle. Offload to the number 10. And she's going to get away for the opening score of the game. A great start from Sweden.
Try by Sweden.
That bouncing ball that causes problems so often, causing a real bit of strife there in the Bath ladies' defence, and Sweden capitalising to find their way through for the opening try of the game. So look out below me.
Let's go.
Your commentator for later on in today's games, Wilfred Kemsley, has arrived. Looking dapper as per, not quite as dapper as Sweden ladies though, who are off to a flying start in their yellow kit. Number 10, scoring a great try there.
Knock on again, blue.
Spilled by Bath ladies as well.
Knock on.
So Sweden
Double knock on.
will have the scrum to get things moving.
What's that side for me? Crouch. Bind.
Sweden with the put in. Solid scrum, ball comes out nice and quick. Scored from a similar position just a moment ago. And this number 9 here was the creator. Can she create something else? Gives a lovely delayed pass out to the 2 on this right wing.
Tackle release.
Ball comes into contact. But it's really tidy play this from Sweden. Number 10, the try scorer, just ships it on to the number 7.
Tackle release.
It does really well, gets that leg drive going. And they're in a prime position here to have a dabble at the try line again. Bursting through goes the 6 and across the line. And Sweden go 2 tries up in no time. What a start this has been from Sweden. This conversion put them 14-0 ahead. Conversion goes. And that is a Sweden lead, 14 points to 0 here against Bath ladies. A wonderful finish that from the number 6. Charging through, showing real strength through the tackle, and again spilled from the kickoff, but this time backwards, says the referee. So Bath ladies with a first real chance to have a go. Bethan Thomas in possession here on the right-hand side. Huge number of University of Bath players in this Bath ladies side, but it's turned over again by Sweden, and they are relentless at the start of this game. Number 10's already got 1 to her name. Quite fancies another, and there could be some space out here on the right-hand side. The number 5 now, 2-on-1 on the right-hand side, and the number 2 crosses the line. Sweden. Oh, this is a very, very impressive start from the Swedish ladies. 3 tries to the good, and the game barely even 5 minutes old. Some start there. As the coronation procession makes its way under Admiralty Arch, the conversion makes its way towards the post. Doesn't quite make it. But Sweden lead 19 points to 0 here against Bath ladies.
Next stoppage after the next stoppage, okay? You go straight away and then they can come out. They can come on the
Bath claim that kickoff.
Tackle release.
Could do with a score here, but it's stolen again by Sweden. 19-0 they lead, and with a chance here to go into the corner for their 4th try of the game and a 2nd for the number 2. This is relentless from Sweden ladies, and Akuma Beavers are going to be watching this one, the 3rd team in that group. and they will be worrying about the strength of this Sweden ladies team. They are absolutely flying here at the Eggchaser Sevens. Sweden, so impressive in this opening half. Absolutely stunning. 24-0 they lead now with 30 seconds left to play. And possession in their hands again, or almost in their hands again. That's well collected by Cara Martin. I've got some of the dates of birth here in front of me, and it's one of the most depressing things I've ever read. It makes me feel very old. As does the pace that these games of sevens are being played at early on. Bath ladies having a little dabble there. Can they finish the half with a try? It would do their confidence no end of good if they can. Ball is spilled though. We're playing with scrum advantage. That may well be half time. It is indeed. What an opening half that has been from Sweden ladies, and they head into the break 24-0 up against Bath ladies. What a performance so far. Back underway, Sweden, after that incredible first half, are looking to see if they can really put the hammer down in this second half, and they're off to a strong start here. The number one bursting through. Offload is good. Oh, this is lovely, lovely stuff from Sweden ladies. Is there a bit of space on the left-hand side? Oh, what a start to this second half. Sweden are on fire here at the Eggchaser Sevens. Absolutely sensational stuff from the ladies in yellow. Sweden 29-0 to the good. What a start from the Swedes.
Backwards always, backwards first. Tackle and release.
Bath Can they find some sort of response?
Play there, nothing there.
They need to now. Under
No hands,
real
no
pressure
hands.
on their line, though.
It's out. Knocked over by Sweden. 22.
It'll be a 22. That was knocked across the try line by Sweden. 22 to Bath. Very
22.
chaotic little
There's
period.
No goal line in sevens.
That one. As you can hear the referee saying there is no goal line dropout in sevens.
There's no goal line in sevens.
Quite right. Bath, can they do a clever one here? Sweden not defending this short, so the short little kick is on, but Bath instead opt to go long towards where that Swedish cover is. Sweden could be across though. Once again, it's the number 4. And this is relentless from Sweden. Absolutely relentless. Conditions not letting up out there, but Sweden showing no signs of strife in the face of them.
Tell them to shut their mics off, because I can hear them. Tell them to shut their mics off. D.
34-0.
D. I can hear Chris.
Sweden, get us restarted again.
Get your hands up.
Bath penalty. 3 minutes left to go. 6 tries so far from Sweden. Can Bath just find one of their own? This game gone for them, but there could be an opportunity to do something. This is great work from Kyra Martin. Out to that far side. Most promising bit of play we've seen so far from Bath. Can they do something with it? Martin again takes that one in.
A move. Backwards always.
Ball is
Backwards
spilled
first.
and now hacked through by Sweden, but Bath should get there first to tidy up. Or perhaps not. Sweden almost getting through. It is just about tidied by Bath in the end. Lung-busting period of play this.
Cool, yellow 3, high tackle.
Penalty
go.
to Bath. Sofia Mazzoni gets things moving. And another high tackle. Another
Next
penalty for
card.
Bath. But you can see the tiredness is setting in. They're not going too fast here. Relentless pace here in the rain at Old Reigatians, and the rain causing that ball to be spilled there. And Sweden have it back, and they have just been near faultless, although as I say that, they spill the ball, but backwards. Offloading through contact as they've done so well all game, and now bursting through contact they go, just chase back. Offload off the floor again though, and surely there's some space somewhere on the field now. Once again, almost offloaded, and then they decide to just slow it down just a touch. So Sweden burst around the right-hand side. Is there another offload to come? There is another offload. Can she reach for the line? Not quite, but this time with another offload. Sweden across the line, 7 tries. 7 tries from Sweden. This is utterly stunning stuff from Sweden.
Number 5, yellow is here. Let's go. 10 seconds.
Extraordinary sevens here from Sweden. The offloading game through contact.
Last play.
Proving almost impossible to defend against for Bath. Such is the accuracy of this offloading game from Sweden.
Last play.
We see the replay here. One offload there, another offload back to the previous offloading player.
Thank you.
And she crosses the line for a staggering 7th try for Sweden, who are surely laying down a marker here as one of the favourites in this women's competition. But we're very much in the red now. Can they just find their way?
Tackle and move. She's not out of the way.
Towards a
Gotta
score.
Move. 5.
They've got a penalty. That much is for sure.
Just there, just there. Release, thank you. Tackle her off. Play, nothing there.
Turned by Sweden. Surely there's no time for another. But the Swedes disagree, and disagree in style. They finish off the game with a try from inside their own half. Their 8th of the game. They cross the 40-point threshold. And Sweden ladies, with this conversion, are going to beat Bath by a stunning, well, in fact, the conversion, it's supposed, but still a stunning 44-0 margin. What a performance from Sweden. They've not just put Group B on notice, they have put this entire women's competition on notice. Sweden are the team to watch, and just watch this final score. Raw pace and clinical rugby from Sweden ladies. They take the victory here against Bath ladies, 44 points to 0. And up next, we stay in the women's competition for the Lionesses against Ealing Trailfinders.
Come on, the boys! Who's first? Girls first? Straight off them. Actually, let me go.
underway.
In
Well,
front of the kicker.
almost underway in
Number
this
one.
third game of the day. The women's competition. Lionesses against Ealing Trailfinders. Ealing Trailfinders, of course, in their green. Lionesses in their sky blue. Kick-off. Not going 10, though, that time.
Let's go, girls.
So the Lionesses will be defending this first play.
Play on.
Referee, by the way, for this one, Diogo Miranda. And running touch, Chris Mulroy. And sometime Next Gen 15 commentator Tom Reed, who's made the trip all the way back from Gibraltar for this one. That is commitment. Suspect flights aren't too cheap on Coronation Day either.
It's a mark. Let's go.
Lionesses, by the way, coached by Mark Francis
Bye.
and Stu Amer. Bobby Watkins
Set.
as their team manager. Lizzie Musa, Bobby Hayward, Alex Wilkinson, Nicole Quee, Montana Heslop, Emily Stone, Lucy Hode,
Knock on advantage.
Hannah Kemish, Lucy Peters, Thea Sylvester, Lucy Weaver, Sophie Bennett, Susie Flowers, and Zoe
Advantage
Healy
open.
are in the Lionesses squad today. And the Lionesses burst through. Oxford University's Alex Wilkinson will open the scoring here
And the Lionesses drive.
for the Lionesses.
No, this side, Sorry.
And converted, 7 Lionesses to 0.
Conversion landed by the Lionesses, whose
Advantage.
kickoff almost goes to hand.
So it's a knock on into touch. Option.
The,
Scrum will line up. Scrum will line up.
Ealing, by the way, lining up with Maddie Heenley, Melissa Howden, Flo Kirsten Foster, Layla Hassan, the skipper, Maya Champion, Ella Johns,
Girls,
B.
you need to
Downs,
move to the
Shah
smart
Shepherd, Hannah Indawalana, Ella Bradley, and Freya Smith. Ealing. In possession here, 7-0 down against the Lionesses, who got off to a flying start here. It looks as though the king has arrived at the church as well, but Old Reigatians doing an
Crouch.
impressive job of dual streaming both
Bind.
the
Set.
action on the field and the action in central London today. Lionesses, that's smart work there from Nicole Quee. And it may well give them an opportunity for a second score as she releases Susie Flowers. And Flowers, well, she's across the line. Has she got the ball down?
Held up.
No, she hasn't. She's been held up. That's superb defensive work. Absolutely
scrum 5.
superb defensive work from Ealing.
Yeah. Held up, it's scrum 5.
And the Lionesses had created so much there, but just unable to finish it off. Stunning defense from Ealing. Absolutely stunning.
Bind. Set.
There'll be another chance here for the Lionesses, though, as they go darting forward through Lucy Hode.
Back. Side.
See, Musa goes close.
Playing advantage.
Now they look a bit wider. They're playing with advantage. Could there be an opportunity out on the left-hand side? Taking it in goes Lucy Peters. Could there have been a pass there? Referee's going to bring it back for the penalty.
Number 12. 12 offside.
And this time, they do get across the line from that penalty.
By the Lionesses.
Lionesses. Scoring the try through Alex Wilkinson of Oxford University. Twice now it's been her to cross the whitewash. They went quickly. Kui just going short. And Wilkinson with that. Half a step off the right foot, finishing things off. That puts them 12-0 in front. As we creep towards half-time, the Lionesses with a really strong start here. Ealing haven't really had much of an opportunity as that ball just bounces out into touch from the kickoff, but they'll have a bit of an opportunity here from the line-out. Last one just went a bit awry. They'll be hoping to keep this one as straight as they can, perhaps launch an attacking chance here to get things started. Well, that one's straighter, but it goes over the top, and the Lionesses have an opportunity here. They work the ball to the right-hand side well, but then the last pass just bobbles and bounces around, but Susie Flowers doesn't mind. Susie Flowers doesn't mind at all, because Susie Flowers is across for her first try and her team's third try of this first half here against Ealing Trailfinders at the Eggchaser Sevens. What a start from the Lionesses. Susie Flowers of Wasps Ladies doing a wonderful, wonderful job of tidying up that loose pass for the score. And as we go into half-time, the Lionesses lead Ealing Trailfinders by an impressive 17-0 margin.
It's gone 10. Ball's gone 10.
Back underway. And perhaps an early opportunity for Ealing Trailfinders to have an attacking moment. They've struggled to get into the game so far, such has been the ruthlessness of the Lionesses.
Yep.
Leading 17-0 at the start of this second half.
Crouch.
What can Ealing do
Bind.
just to turn this around?
Set.
Well, they've got their first real piece of possession here. But it's over almost as soon as it began, because the Lionesses get the turnover and they go quick through Nicole Kui. Kui out to the right-hand side to Lizzie Musa of Saracens, and Musa is absolutely storming home. And the Lionesses begin this second half where they left off in the first with yet another try. Wonderful rugby from the Lionesses.
Score 22 Lionesses.
It was Kui going quickly from the penalty, drawing and giving. And well, no one, absolutely no one, was catching Musa there. Ealing, claim the kickoff. And perhaps have a bit of forward momentum.
Move.
They've got a penalty, that's for sure. They go quick. Can they create something from it?
10.
Lionesses weren't 10.
Here, on the line, on the line.
And they go again.
Hold on. Second time we can tap it quickly.
Referee correctly reminding them that they can't go quickly the second time. So they just slow it down a touch. And continue forward.
Roll. Distance to roll. Back 10.
Ealing. Now they're finding some possession just as I say that. The ball is ripped away by Kui, the vice-captain,
Ball's up.
for the Lionesses, but it's back on Ealing's side and now back on Lionesses' side again. It's helter-skelter play there. And now a penalty for the Lionesses, and Kui just says, let's calm things down. With 22-0 up, we're in absolutely no rush. Let's just chill, let's make some subs. And that's exactly what they do. Good leadership there from Nicole Kui of London Irish. Lucy Hode gives it on to Lucy Peters. And Lucy Peters now goes striding away, steps inside, and Lucy Peters with the finish. She plays for Bath, and how that Bath ladies team could have used a bit of her skills here in their previous game. Peters extending that Lionesses' advantage. And Hode extends it further. And Lionesses lead Ealing 29 points to 0. And after Sweden laid down a marker in Group B, the Lionesses here in Group A are laying down a pretty sizable marker of their own. High towering kickoff from the Lionesses. It's claimed by Ealing. It's a thumping tackle comes in from Sylvester.
Roll.
But so big was the tackle that the Lionesses couldn't roll away from it. So Ealing have the penalty, and Ealing
Pass is good.
go quickly there. And Ealing could be away. Being hunted down are Ealing. The Lionesses get back just in the nick of time. Brilliant break from Heenley. Almost down the same channel go Ealing.
Hands on the ground. Your hands on the ground first. Back 10. Use the leg.
Ealing
I literally came off there and then scored line.
making their way forward. An opportunity here for a first score of the game for Ealing. They're so close, but the Lionesses defending really well. The Lionesses defending superbly, and Hayward earns the penalty with that sharp work on the floor. And the Lionesses look to break away from their own try line. Hayward now in possession, out to Weaver. Weaver refusing to be put down. Now eventually she's hauled to ground, but possession still with the Lionesses. In fact, a penalty has come. and they'll go fast.
Backwards.
Lionesses down the right-hand side, and they're going to be away for another try. Glorious pace. Oh, they're irrepressible, this Lionesses side. Absolutely irrepressible. Well, they might not get quite as many points as Sweden did, but they are not going to be far off. And an early marker being set up in this women's competition as the final whistle goes. And the Lionesses claim a stunning victory here against Ealing Trailfinders, 34 points to 0, handing them control of Group A. And Wild Dogs will have been looking on at that, thinking they have got their work cut out in that kickoff early on this afternoon against the Lionesses. They finished it off in style with another score. They have been brilliant. And just look at that pace there down the right-hand side from the Lionesses. Wonderful play. All finishes up. Lionesses 34, Ealing Trailfinders 0. And we switch across to the men's tournament again. And the Lionesses brother team, the Lions, taking on Saratoga Jockeys. Aaron Watkins there of the Lions, the man behind this Eggchaser Sevens. A huge well done to Aaron Watkins. I'm sure we'll get him on a mic later on today. Former Lambs player, of course, as well. And the ball straight into Watkins' hands there as he just gets himself up to the halfway line. Lions, by the way, lining up with Will Aylen, Aaron Watkins, Mike Hoyt, Joe Booth, Tom Derrick, Austin Beckett, Aaron Purewall, Avery Smiles, Tyson Jack Blackmore, Harry Beery, Benjamin Furrer, Tolima Savonea, Lewis Eaton, and Boy Pello Ugalahaini. Coached by Chris Davis and Stu Amer, team manager Bobby Watkins. Chris Davis, by the way, a legend of the Sevens coaching circuit. And it'll be a scrum to the Saratoga Jockeys, playing in those white shirts. Saratoga Jockeys had a good outing recently at the East Grinstead Sunshine Sevens. Let's see what they can do here at Old Reigatians for the Eggchaser Sevens.
Tackle!
Big tackle. Coming in from Gaffel-Hanley.
First!
ripped clean. And Joe Booth now has it for the Lions, and he gives it out to Will Aylan. And Will Aylan opens the scoring for the Lions. Well, we saw what their women's team can do. Could the men repeat the trick? Will Aylan, the vice captain, certainly believes they can. Tom Derrick lands the conversion, and a 7-0 lead for the Lions here at the Eggchaser Sevens. It was great work to rip that ball clear, tidied up by Booth, who then released Aylan, who just put the hammer down.
Play on, good test for the ball. Good contest.
And the Lions with a fantastic contest at that restart. Get the ball back, and we'll have a little dabble down this right-hand side. Big handoff comes in. Watkins decides not to give the offload, perhaps wise in these conditions. Just takes it in and sets up an opportunity here for them to probe further forward through Aylan. This is good, calm rugby. Austin Beckett there, the former St Joseph's College man, taking it in for the Lions. Stretching the width of the field. Now they stab the kick in behind through Booth. Watkins is herring after it. Ball is loose, but it's just touched down by the Jockeys.
Time off.
Referee and his touch judge are just going to have a quick conversation.
Double check that you're happy there's no grounding from blue there. No grounding, so it's always inside 22 drop. Okay.
And they confirm what we all suspected, which is
Time on. Yeah.
that the Jockeys just got there first, and it's a clever 22 from the Jockeys, who just nudge it forward and collect possession, get it through the hands and almost up to the halfway line.
Off his knee, play on.
And they try the kick through, but it's met by a firm boot from the Lions. But Watkins, I think, is going to be punished for a high tackle.
2. Direct contact, he is falling, yellow card.
Gets the yellow card, slightly unlucky.
I don't need your help there, yeah? Scrum. You've got 250.
Next job, guys, let's go. Good.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Jockeys then opt for the scrum from the penalty. And find a bit of space down the right-hand side from that scrum. Great break from the number 9 of the Jockeys.
Marked, not now.
The tackle comes in and drives him into touch. But promising signs there from the
That's you.
Jockeys.
Well, fellas, here. Blue.
Key for the bar, by the way, already healthily impressive. You can tell it's a bank holiday weekend. Jockeys, oh, that's clever. Back on the inside they go. They've got numbers out there as well. They've had to work hard to get the ball to it, but still a great attacking opportunity this for the Jockeys. Went behind to that early score from the Lions, but with a player's advantage for the next 30 seconds or so, they'd love to be able to take advantage and score the try. Ball doesn't go to hand though, but we come back for the penalty.
Here. 5 seconds. 5 seconds on the yellow. Thank you, mate. Next play then, please. No pressure, let's go!
Jockeys. Just find themselves
Last forward, scrum, blue.
Losing that one. And so it'll be a Lions scrum. And after that fast start from the Lions, it's been
Here's you fellas.
an even and bitty contest as we edge towards half-time.
Crouch. Bind. Sit. Play on, it was backwards, fine. You were fine, good timing.
Lions really having to work hard here. Finding a bit of space now, though, on the right-hand side. And Watkins, who's returned to the field, has a little dabble down that right-hand side and then does really well to get the ball back inside. The ball through the legs, though, from his mate doesn't quite work. So Will Aylen has to go chase him back, and then the ball is spilled and it's into the hands of the Jockeys. Oh, what a covering tackle that is, though, from Austin Beckett. Former England under-18, and he needed all of that young prowess as he came in on the cover there. Yellow card, I think, has just been flashed, though, to one of the other covering Lions defenders. Will Aylen sent to the bin. But as his side forced the knock-on from the Jockeys, Aylen might be thinking that yellow card was worth it, because that's going to send us into the half-time break with his team still in the lead, albeit a slender one. 7 points to 0 here against Saratoga Jockeys, who have come roaring back into this game after that hot start from the Lions. Half-time, Lions 7, Saratoga Jockeys 0.
Let's go, John Ray! Are you soft on you? Hey, slide!
Half time then, pretty much over. Head into the second half with the Lions leading Saratoga Jockeys here at the Eggchaser 7-0. Saratoga Jockeys claim the kickoff, and that's a big physical start to this second half. Oh, that's a sign of how the rest of the day may shape up. There are going to be some sore and tired bodies by the end of it. Jockeys once again going direct and physical. Perhaps this is a change of tack for this second half, and they just want to punch it up through this line side as once again they go hard and tight there. But the Lions respond to it and get the turnover. Benjamin Furrett of Bishop Stortford rather, getting close, and they've chipped it over the top, and there could be some space in behind. The chase is on. Avery Smiles Tyson with this score. Avery Smiles Tyson spotted the space in behind, dinked the ball over, and scores the try for his team, the Eton Manor man, scoring the second try for the Lions. Conversion doesn't go, but a 12-0 lead they now have. And it was a change of tack from the Saratoga Jockeys. They went big and physical in those opening possessions of the second half. The Lions were equal to it, and when they earned that penalty, had the wherewithal to go fast, and then Smiles Tyson spotting the space in behind for a lovely individual score. Jockeys, will they stick to that tactic of going hard and straight? Another big physical collision.
Penalty only or yeah? Chat. Just go back to halfway forward, please. Go back to 23 forward.
Slavia came in a little bit on the high side there.
Yeah.
Shoulder without wrapping. Hit shoulder initially.
Yeah.
And stayed on shoulder.
Could be.
Obviously the technique's poor.
So it's reckless, no wrap, but there is an indication that it's shoulder and then head, so we're going to go yellow card.
It's gonna
13.
be a third yellow card of the game for the Lions, who are not making life easy for themselves out there. Referee's got the decision spot on, it has to be said. He did come in high, never went above the shoulder, but he came in high and a little bit reckless, and that's a third yellow for the Lions.
Scrum. No wrap, scrum called, not a penalty.
Jockeys go for the scrum again.
Now we can, they call scrum.
Just momentarily there, actually, the Lions were down to 5, but
Scrum, right.
the hangover from that first yellow, or second yellow card rather, at the end of the first half. But as the scrum has been called, they're allowed that man back on, so they're playing with 6. And the Jockeys wisely calling scrum, knowing that they'll have a natural overlap as a result of it, but they've had to go digging to get the ball out. And the Lions have done brilliantly at scrum time, earning the penalty. And a chance to hold on to possession and perhaps even eke a chance out for a third try. Either way, the wise thing to do here is to hold on to the ball and just eat this time out. 12-0 they lead.
Move 13.
They do take it into contact, just slowing things a touch. Oh, the Lions, now they have another penalty. Now they do accelerate it because Smiles Tyson sniffs half an opening on the right-hand side.
Tackle there. Hold. No.
Beru took that one in. Smiles Tyson now just having a little dance around
Move, release,
with the Saratoga Jockeys defense, and another penalty for Lions. Discipline for both sides. It's costing them dear at the moment. Pure Wall just hits the brakes there. Half a goose step. Has a look around the outside. He's met by 2 defenders.
Ball's out, play on.
Ball is out though. Tackle comes in from Fura.
Knock on by 10.
Crucial intervention from the Bishop Stortford man as the Jockeys
knock on as you try to pick it up. It's a scrum blue.
look to pick it up from the base there. And then a bit of chat from the Jockeys, and it's given a penalty to the Lions. And, well, as I said, discipline here. A serious issue. That ball just spilled by the Lions, but goes backwards. And despite being down to 6, they may just have a bit of a half an overlap on the right-hand side as cutting back in goes Pure Wall and across the line. And despite that numerical disadvantage, the Lions have found a way across the try line for their 3rd score of the game. Aaron Purewall, the man with the try, and he puts his team into a 17-0 lead with the conversion to come. Conversion doesn't go. But once again, we see the power of the bouncing ball. Just throws the defense out of step and creates a couple of dog legs. And Pure Wall, who's a free agent, by the way, with enough wherewithal to step back inside and score the 3rd try of the game for the Lions, who've probably now done enough that they will seal this game up. Not that the Jockeys are going to be giving up anytime soon. They've competed ferociously on either side of the ball here in this game in Group A at the Eggchaser Sevens. Pure Wall. I don't think anyone was buying that dummy. They might buy the step though as he starts to make a bit of ground. Really good work, though, from the jockeys on the floor.
Hold it.
Quite a lot of man buns in this jockey side. I'm a bit concerned about that. Or jealous, I think is probably the more accurate terminology, if I'm honest. Jockeys. Time is almost up. They'd love to finish with a try, but so with the Lions, who've ripped it clear at that breakdown. But a penalty for holding on means that the jockeys will have the last possession of the game. That ball bounces and then is knocked forward, and Lions now playing with advantage. Scrappy finish to this game, but can someone tidy things up and get something away? Lions almost can, but it's gone backwards as they drop it. Now stabbed through on the kick by Furrer, but that dribbles out into touch, and that will surely be that.
10. Play, fellas, last play.
Last play, says the referee. We will keep going. It'll be a line out to the jockeys. They'll have to go a long way if they're to score their first try of the game. But the opportunity could be there.
How can you miss him? That is not a look.
Line out goes over the top, and the Lions have got to run at the line. The Lions are going to score their fourth. 4 tries for the Lions. Pouncing on the mistake. They've been so clinical in this game. And the Lions are going to kick off this tournament with a victory in Group A. Conversion is good, but conversion was wide. No, the conversion was good. I do apologise, getting confused by my own eyesight. And it leaves the Lions with a 24-0 victory in their opening game of the day against the Saratoga Jockeys in Group A. Coming up next, 2 more men's group games. We go to Group C next for the Rambling Jesters against Jamaica, and then to Group B for Apache against the Nigeria Stallions, as we just see this final try of the Lions.
And coming up for the next game, are going to be Jesters from Jamaica.
Tidy work at the tail of that line out. So it all finishes up. The Lions 24, Saratoga Jockeys 0. And I hand over now to Wilfred Kemsley, who will be talking you through Rambling Jesters against Jamaica Men's from Group C. That should be another cracking encounter.
What did you say when you went to try? Just I saw clear knock on? Yeah. Okay. It wasn't going to change anything. I wasn't that worried. I thought I saw what you were seeing. A lot too little? Yeah. CJ.
What's up, brother?
You know how I got involved?
So when you're asking me, like, why do you compose, like, what am I supposed to do with 2 people outside?
And that's what I need. Like, I'm not asking you, like, hey, what can I do?
Thank you very much, Angus. Yeah, that's right. The Sevens action continues here in Reigate. The rain continues to pour, but the rugby will still be played. It's the Rambling Jesters up next against Jamaica. The Ramblin' Jesters, of course, got us underway with a 24-10 win over the Nature Boys. Your referee is Edwin van der Speck. Huge game for the Ramblin' Jesters that will see them finish top of this group. They can take a victory here against Jamaica, a well-established name in the game of sevens. They'll be off to the Central American Sevens in El Salvador in June, but up first, they're here in Reigate. And it will be the Ramblin' Jesters in their wonderful Harlequins-inspired kit to get us underway. They'll say that Harlequins kit is Ramblin' Jesters-inspired. Well, the kickoff hasn't gone to plan. Out on the full, so Jamaica will get us started, tapping on halfway. Excited to see what a side of such pedigree can bring to this competition. Just fired. Fired into the chest of the Jamaican player. Offside is the call, and right through the hole go the Ramblin' Jesters. What a charge this is, and what a perfect start. Sliding in from well out is Matt Bursey with the opening try. And Bursey of Bury St Edmunds goes crashing over in the early stages. Perfect start to their second game.
7-0.
Well, that's exactly as clinical as you need to be in the game of sevens. And unfortunately, they're offside the call. Picking the ball up from the knock-on. Tap and go. Puts the hammer down through the hole. And then a big fend. Tee off the onrushing defender.
It's back!
So much rugby to come here.
Hello, what's back?
With Apache Sevens taking on Nigeria after this game. But let's see what Jamaica can do as they look to free the hands. Offload inside, intercepted, and back come the Jesters. Big fend once more. Strong tackle on Luke Davies. Carmarthen. Past the 22, freeing up the offload once more. The Jesters with momentum. Off the feet there to slow it down. The Jesters will tap quickly. Clayton spreads it wide to Davis once more. Bursey again, looking to jinx through the contact. Dragged down 5 meters out. Another penalty. To save the Jesters' blushes following that knock-on. Davis hard to the line, sliding through the wet weather. Clever use of the conditions by the Ramblin' Jesters, who have their second try. And Jamaica just have not had a sniff in these early stages. Just clatters off the uprights, so no extras. 12-0, the Ramblin' Jesters will lead in the early stages, and it's all one-way traffic in Reigate so far. Opportunistic stuff once again, sliding from almost full 5 meters out there. No chance for Jamaica, who will have a kickoff receipt to play with. See if they can respond. Against the green, red and white of the Ramblin' Jesters. Teasing kickoff, well taken in the tough conditions. Come charging through the breakdown, but Jamaica dart down the short side. It is a wonderful covering tackle. And the Jesters get us underway quickly. Clayton in the playmaking role once more, and now they'll take it to the line. And the Ramblin' Jesters are through the hole once more. Kane Tierborge with the third try in as many minutes. And the Ramblin' Jesters are hunting for their second win in the competition already. It's another score. Kane Tierborge this time. Clinical stuff once more. Out of the coach Tamara Taylor, former captain of England, of course. Can be pleased with how their side has started this first half. Just too much pace in the wet weather.
It's good!
From Kane Tierborge, and it's been reclaimed off the kickoff by the Jesters. And once again they spread it wide. Davis. Contact on the 10-meter. Once again, Clayton at first receiver. There could be a bit of space in the wide channel. There's a show and go by Bursey. Looks to free up the offload. Lovely hands. Momentum's with the Jesters once more. They look to slow down the pace of the game. And through the hole they go once more. Great covering tackle, but once again, Luke Davis is still on the supporting line. And the Carmarthen midfielder gets his second try. A lightning start by the Jesters, who have their fourth 2 points headed as well. And Jamaica look to one another and think, well, we haven't done much wrong, have we? Just a couple of mistakes. Good option to shoot out the line, try and shut down the options, but great powerful run from Bursey once more. Lovely supporting line, and the flowing locks of Luke Davies have another try.
It's fine.
And once again reclaimed off the kickoff. It's in Bursey's hands once more. They're all over Jamaica, the Rambling Jesters. Driving through the contact this time is Tom Roach. Lovely footwork. Oh, what a run this is. Kane Bourget already has one try to his name. And it's definitely on in this left-hand channel. Patient option instead from the Rambling Jesters. Is Davis at first receiver. Hill breaks through the first contact. Hill puts the fend in as well. Good disruption from Jamaica, but penalty advantage goes the way of the Jesters. There was a kick in there as Davis flashed it across the face. Bursey once more out wide and then spilled, but playing with penalty advantage, the Jesters. So they'll look for their fifth try in just the first half here. Well, the Nature Boys can be a lot happier with their performance in this first game, as it's just a little bit too easy this time for Tom Roach. Can't take away from the top footwork of the number 8. And that's their fifth. Davies adds 2 more. A blistering first half by the Rambling Jesters, who have racked up an almighty 33 points in just the first 7 minutes. We could be looking at tournament favourites here on pitch 1 at the Eggchaser Sevens. An unbelievable first half, an absolute blowout, and Jamaica have a mountain to climb if they look to claim anything from this game. Here's the final try. Jamaica just kicking it through the ruck, and Tom Roach wastes no time. Step off the right. A little too simple in the end. But a wonderful step and a great score. Half-time here on pitch 1 at the Eggchaser Sevens at Old Reigatians Rugby Club. The Rambling Jesters lead by 33 unanswered points.
And the half-time score for the Rambling Jesters is 33-0 Rambling Jesters.
Well, this is a wonderful performance from the Rambling Jesters, looking for their second win in Group C, a group that also avoids the OR Nature Boys. Plenty of Guildford-placed names in that lineup, but the Rambling Jesters, a well-established name on the Sevens circuit at this level. A really elite setup with great pedigree. And a wonderful former cast list as well. Their Hall of Honor on their website, you must take a look at it, littered with international names. And that's a lovely little stutter step and a great offload almost from Kane Bourget. The diminutive winger coming over from the Navy. A real high standard of rugby there as well. Lightning pace off the kickoff, but scrum for Jamaica, the offload just went forward.
Crouch.
Well, a good opportunity then for Jamaica. Let's see if they can string together some form of attacking play in this second half.
Yeah.
Just spilled, but only backwards. Great pressure from Aaron Radley and a penalty. And Ingle gets us underway. Offload to Davis. Big fend. Luke Davis through the hole. Race to the line. It's a hat trick for Luke Davis. What a great performance. At the extras as well. Well, it seems like things have picked up where they left off at the end of that first half. Top work from Sean Ingle on the floor, Cambridge University player. And missed tackles in the game of sevens often lead to tries against your side, and that's certainly the case here. The Ramblin' Jesters have another. But from the kickoff this time, Jamaica claim it's a big fend as well, and they go darting down the wing. Huge tackle in the wide channel now. But Jamaica have a bit of momentum for the first time in this game. They'll look to swing it wide. Little miss pass into the wide channel. Great footwork, beats three defenders, and Jamaica through the hole. Great chop tackle on the 22. Just beyond the ball goes the Ramblin' Jesters defender. Great strength.
Tackle now. Good
from Tom Roche. And just spilled at first receiver, so the wet weather perhaps not working in the Caribbean side's favour. Perhaps not as used to the conditions as this British-based side. As the rain continues to fall, it is a really miserable day here. Thankfully being brightened by the rugby we have on show.
Crouch.
And what great sevens rugby it is from this Ramblin' Jesters side, who have the feed. Davis at scrum time, eventually pops out the wrong way. Penalty Jamaica. And hard running to the line. Wonderful double tackle, but Jamaica get the offload in. And they'll race into the corner here, and Jamaica will have points on the board 10 minutes into this game of sevens. A good finish in the end, and the first real Ramblin' Jesters mistake leads to the first try for the Jamaican side. And a good conversion as well, 40 points to 7, the current score. Well, this is hard running from Jamaica to draw in the defenders. A little show and go through the hole. One missed tackle's enough at this format of the game. Another testing kickoff, well taken though by the Ramblin' Jesters. Take contact in the first phase. And now they look to spread it wide. Good defense from Jamaica, but just shrugging off of the tackles, finally brought down just outside the 22. George Stevens is onto the field in 7. Good offload off the floor. We almost got to see the footwork of Jamie Light on show, former St Joseph's College, now with Nottingham Uni. Also represented Colchester at a very decent level of the game, and that's a great tackle to stop what would have been a certain try. Hopefully some more of Jamie Light in action later on in this afternoon's fixtures. The Ramblin' Jesters will certainly be up there come the end of the day. And it will be the scrum.
Crouch.
For the Jesters. Well, it's the conditions wreaking havoc once more. Knocked on at the base, and Jamaica will have the feed at scrum time as they hunt for another score. The game most certainly beyond them, but time to narrow that points difference. They've got a big clash up against the OR Nature boys to see who will take second place in this pool, as the Ramblin' Jesters have stormed through. What a counter drive at scrum time as well. eventually popped out the way of Jamaica. We're going to have a reset at scrum time. What power from the Ramblin' Jesters.
Yeah, I got you now. When I saw your mouth, so fine. Crouch.
Scrum then for Jamaica.
Set. Stay ball. They're fine.
Well, it pops out the way of the yellow and green. Good footwork at first receiver, but once again, the conditions having an impact on the game. Tackle called by Edwin van der Speck. And that's a loose ball. Picked up in the backfield. Bit of space for Jamaica to play in, but another loose pass and a knock on, and the Ramblin' Jesters will be more than happy with that defensive set. Scrum then in midfield for the Ramblin' Jesters, who look to finish this game with a flurry. 6 unanswered tries across the first half, and the first few moments of the second is Apache 7s line up alongside Nigeria Stallions. But the Ramblin' Jesters are still playing here on pitch 1. It's into the wide channels once more. What a lovely run to the line this is by Brian Hodgson. Gets the offload away. Cameron Hill of Twickenham with the try. A well-deserved score. Great run by Brian Hodgson. Cameron Hill has the last say. Well, the Ramblin' Jesters have topped this group in fine fashion. A 45-7 victory over Jamaica. But the rugby conditions here continue to deteriorate with the weather. The standard, however, stays ever as high. Shrugging off the tackles. Good hands in the wide channel. Hodgson turns on the afterburners, gets away from one, and then gets the offload in. Textbook 7s from the Ramblin' Jesters. Well, a great game ends 45-7 to the Ramblin' Jesters. Up next, Apache 7s take on the Nigerian Stallions. Tantalising encounter up next here, live with Next Gen at the Eggchaser 7s at Reigate.
Yeah, it's off.
Okay, guys.
Right, I'm on.
Okay.
Hold on, that's wait here. Don't run on.
Is that one or?
Well, onto the field then come the Nigeria Stallions. Nigeria in green and white up against the Apaches in their white and blue trim. Apache 7s, another well-established name on the 7 circuit in the elite men's competition. They'll be here to win, as they are at all tournaments. Nigeria Stallions as well. Fascinating encounter. Apache already in action today. They played this morning over on pitch 2 against the Akuma Beavers. So this is their second game. Well, it will be Apache to get us underway then, as the rain continues to fall, a little bit lighter than earlier. See who those conditions will favour. It's a deep kickoff all the way up to the 22. Cleanly taken. Here come Nigeria. Alex Tedden of Loughborough Uni, recently played for England University Sevens, a real high standard of Sevens player there. It's really well taken in the wide channels by Sheriff Lanray. Great offload. Well, the Stallions do really well to fix into the wide channels, and now Tedden can put the hammer down. Lovely footwork. And to the boot. Go Nigeria Sevens. Wrapped up by the Apaches. Over the ball they go. Straight off the feet.
Straight off your feet.
Oluwadunlami penalised, and now here come Apache with the first time with ball in hand. Barnstorming run by Samir Karbuch, and now they're into the wide channels. Little show and go. Cobbler looking to break through the contact. Big tackle in there in the wide channels. And in the end, it's excellent work from Demi Kutiri to drag the Apache player into touch. So the line-out will go the way of the Nigeria Stallions. But Apache do look dangerous in their opening attacking foray. Samir Karbuch with a barnstorming run in there as well.
Open the gap.
Nigeria with the throw. Intercepted by Karbuch once more. And Apache come away with it. Oh, still going. Our Apache, Timi Olapade. Nigeria come piling through the breakdown, but not legally, says the referee. Ebenezer Ikadashi penalised, and Karbuch gets us back underway, just short. In comes the counter ruck. But once again, there was a foot in there from Nigeria, but this time the penalty goes the way of the Stallions. Great defensive work from them. Huge counter ruck. From Oluwadunlami. And that's just spilled in the wide channels, unfortunately.
Okay, White, knocked into touch.
As they look to exit, so. Instead, it will be a scrum for the Apaches in a dangerous area inside the 22. Still all level here, 3 minutes in. Rambling Jesters are up 3 tries at this point in our previous game. Good to see a more level contest. It's an Apache scrum that Timi Olapade will feed.
Listen to me. I've only just got wide, and you've both dipped. This is your first and only warning. Reset, same ball, let's go.
No, we hate to see the game slow down at scrum time, especially at Sevens.
Bang!
Apache will get us back underway. 3.5 minutes gone. Free kick goes the way of the white and blue. Olapade gets us underway. And wide they go off first phase. And look at the pace injected into the line. And Apache look to go all the way. What a finish by Alex Harris. A wonderful finish. Apache took it into the wide channels, looking to set up the attack. But Alex Harris went all on his own and raced away into the corner. Opening try for the Apaches, who have been on top in this first half against the Nigerian Stallions.
When you're ready, eh? Just close the conversation, Mark, it's fine.
And it will be Harris himself to look to add the extras. Conveniently placed flag. But still we catch the conversion attempts, and it's just wide of the left-hand upright. So 5-0 the Apaches will lead in the opening stages.
Really good comms, guys.
Hardly anything on here. There's good hands, by all means, to spread it wide. Look at the pace. Great acceleration. Clever little fend. And the Apaches have scored. Well taken off the kickoff, though, by the Stallions of Nigeria. Eventually dragged down. There's a counter ruck in there from Apache.
That's fine, that's fine.
And it's all good, says the referee. So lovely out the back offload. Harris once more. All the way into the wide channels. Little step from Olapade. And in the blink of an eye, the Apaches have a second. Great turnover from the Apaches, and Olapade's into the corner. Lovely footwork in that wide channel. And another effort from Harris. Can't find the space between the uprights, but Apache will lead by 10. A great counter ruck in there. Once again, Carbuch is involved. Look at that for an out-the-back offload to free up Harris, who drew in 2 defenders. And Olipade with the goosey step into the corner, evading the last defender excellently well. Apache's good value for their 2-try advantage. And once again, they kick it off. Claimed by Nigeria. Lanry takes contact. Kutsiri. Oh, lovely step as they play with an advantage. Good work in the breakdown, but offside is the call.
Offside.
Pierre Guilin of the old Priorians breaks the line. Lovely step. One man to beat. Great offload. And away go Nigeria. Sheriff Lanray with the opening score. A lovely finish. Well-deserved try for Nigeria Stallions. And look how quickly the game can change. From 2 tries down, Nigeria now only trail by 3. And at half-time in this thrilling encounter, Apache Sevens lead by just the 3 points, Nigeria Stallions, with that late try. Well, it was slow play. Not a lot on here for Guilin, but a lovely footwork to break the line. Really composed play, ball in 2 hands. Sheriff Lanray always had the pace to finish. And the know-it-all to dot it down right under the posts. Well, at half-time then here on pitch 1 at the Eggchaser Sevens from the Old Reigatians Rugby Club, Apache Sevens looking to top this group with a win. Lead by just the 3 points against Nigeria Stallions in their first outing of the morning. Well, we're back underway here for the second half. Nigeria with the kickoff, and they've won it back on the 10-meter. A lovely restart. So we'll get back underway here with a Nigeria scrum as they look to turn the tide on this game and claim their first win of the Eggchaser Sevens.
Set.
There'll be an action next against the Akuma Beavers later on, but this is a lovely run to get us underway by Alex Tedden of Loughborough Uni. And to the boot they go with penalty advantage to play with, a clever option. Offside is the call.
The whole back line.
Apache asks who was offside. The referee says everyone.
Let's go.
Aaron Asher's onto the field as well at 19. And from the tap penalty, dragged down at the 10-metre. Nigeria haven't made much ground, but they've got some good attacking ball and plenty of space. Just spat out the hands by Demi Katiri. Lovely line picked by Katiri, but it just doesn't find the hands. And offside from that knock-on. Alex Tedden penalised, so Apache will get us underway. As Demi Katiri just feeling the aftermath of that little contact exchange. Picked a great line. If he held it, he's clean through to score, but spilled at the very last. Up next here on the main pitch at the Eggchaser Sevens, we return to the women's competition. The Savvy Panthers up against the Akuma Beavers.
Decision.
Two really stacked women's teams with plenty of top division rugby representing them, especially in this Savvy Sevens time, with representation from Sale, Gloucester Hartbury, Loughborough Lightning and Bristol. But right here at the moment, it's Apache getting us underway, and it's the try scorer Olapade with lovely footwork. Timmy Olapade breaks through the contact and will re-establish Apache's 2-try advantage. What a wonderful finish. Timmy Olapade with great footwork, lovely pace and power, and Apache Sevens are back on top. What a lovely score. Just created the try out of nowhere. And it's a lovely conversion as well. And that's a big moment in the game. Taps from the mark. Great footwork to break away from the contact. Just silly. Just unreasonable footwork from Timmy Olapade. And now Nigeria have to build from deep inside their own 5-metre. There was a hand in there. And we could be seeing a card, which is a very tough call for Apache, considering they were putting the pressure on right in the 22, but Nigeria won't care. They'll just get the game underway with a switch inside. Oh, lovely step. And now they could be in behind. Up to the halfway, a lovely attacking set. That was Alex Oyashi on the field. There's a lovely ball from Oyashi and a great line by Edda. Lovely offload as well. But now Nigeria in need of some support. In from the side. Tough call, so Nigeria get us back underway. Patient play from Gulan. Two brothers at 15 and 22. Another penalty. And the 6 players of Apache are now under a little bit of pressure.
Move! 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 Happy?
Not back 10, they had to retreat. Little ball inside, great footwork, and Nigeria are in behind, and they will score.
He lost it.
That's Ben Edder, number 6 of Blackheath Rugby Club. Well, it's Ollie Undunlami in number 7 from Bath University. This is a lovely ball inside, though. Gimnop Kiri of Bishop Stortford. And then away goes Ollie Undunlami. Former England Sevens player was in action in the varsity between Bath and Bristol on Friday, which I can thankfully say Bristol University took with a win, but a really class player all round. And that's been spilled in a dangerous area from Apache, but it's wonderful clean-up work from Samir Karbouch. Apache looked to take them on in the wide channel, but that's a huge tackle just over the shoulder, so nothing illegal.
Yes!
Nigeria looked to cancel, but
Go Alex! Go Alex!
here comes Jacob Ham. Ham through the contact. Good momentum for Apache. but knocked on in the contact. So back come Nigeria as they look to take the lead for the first time in this game. Wonderful hold-up play. But the penalty goes against Apache, who looked to go quick, but Carbuch is off the mark. What a thrilling period of play this has been. Far too close to call this game.
There's a yellow back.
And Apache are restored to 7 players. Well, not just yet, still down to 6. That's why they go to the boot. And now there's a race on in behind. But Tedden will get there first, but Carbuch will slide and pick it up out the back door. Harris under pressure. Pick from the base go Apache. Penalty goes the other way.
Penalty only.
And Nigeria have the wind in their sails. We're right at the very end of this game. And they are 5 points behind. A huge phase of play now for the Nigeria Stallions. Great line and a wonderful offload from Undunlami. Undunlami, though, the pass goes behind. And now Holiday has it for Apache. Holiday searching for an offload. And here is Gordon. The try score, Olapade. That's gone backwards. Ham. The calls of kick it off from the sideline, but Apache still keen to play as Gordon breaks the contact. Leyland Gordon will go under the sticks. And Apache will round off this game with another try.
Yeah, that's time.
Well, perhaps the most fascinating game we've seen on pitch 1 so far. Ends with a huge victory for the Apache Sevens over Nigeria. How quickly things can change in the game of sevens. Nigeria are storming away, looking to get that game-winning try. Back came Apache to finish off with a flourish. A huge win for Apache Sevens as the cries came in. Kick it off. Time's over. Leyland Gordon didn't listen. Instead, he took on the Nigeria defence all by himself and beat 3 defenders. Go piling under the sticks. That's a huge win for the Apache's 7 setup over a very impressive Nigeria Stallion side. Well, the Sevens doesn't stop here. Up next on pitch 1, we return to the women's competitions. Savvy Sevens, the Panthers up against the Akuma Beavers. Live with Next Gen here at the Eggchaser Sevens in Reigate. Well, we're back on pitch 1. The Savvy Panthers up against the Akuma Beavers as King Charles is now in his crown, keeping you up to date with the coronation, of course. Something slightly more interesting is happening here on Next Gen. It's the Eggchaser 7s from Reigate. We continue with action from the women's Group D, which also includes Hammerhead, the 7 side, but it's the Savvy Panthers in the blue up against the Akuma Beavers.
I love you play Apache now,
I'm afraid I lack squad numbers, unfortunately, for the Akuma Beavers side. But they've got some great talent in there, as do the Savvy Sevens. Willow Bell of Sail Sharks got us underway, but right from the very offset, Akuma will break away. Well, it was a long old run to the try line. Great covering by the Savvy Panthers, but momentum is certainly with Akuma. What a wonderful drive this is, all the way to the line. The perfect start for the Akuma Beavers. A great score by their number 3. So much power in that try. No luck from the conversion. Lung-busting run to the line. Wonderful covering tackle in there from the Savvy Panthers, and then taking on 2 defenders and just driving through the contact. Wonderful score. Well, now Savvy Panthers can play with ball in hand. 1 loose pass, but well gathered.
7 away.
Great work through the contact. They're up to the 22. With plenty of time. Slow ball for the Panthers. Cutting back against the grain and through the first defender. Excellent hands in the wide channel. And there's the fend. And away go the Savvy Panthers. Away goes Cassidy Escott of Loughborough, shrugging off the last defender. Well, don't take your eyes off this game. The score's changed hand once more. And Escott has the opportunity here to put the Savvy Panthers out in front. Clinical conversion, and in the blink of an eye, it's 7-5. A lovely finish. Great hands in the wide channel. The initial fend to get away from contact, and then the awareness just to shrug off the last defender in these wet conditions. Sauntered under the sticks.
Think you missed a try.
And a great response. First attacking set of the game for the Savvy Sevens Panthers. And they'll kick us off once more. The testing off kick that eventually ends up on the 22. And Akuma Beavers possession and great power to break the line. Wonderful tackle from Westlake. Of the Cheltenham Tigers. Penalty goes against the side in blue. Quick tap. And not 10 meters. We might see a card here. We do. It's a yellow card. The Savvy Panthers are down to 6 for the next 2 minutes.
Ladies, on the line, please. 13 hands in the ruck, then not 10. When you're ready.
Holly Borden of Sail Sharks has been penalised. Some great pace and power to break over the gain line, but knocked on in contact. And the Savvy Panthers have got away with one there. Just spilled on the floor. Willow Bell has the ball in hand once more. Well, after this game, we return back to the men's competition. It's the home side, the Lions, who saw off the Saratoga Jockeys in the first game, up against the Try at 7 side. Very creative name, because a try is when you score in rugby. I'm a big fan. And away go Pippa Hendy, though, in the wide channels for the time being. Great run from Hendy of Gloucester Hartbury. Hendy with one more to beat. Stretches the legs and a lung-busting score. A wonderful score. May actually be Courtney Purslove of the Sail Sharks in number 1. 1 or 7, a wonderful finish is what it is, and the 6 players of the Savvy Panthers have taken the lead here, or extended their lead by another try.
How long on the bid in?
Just short from the conversion. Laura Ebling is on the field at number 8. It's a classic draw and give, and then it is Pursglove out there. Lovely fend. And she's one-on-one with the last defender.
Watch off, please, thank you.
Pursglove has the pace.
Yes.
And Lauren Ebling to take the kick off. Short, but just a touch too short, and it'll be a free kick for the Akuma Beavers.
Ladies, 10.
They've got Holly and Lucy Thorpe of Sail Sharks and Harlequins, Rosie Inman of Bristol, Becca Wye of Bath, Abby Watkin also of Bath. If anyone from the Akuma Bears would like to come and write down some shirt numbers for us, we'd be very grateful so we can identify who's just thrown that beautiful offload through the contact. And now the Akuma Beavers with momentum, back down the short side. Good offload inside. And the Savvy Sevens are just wrapping up their defenders. Good counter-ruck there. But not legal. Penalty goes the way of the Akuma Beavers. And they've got a tap from 5 meters out. Must be a score from here. The Savvy Panthers looking to hold up the player, but the try is given. It's a second try for the number 3. She was always the right option from 5 yards out. Good, powerful run. And the Akuma Beavers with another score, an opportunity to bring things level. A really testing kick from way out here on this right-hand side. And the scores remain 12-10.
Yes, please, thank you. It is.
Well, just covered up by the onlooking supporters, touchdown in the wide channels. Well, it's drilled into the Savvy Sevens half, and it's lovely footwork from Hendy to get away from the first offender, and Hendy with the off the back out, without the back offload as well. Patient play from Ebling. That pass just a little loose, but the Savvy Panthers have it again. Lovely work in the wide channel. Away goes Nikita Prothero. Prothero with a race to the line. Hunted down by the 14 of Akuma Beavers, but Prothero will score. A great try from Nikita Prothero of the Loughborough Lightning. And the Savvy Panthers have another score, and they extend their advantage to 7. Two points added as well, so at the break, the Savvy Panthers will go in 19-10 to the lead against the Akuma Beavers. Plenty still to play for as we go into that second half of Sevens rugby. 19-10, the Savvy Panthers currently lead in this Group D encounter. Well, there's a teasing kickoff from the Akuma Beavers, sorry. And their wonderful purple and pink strip, but not 10 yards. So back come the Savvy Panthers, offload through the contact, but just forward is the call. And it's unlucky from Holly Borden, who's back on the field following the yellow card. Quick reminder, of course, that the Savvy Panthers scored 2 while they were down to 6. Very impressive. The side in blue and white.
Coach.
Savvy Panthers already been in action this morning against Hammerhead Sevens into their second game. The Akuma Bears, of course, brought women and a men's side. Barnstorming run up the centre. Turnover. Huge turnover for Savvy Sevens, and Willow Bell, who got us underway right at the very start, offloads it out the back door from Borden. Great offload. Another one off the floor. And the Savvy Panthers are in behind for a wonderful score. 2 fabulous offloads to cut through the defence, and Savvy Panthers have started off this second half in great touch. Zoe Evans of the Leicester Tigers.
Fantastic try there by the Savvy Panthers.
Well, there was a wonderful out-the-back offload, and then another one on the floor that put Zoe Evans in the corner. Opportunity then to add the extras. 24-10, they currently lead. Just wide of the right-hand upright. So the score will remain 24-10 in favour of the Savvy Panthers. That's a lovely offload. And then drew in 2 defenders, flicked it up once more. Wonderful pace in the wide channel from Zoe Evans of the Leicester Tigers. And great pace injected into the line by the Akuma Bears. Over the ball once more. Wonderful turnover yet again. And the Beavers have lost possession again. That's a lovely offload through the contact. Great draw and give from Willow Bell. The ball goes loose. And back come the Akuma Beavers. Picked short down the blind side they go. Lazel through the contact of the Bristol Bears. Penalty at the breakdown as well. Savvy Panthers underway from the tap penalty, back on the 10-metre. Well held by Prothero. Already scored once in this game. Great offload through the contact. 2-on-1 in the wide channel. Lovely footwork. Away goes Zoe Evans again for her second try. And the Akuma Beavers have been blown away in the opening few moments of this second half. 2 wonderful tries from Zoe Evans.
This MC knows. This MC can't.
Eveling will look to add the extras from a long way out in this wide channel. Add the length, but just wide of the right-hand upright once more. 29-10, the Savvy Panthers lead. Great offload here, out of the contact. Takes 1 defender out the game. Great execution of the 2-on-1. That's wonderful footwork from Evans. But right from the kickoff, the Akuma Beavers go charging down the blind side, and they're up to halfway. Slow ball at the breakdown. A hint of offside there. But play on, says the referee. No, offside is given. And the Akuma Beavers searching and assessing their options. It's a good line run off first receiver. Huge tackle in there. But still come the Akuma Beavers. Another huge shot. What great defensive work from the Savvy Panthers, but now cutting through the hole go the Akuma Beavers. There's the fend to see off Amy Lazelle. And that's another try. The Beavers certainly not out of this contest. 5 tries to 3 now, 29-15. with 2 minutes still to play. Could we see an almighty turnaround here? That certainly would be a story to come back from 29-10 to turn it round. They've still got 2 minutes to play. Do the Akuma Beavers.
Don't do that.
I don't have any of the teams on the pitch.
No luck from the conversion. 29-15, the Beavers trail. Well, it's huge defensive work from Pippa Hendy, one of the youngest players in this tournament. Born in 2003, which is terrible news, I know. Wonderful tackling in there, 2 huge shots. But eventually, a lovely fend from the Akuma Beavers let them through. Testing restart, well gathered in these wet conditions. And that's a big fend. And through the contact go the Savvy Panthers once more. Lovely covering tackle eventually in that wide channel. A big moment then for the Akuma Beavers if they want to get anything from this game. Line out just inside their own half. Claimed in the air, not straight is the call, unfortunately. So it will be a scrum to the Savvy Panthers, who can kill off this game in the closing stages.
This is last play, ladies.
Last play of the game. We'll see if the Savvy Panthers will look to play with it or end this contest on their terms. And it pops out the way of the blue and white, and they will strike off this phase. Little loop around, and here's Dare, well gathered. Zoe Dare, dragged down at the first time of asking.
Tackle!
Good dominant collision.
Good work.
It's taken 2 players out of the game. Picked at first receiver, lovely footwork from the breakdown. That's through 3 defenders, and a 4th. Still going in the Savvy Panthers. What a run from Lazelle, and what a score. Amy Lazelle of the Bristol Bears with a wonderful solo try. Practically stepped the entire team of the Akuma Beavers. And that'll see off the Beavers 34-15. Final score in this Group D encounter, the Savvy Panthers looking in fine fettle with a 34-15 victory over a talented Akuma Beavers side. Another look at that Amy Lazelle try, a really great way to end this game. Lacking options at 9, went herself. There's 1, there's 2, there's a 3rd player stepped, and here's the 4th. Around the outside goes Amy Lazelle. Sees off the final defender well.
Do you have any comebacks? Comebacks are the team coming up.
And that's game over. Savvy Panthers 34, Akuma Beavers 15. We'll be back on pitch 1 at the Eggchaser 7s. Back in the men's competition, it's the Lions, the hosts, against Try It 7s. Well, a little change in schedule for you here on pitch 1. It's the Samurai Barracudas against Ratana Toa. Ratana Toa in the black against the Barracudas in their lovely green and white strip. And from that kickoff, the Barracudas are forced to turnover, so Ratana Toa with some defending to do in the early stages.
So which teams are you looking for today for the future?
Ratana Toa with plenty of players from East Grinstead Rugby Club.
This time next year.
Bind. Set.
And Seven Oaks as well, a well-represented group against the Samurai Barracudas. Samurai, of course, well established in the 7 circuit, and there's a real chase on here in these wet weather. It's eventually gathered by the Ratana Toa. But that ball's gone loose. The Barracudas have it at the breakdown, offloaded.
Tackle assist.
But it's back for a penalty, tapped at the base. Lovely pass through the on-rushing defenders, cutting out 3 men, and the Samurai Barracudas have scored. Clinical stuff from the men in green and white. Opening try scorer for the Samurai Barracudas, Jamie Adamson. Well, lovely off the back offload there. Penalty goes the way of the Barracudas. Quick thinking from Williams. And it's a lovely assist. Just drifting off the last defender was Adamson. And it's a really teasing kickoff once more, but well claimed by Sam Williams. And away goes Williams. Williams with the goose step. What a turnaround. Ratana Toa will level it. Sam Williams of Heathfield and Waldron with a lovely finish. A fantastic take from the kickoff. Well-deserved score. Ratana Toa have levelled things up as Tom Bridges-Chilvers will look to add the 3. There's a shack to the left-hand side, so in the blink of an eye, things are all level here. Wonderful take. What a leap that is from Williams. Adamson couldn't touch him, and then the goose step to beat the last defender. Ratana Toa get us underway as well. Mac Leeson of Seven Oaks kicks off into the wide channel. Good tackle in there from Allington. A lovely ball across the face, and the Barracudas have stretched this defence. Almost intercepted there by Stone, but Adamson, the try scorer, great powerful run. Turnover by Ratana Toa, but hands on the floor. Penalty for the Barracudas. Ratana Toa is disciplined, just letting them down a touch in this first half. Once again, it's a lofted ball over the top. A huge carry through the contact. Away go the Barracudas once more. This time it's Will Hendy with the finish. A huge carry from Hendy, just bumping off on one-on-one. Try scored for the Samurai Barracudas. Well deserved. What a game we have for you on pitch 1. Great effort from the conversion as well, but no luck. 10-5, the score remains. It's lofted over the top. And here comes Hendy. Bang, through the contact. Puts Ethan Carrick on the deck. And has the pace to finish in the wide channel. Under the pressure of Barney Stone. Samurai Barracudas with a kickoff once more. Just what a take by Stone. It just bounced off his chest, but he got back up to regather. And Ratana Toa in the ascendancy once more. Bainan. Jesse DeVries DeVries is through the contact. Still going, Jesse DeVries. Could go all the way here. Just 5 meters short.
Leave him.
Tap quickly. But knocked on at the very last by Mac Leeson. Oh, Jesse DeVries went storming away down this right-hand side. He didn't think anyone would stop him. And then from the tap penalty, just spilled by Mac Leeson. Not the time or place for a mistake like that at such a high-quality level of sevens.
Are they different to tribals?
This group would also include the Wild Dogs.
Set.
We've yet to see in action on pitch 1. Penalty goes the way of the Samurai Barracudas. A little bit of off the ball there from
Slow the ball down.
Murdoch Locke.
Slowing the ball down.
But Barney Stone has been penalised for slowing down the ball, and Locke puts it to the toe. And now there's a race on in behind in this wet weather that will be won by Saratoga.
Thor's got to move quicker.
Not rolling away. The try scorer Hendy penalised. And Leeson just assesses his options, steps off the left foot. Lovely line. Through the contact goes Connor Madden. Oh, just spilled at 9.
Head.
But head contact there, so the game is paused. We'll restart with a Samurai Barracuda's possession.
Huh? Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I just got caught in Merman's line. Yes, mate, yes.
Well, good pressure from the Barracudas. And they forced the turnover. This wet weather certainly having a say on results here.
And then he's kicked the ball. Yeah, we can't. Okay. Oh, no, it was...
Couple of changes then for Ratana.
Okay, let's go. Scrum, right. Right going forwards, right scrum.
Mark Martin is on the field.
Yeah, no, it was a loose head stepping round.
Plays his rugby in Cobham. Not too far to come then to Reigate.
Let's go, fellas, please. Crouch. Bind.
Very large Ratana scrum with Jesse DeVries in there as well. And the Barracudas come away with it. They run the dummy move from first phase, and now the grass is opening up for them here to the boot once more. Ellis Bainan is the first back, but he's missed it. It comes loose. Williams will score. Number 14, Williams for the Samurai Barracudas, has their third try as they extend their advantage in the closing stage of this first half.
Yeah.
And another try for Samurai.
Well, in this wet weather.
End of the game and the score wasn't it?
Just nudging a kick downfield is always a clever option. So difficult to contain the ball in these conditions. And the Samurai Barracudas have profited from the wet weather once more. Didn't go to plan at all, this move. So the bounce pass landed favourably for the Barracudas. Williams nudged it through. And then was the first there on the chase as well.
Yeah.
Great work from the two wide players, Williams and Dukes. But at half-time, them having added the extras, the Samurai Barracudas lead Ratana Toa 17-5. Ratana Toa will get us underway, representing the Matt Ratana Foundation. Kick-off goes the way of the Barracudas. They add such pace to the attack.
Play on, release.
Well, good work to release on the floor. Really well held by Williams once more. Looking to free up the Barracudas runner once more, and they have another try. Well, the perfect start to the second half. The Samurai Barracudas have another. Jockeys will add the extras, so 24-5 now. Lee's at number 2. This is lovely footwork. And great offloading from Burton. Great work to release. A great offload from Lee's through the contact. Simple hands in the wide channel to exploit the space. And the Barracudas score again. And what a take off the kickoff as well. And in the blink of an eye, back come the Barracudas once more. Fist across the face. A lovely pass. Teasing footwork. And they're
Lost. You lost the contest.
Right in the red zone of Ratana Toa once more. Switch in play to keep the attack alive.
Hey, late. Last warning. Away you go.
Penalty for a late tackle as well. Stone penalised yet again. Last warning, says the referee. It was a wonderful take off the kickoff. Pinched out of the air, and now back come the Barracudas once more. Head down and taking it to the line. And the try score at number 9 once more. And Lewis, who claimed the kickoff so well, scores for the Barracudas and sees off this game in favour of Samurai. Osen Lewis with a great finish in the wide channel. Created this opportunity all himself with a wonderful take off the kickoff. 29-5, the Barracudas now lead. And Lees will look to add the extras from wide out once more.
Let's go, grab it, Sammy, let's go, tempo, come on. Let's go, let's go.
Simple hands in the end for the Barracudas. Hard work to draw in the defenders. And once Austin Lewis had the ball in his hand, no one stopping him from just 10 yards out. A great score.
Yeah.
Once again from the kickoff, the Barracudas have done so well to reclaim possession. Ratana Toa just being seen out of this game. That's a lovely offload through the contact, and the Barracudas might have another here. There's the fend. And another score. And in these last few moments, Samurai Barracudas have just run away from it. Once again, they claimed it well off the kickoff. Ratana Toa penalised for tackling in the air. And that is certainly game over. Austin Lewis certainly happy with his contribution. Well, the hosts of the tournament are back in action after this game. Up against Try It, the Lions, for their second outing on pitch 1. Live at the Eggchaser 7s in Reigate. Good option to switch back the play. Great offload from Mills. And then the Barracudas just put the hammer down. Great finish through the contact. Second try for the number 9. Austin Lewis once again has it off kickoff. And the Barracudas not letting Ratana Toa have a sniff of possession in this second half. And they bring it to the line with such great intensity. Quick ball then for them to play with. Burton swinging it away at 9. Mills takes it himself. There were 2 players outside. You could hear the frustration of Austin Lewis. But Lewis swings it back. Keep the play alive. Chip through from Lees. But claimed well by Ethan Carrick. Finally, a bit of possession for Ratana Toa in the second half. And they use it well. A loose offload through the contact. And just spilled all backwards, says the referee. Away come the Barracudas. Flicked inside to Mills. Tom Mills with the score. And the Barracudas are just running away with it in the second half. The conditions not helping Sam Williams or Ellis Bainan, who seeks to gather the loose ball. In the end, the Barracudas pounced on it. One pass inside. Mills goes over.
1:30 on the game. You got 10 on the kick now. 10 seconds on the kick.
Lees just rushed by the referee, so loses the kick. This is a difficult offload to gather in the contact, but the wet weather having its say on this fixture. Great work from Lees, flicks the ball inside. Yet another score. And that's contact in the air. Not at all what Austin Lewis meant to do. And we're going to have a little bit of time to assess what's just gone on with the AR. Well, the kickoffs have been highly contested in this game. The Barracudas regathering possession multiple times. And I think Austin Lewis might be in trouble here.
Yeah, he was going for the ball, but
Both looking at the ball, both competing for the unfortunate landing. We're going to go restart. Restart, blue in possession, blue scrum. Yeah.
Well, clear communication from the referee. No foul play is the call. Just an unfortunate landing is described by the match official. Very mature take on these modern rules of the game. So a scrum for Saratoga. They've got a little bit of time left in this game. Try and carve out another score. Well, the game was really tight going into the break of play, and the Barracudas have just come out of the blocks flying in the second half. And Saratoga hardly had a touch of the ball. But they have possession now, an opportunity in the closing stages to carve out a scoring opportunity, and it's clean ball for them from the breakdown. Hogan. And Noah Roberts puts it to the boot.
You've swung your legs out to trip him. Tell the corner if you go, wait.
Yeah, go, go, go!
Well, the Barracudas have just gone for a trip there in the eyes of the referee. And here comes Ellis Bainan. Good offload to Jesse de Vries, who frees the hands, but just knocked on at the very last. A disappointing end to the contest between the Samurai Barracudas and Ratana Toa. It's not the last we'll see of the Matt Ratana Foundation, but the Samurai Barracudas, as they so often do on the 7th Circuit in the United Kingdom, putting in a fine performance, 41-5, the final score. Well, as said, the hosts are backing action live on pitch 1. The Lions take on Try It from men's Group A. The Lions looking for their second win of the Eggchaser Sevens. Live here from Old Reigatians.
Chris, you've got the...
Don't leave anything, don't leave anything.
Are you good? Fuck it out. Hell of a game, brother.
Fucking first one this season, boys. Fuck it out.
I don't know who's running touch.
I don't mind doing it. Looking at third in a row.
Sorry lads, hang on a minute. Are you off? Yeah, just in case. I think it's Darryl, it's supposed to be. Chris, I think Darryl's supposed to be on touch. Where's the... Yeah.
Channel 4.
I'm not on yet. Hang on.
You on?
Probably are channel 4. I'm on now. Daryl's coming. Thanks, though, Dean. Oh, Dean. Would you mind whacking out your pocket? I'll have it with you in a minute. Just so, otherwise I'll pull that out. Cheers, Dean. Sorry, lads. Just give us a second. The other one's just coming. All right.
You good, man?
You on his way down with you?
Was?
Where's Chappers?
Are you on?
Yeah.
Can't hear you. Press the
One, two. Can you hear me?
I'm in.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Bro, can you move?
Well, hello again, everyone. We're back with a bit of a rejig to the schedule, as you now know, after that Ratana Toa versus Samurai Barracudas game, which means that up now it's Lions against Try It, which was, of course, scheduled to be earlier on. But after that, we'll be back on the original schedule, albeit about 10-15 minutes behind where we thought we'd be, because it has been heaving on the traffic front today. Tom Reed there, you can see in the foreground with his refereeing kit on. A commentator oftentimes here on Next Gen 15. Two sets of players are ready to go. Just waiting for the third of our officiating team, and as you can see there, the third man has arrived. All we're going to do now is get the players on the field and we'll be underway.
And then going on to the pitch, this is the Lions v Try It.
So it's the Lions up against Try It. The Lions led by Aaron Watkins, who has put this whole day together, this entire Eggchaser Sevens here at Old Reigatians.
Everyone in blue, that's going to be an interesting game.
And Watkins is joined in his Lions team, who are in the light blue shirts with the white shorts. Try It in the light blue shirts with the dark shorts. Watkins joined in his Lions lineup, who will be kicking off by Will Aylan, Mike Hoyt, Joe Booth, Tom Derrick, Austin Beckett, Aaron Purewall, Avery Smiles Tyson, Jack Blackmore, Harry Bureau, Benjamin Furrer, Tolomina Savanea, Lewis Eaton, Boyd Pello, Kagel Tanye. Chris Davis is the coach alongside Stu Amer, Bobby Watkins, the team manager. Try It, meanwhile, who are shaping up to receive this kickoff with Hugo Argyle, Ollie Eves, Ben Luxton, Vitaya Sakani, Joe Trigart, Kinney Bavadra, Brandon Knight, Gideon Jenkins, Ben Hamden-Smith, Luke Budd, Carl Corty, and they are coached by Joshua Jones. And Try It in possession here early on, looking to see if they can make a bit of distance. They find a little bit of space. Tackle comes in from the Lions, rather. Rain has been coming down all day here at Old Reigatians. Handling has been tricky. Those that are responding best to the conditions finding the joy early on. Early penalty here for Try It. Sakani just bounces inside, accepts contact, gets a lovely offload away. And Try It, oh, they look for another one. Ball stays behind them. Bavadra has the ball. And it's a penalty now for the Lions, winning that one on the floor, and quickly away they go through Furrer. Out to Watkins there. Ball goes forward. And Try It now have it. Promising opportunity this for Try It. Could they get the opening score? They go hard at the line once again, trying to look and see if they can get an offload away, but that's great work on the floor from Mike Hoyt of Rams.
Number 3, hands on the floor first.
In fact, his hands are on the floor first, so it's a penalty to Try It. Valuable moment that from Hoyt.
Okay.
Ball is spilled as they try to get across the line from Try It.
Okay, always under pressure.
And so the Lions will have the scrum. And the Lions escape what looked a certain try from Try It. These two in Group A alongside Saratoga Jockeys.
Not driving straight.
Penalty to the Lions. They go quick through furrow, moving the ball out wide to Purewall. Purewall gets across halfway. He's eventually hauled down and into touch.
It's on your shoulder, it's not a high tackle. I'll shoot you, lads. Blue, open the gap. Blue, Lions, Lions, open the gap.
Referee calling for Blue to open the gap. Interesting way to differentiate the two sides who are both in blue. Another scrum. It's been a bit of a scrappy start. The weather playing no small part in that.
Straight and through, you came round. Crouch! Bind! Set!
Lions. To make some ground here. Purewall. No stranger to contact, and he gets the ball away to Tom Derrick. Can Derrick get away? He's looking desperately for support. Oh, what a ball inside. And Austin Beckett will race away, the glorious beneficiary of that pass from Derrick. And the Lions have the opening score of the game, and it's a score of real majesty.
With me, five, in line with the post. Thank you.
Derrick, the Worthing man, will be the one to convert, and it was all about that lovely out the back offload to Beckett that allowed that try to be scored. And just look at this again. It was great stuff early on from Purewall, just to stay alive through contact and find the offload to Derrick, who realised early on that he didn't have the gas to get there, so he just cut inside and then pops that ball on the reverse angle to Austin Beckett, and the former England under-18 wing was not going to be caught from there. And it's a great kickoff routine from the Lions as well, or nearly a great kickoff routine, but the ball didn't quite go 10, so it'll be a free kick on halfway to Try It. Very, very close to perfection, that, from the Lions. But close is not quite good enough, and Try It managed to get an offload through there. Quarty.
Let go.
They'll have a penalty.
Not only do you continue with the tackle,
The Lions receive a yellow card, and that was a problem for them in their first game. They did win that first game, but yellow cards made life harder for them than they necessarily wanted it to be. A win, by the way, for the Lions would put them through into the Cup semi-finals as the group winners. Only the group winners reach the Cup semi-finals. Second in the group go through to the Challenge semi-finals, and third in the group to the Bowl semi-finals, as Watkins takes the ball on for the Lions and gets a good pass out wide to Will Aylan. Aylan, oh, a huge tackle comes through on him. Oh, what a tackle that is from Vataya Sikani. Hit him like an absolute train there. Textbook tackle around the waist as well. Thunderous stuff.
Let's go.
Bit of debate as to who's in that Lions scrum. Derrick is the man called in. Try it. Let's go wide early. Purewall does well to come up and stop that wide pass.
He's on the ball when you put him over.
And his team earned the penalty. They have a little look to the right-hand side, decide that's not on, so they'll look to the left instead. Watkins here on the left-hand side, steps in. Met by a big, big challenge, but stays in field. Crucially, and around the outside, goes Furrer. Benjamin Furrer with a second score for the Lions. Skirting around the side of that breakdown created by the Watkins carry. And their side is going to take at least a 12-0 advantage into half-time, and it could be 14 if the conversion is successful.
10 seconds.
Derek will be the man over the conversion. And the talented Worthing player slots the conversion to send us in at half-time. Lions 14, try it 0.
Please go, right? Josh, I'll come up in a minute. Let me burn on
We'll begin with the second half with a free kick on halfway for the Lions. Try it, getting ahead of the kicker there at the restart. Lions leading 14 points to 0 and on course to reach the Cup semi-finals. Try it with the penalty. Looking out to this left-hand side.
Your hands are on the floor.
Penalty try it, hands on the floor from the Lions player. Into the hands of the talented Ataya Sakani.
No. That's you, lads. Step back.
Where's the gap?
Watkins claims the line out, gets the ball down to Furrer. Derek controls that gracefully with the foot. They ship it out to this left-hand side, and there could be a bit of space out there. Cover tackle just comes in, and a foot and touch. Well defended in the end by Trigart. Off try it.
Open. On the AR, yeah? Let's go! Backwards. Check out! Okay, marked.
We'll have another line out.
Back to touch off blue.
Almost stolen by the Lions, but knocked into touch.
That's ball's not even in, and we've both jumped in. Keep the gap, yeah? Only one.
Referee not happy with the gap there.
Yeah, same ball, let's go, same mark, keep the gap open.
You can see by that puddle in the background just how wet it has been this morning. Ball goes over the top, and oh, that was so nearly delicate from Furrer. And then a bit of chat back from the Lions means they've been moved on 10 meters of try it. Oh, it was nearly glorious from Furrer. Sakani. Oh, Sakani's got such power. Derek tried to turn him over, but ball's on his feet and stops competing rightly at that point. As Watkins now poaches the ball, but then the pass is spilled forward, and we'll have a scrum. Handling really is tricky out there.
Thanks for that call, Darren. Right, lads, let's go. Second. Bind! Set! I'm not.
Referee
Get back. Just hold it, let them get
plays for a penalty to try it. Argyle will take it. Argyle to Jenkins. Jenkins is pushing and probing and getting close, but he's brought down by Derek.
That's fine, that's fine, that's fine.
Loose ball. Oh, wonderful footballing skills from the Lions.
Come on, no! We need to move the ball!
But another penalty, and yet more talk back from the Lions. It's going to see them receive another yellow card. Benjamin Furrer this time.
2 passes!
And once again, the Lions are in real trouble with their discipline here, holding on to a 14-0 lead. But this try-it side will really fancy their chances against a 6-man defence. As Bavadra takes the ball in. Sukani. Oh, he's hit by a thumping tackle and the ball is knocked loose. And away go the Lions. They can escape this. They're going to go the length, are they? Oh, no, wonderful cover comes in from Brandon Knight. And then the tackle, though, is missed. And still on they go. And it's Savania who gets the score. The length of the field. The London Welshman with a try out of nothing. And once again, despite being down to just 6 players, the Lions find a way to get across the try line.
Conversion there, but the scores are 21-0 to the Lions.
30 seconds yellow, yeah?
Conversion slotted by Derek.
Thank you.
It's 21-0 to the Lions. Just a minute left to play, and it's safe to say now that they will be going through to the Cup semi-finals. Absolutely ruthless in their try-scoring efforts. They just knocked that ball on as they try to gather the kickoff, so there'll be a scrum to try it. But once again, this Lions side have just proven that they are so able to create try-scoring opportunities almost from nowhere.
Crouch!
Bud with the put-in to this scrum. And Bud senses there's a bit of space down the left-hand side. Bud's going to go all on his own. Has he got the pace to do it? He's being hunted down by the chasing Lions defence. But Bud is going to get there. Luke Budd with a try, all of his own creation. Grabs one back for the try-it side. The referee, I think I've just heard there, saying that'll be that. The Lions will reach the Cup semi-finals, but try it. Finish off with a score.
And that's a conversion, that's 21-7.
And there is the final whistle. It finishes up. The Lions 21, try it 7. Cracking game of sevens, despite the conditions. But this Lions side proving once again that they are able to be so clinical as they head through to the semi-finals with a 21-7 victory.
And that's the end of the game.
We see that Bud try that finished the game off, clawing one back for his team. A well-deserved score as well. They given it absolutely everything throughout this game. Full time, Lions 21, try at 7. And up next, we move back to the women's competition with Marauders against Wild Dogs, followed by the Lioness against Wild Dogs 2. On field now then in the women's competition, Wooden Spoon Marauders up against the Wild Dogs.
Marauders versus Wild Dogs.
And how about this for the Wild Dogs, name that they've called themselves. Here on the team sheet we've been given Wild Dogs Alpha Pack. But it will be Wooden Spoon Marauders that kick us off. They are there in the blue, red and green hoops. Everything else in white. Wild Dogs, of course, what with them calling themselves the Alpha Pack White, are in the white shirts receiving kickoff. It'll be Wooden Spoon Marauders to kick us off. We should be in for a cracker of a game here at the Eggchaser Sevens. Ball is hoisted high into the air, and the Wild Dogs bring that one down. They look to put some early width on it here. Is there half a gap? There might just be. The cover just comes in. So the tackle is made. Almost half breaking through again. In fact, fully breaking through. The tackle will surely come in. But it is tough out there for them. Wild Dogs moving the ball. Lovely offload out the back, and they could be away. No, the scrag tackle just comes in. But it'll be a scrum down. Marauders find a bit of space down the right-hand side. Cover tackle comes in, and it's a good one. Bundles her into touch.
Tom, White. Someone in the channel. Someone in the channel. Play on, play on. Play it. Backwards always.
Ball is bouncing everywhere, but it's been claimed by Wild Dogs. And then Wild Dogs holding on. Fierce handoff from Sue Newman of Richmond.
Forward.
Forward pass. High ambition. A superb one.
Let's go. Crouch.
Scrum down. Wild Dogs ball. Referee will set a reset there.
Don't you back out. Both up, drive up straight. Both sides. Crouch.
Referee
Bind. Set. Go.
explaining what he wants from both scrums. The ball pops up into the arms of the Wild Dogs player.
Can I get out?
Olivia Armand, it was there, taking that one in. And move it out to the right wing here, and there could finally be a bit of space. We could be here for the opening try of the game. It's going to be Bo Westcombe Evans who gets herself across the try line. She was named after Boudica, the queen of the Iceni, and she is the queen of all that reign here at Old Reigatians. Bo Westcombe Evans scoring the try to open the scoring here between the Marauders and the Wild Dogs. And look at that, the fend and then the pace from Westcombe Evans of Loughborough Lightning. What a start. And it gives the Wild Dogs a 7-0 lead with that conversion over the Marauders.
Happens, knock on. Yeah. Advantage is over.
And they've got the ball in their hands again. And after that try, got their tails up a little bit. A thundering tackle comes in, forcing the knock-on from the Marauders.
Let's go. Set.
Marauders collect the ball from their own scrum, move it to the far side. Have a little explore down there, but the cover is there from Wild Dogs, who are contesting hard at that breakdown. Wild Dogs trying to put pressure on this Marauders attack, but the Marauders Offloading really nicely here.
Tackle release.
Finally brought to ground, but there could be some space around the left-hand side. There is a bit of space down the left-hand side. Have they got the pace to finish it off? They certainly do. Rose Brown storms down the left-hand side from that breakdown. And that is a timely score from the Marauders. And Brown will convert her own try. So the attempt skews to the right-hand side, so Wild Dogs retain their lead, but it's a slender one at just 7 points to 5 as we see the replay, and it was those two offloads that just took a few defenders out of position and allowed that space on the blind side for Rose Brown to go storming down. A great spot from the Wooden Spoon Marauder.
Back foot.
Moving up towards half-time, and the Wild Dogs have broken free. They could be in for a final try of the half here. Storming through go the Wild Dogs. Hannah Johnson of Lichfield Ladies with a finish. And she absolutely blasted through the heart of the Marauders' defense. Conversion is landed too. And that sends us in at the halftime break with the Wild Dogs leading the Marauders 14 points to 5. A cracking finish to the half from the Wild Dogs.
I think it's only half time. So much more to come in this game. So much more. And it's the top of the table.
Great pace from Hannah Johnson, putting the Wild Dogs in prime position to qualify for that Cup semi-final. Half-time, Wild Dogs 14, Marauders 5.
What's the score? That's Wild Dogs. 14-7.
Back underway, Marauders receiving that kickoff from the Wild Dogs. Wild Dogs who stretched that advantage just before the halftime break with that Hannah Johnson try.
Yep, Gary.
And I'm joined. I'm joined for the second half by the Lions head coach, Chris Davison. You enjoying that?
It's been an interesting day, actually, Angus, in terms of your ability to keep 7 men on the pitch is really important. We know the game's hard enough as it is without that, you know.
Well, you say that, but you've been scoring tries. You got yourself through to the Cup semi-finals, so just imagine what you can do with 7 on the pitch.
Yeah, it's a tough enough game. You know, we're pleased, you know, to get the outcomes, but yeah, we've got to rein it in a fair bit in terms of our discipline, so that's really important.
Teams having to adjust a bit. I mean, it's pretty horrible conditions out there. having to play slightly tighter than necessarily wanted, or are teams still just going to go for it?
We're still going to go for it. That's our philosophy. So really, really important now that we rest, regroup, and push on for the next game.
Absolutely. Wild Dogs looking for a third score here. See if they can set something up off the line out. It's a good fend, and if they can get some pace here out wide, and another great fend by Westcombe Evans. We've seen it already from her before, and she's in for a second of the game. And that just shows you what a good fend can do.
Yeah, outstanding score there. Got on the edge really well and managed to get a fend in, and shame the defender didn't, get the arm away, but real show of class to show the edge there.
Certainly is. The second try of the game for Westcombe Evans, third for the Marauders, and at 21-5 rather. It's a long way back now for the Marauders. And we've seen, we know in sevens that a try can come out of nowhere and you can get one, you can get a second just seconds later, but it does seem as though, certainly in these group stages, perhaps influenced by the weather, it is really difficult to get those back-to-back scores and to start to chip away at a lead.
Yeah, it is tough conditions, and but there's still a high level of sevens being shown today, so it's important that that they keep on pushing the limits as far as the game is concerned and keep ball in hand as best as possible. As you can see there, that's quite static there, but now they're resorting to kicking game, so hopefully they can exploit it.
Well, there was no sweeper in, and the Marauders might just be able to come back, which has done really well to get that one down as the ball skipped up, but the referee's going to bring us back.
No downward pressure.
No downward pressure. A tough call, that one, on the Marauders. Are we going to come all the way back, are we? Oh, in fact, while I was reminiscing over what had just happened there, I think the Wild Dogs have hammered it long. But an example of what you can do if you spot that the other team doesn't have a sweeper in.
Yeah, and that 7-up defence is quite effective, and you can see that good shot. But it's really important, that the edge person looks to drop back in behind and is alert to that. So really, really important on that 7-up.
Tackle and release.
And I guess on that 7-up, you're looking for both edge players to operate on a sort of pendulum, but covering a hell of a lot of ground.
Yeah, absolutely, and in particular, when it's wet underfoot as well, they're going to work extra hard. So really, really important.
Wild Dogs get an offload away on the deck, but it's just spilled, so we'll have another scrum. And that's something we're seeing a lot of today. Because of the conditions, we're seeing a lot more scrums than you usually would in sevens. And of course, it's just so much more unpredictable than a 15-a-side scrum, because if you just get the nudge on right, you can quite easily win the ball back your way.
Yeah, absolutely. And just even looking on screen here, I think the screen's not doing it all justice. Conditions are, definitely quite difficult, and for viewers at home, and should we appreciating though still, some really good sevens play here today.
What we have seen with the extra scrums is a lot of scrum halves, just taking advantage of a blindside like this one here, and away go the Marauders down that blindside. It's well covered actually this time by the Wild Dogs. Loose ball, but the ball wasn't out. In from the side come the Wild Dogs, and now Marauders go fast. Wild Dogs.
You could see a yellow here on this.
Wait.
He hasn't even had time to take the card out his pocket and off with the Marauders on a quick tap.
It's helter-skelter stuff out there. Time now, though, for Sue Newman to get the game back underway. Marauders with 2 minutes to go.
2-on-1.
Finding some space on the left-hand side, taking advantage of those numbers. Maddie Vaughan-Jauncey with the try on the left-hand side, and a vital score, taking advantage straight away of the extra player. And with 90 seconds left, there's just a chance here.
Yeah, it's just great there to see Maddie score out wide. She's come back from an injury a while back, and I think this is actually her first season back in quite some time, so good to see her back on the paddock.
And back with bags of pace out there on the left-hand side as well. So we see it again from that penalty. They know they've got the extra players, so they just hold a couple of players in the midfield and then move it wide.
Good finish.
That's the key, though, isn't it? It's that although it was just that inside ball, that it wasn't the most dynamic, but it just enough to hold those two players in, and that's where the space is.
Yeah, definitely.
Wild Dogs.
See what happens.
Roll that one forward, playing advantage.
Still play.
Players on both sides stopped for just a second there, and there's advantages called over. Marauders stick the ball over the top. I think possibly
quite an interesting option there, wasn't it? You know, the spacer was in behind, but they went for height on that kick, and with no chase. Oh, but quite an interesting one there as well. Also,
well, we've seen the likes of Finn Russell put in the kick pass, and there's another one there, although somewhat unorthodox. Play on, says the referee. The bouncing ball. How's your footballing skills? Not too bad. How's the foot race now? Needs the ball to sit up. She stabs it through again, diving down. Oh, she just spilled it. She may just have spilled it. It was so close from Ellen Sanctilbury.
And that's the game, I think. I'm going to say.
Yeah, you're right. Either way, that's last play. And I think the referee's given the try. Deserved it after all that.
Yeah. And you can just see the expression on the Wild Dogs' faces there, you know. Quite hard to believe that they managed that one, but they definitely tired at this stage with 30 seconds overtime as well. You know, it's heavy underfoot, but what a game, what a game.
Well, we won't see many more tries like that today. A shanked kick pass, followed by a length of the field hack. And a dubious finish at the end of it, but the Wild Dogs will take it all day long. This was the crucial one. It allowed her to stretch her legs out and just get ahead of the defence. Does she get it down? Oh. I'm not sure about that one. We'll put that one down to referees being just as tired as the players out there.
Yeah.
Doesn't make too much impact on the game, though, because the Wild Dogs were already leading, and it finishes up here. Wild Dogs 26, Marauders 10. Up next, Wild Dogs 2, which is the Wild Dogs Impy Pack, who will play in purple up against the Lionesses. Oh, in fact, well, since I've got you here, Chris, the Lionesses, they're going pretty well.
Yeah, they are, and just pleasing to see we've got a lot of new young players as well coming through the system under the direction of Director Rugby Mark Francis. So yeah, it's just good to see. You know, they like playing with width. They're not too sure, as what you alluded to. You know, the weather's conducive of that, but yeah, they're playing really well, and they're playing the game in, you know, the way in which we like to see. So.
Absolutely, and a victory for the Lionesses will see them through to the Cup semi-finals alongside their male counterparts. So we'll see how that one goes very shortly. As we mentioned then, up next is Wild Dogs 2, the Impy Pack, up against the Lionesses. Lionesses will be kicking us off in their sky blue, and the Wild Dogs Impy Pack are in purple here in this Group A fixture. Ealing Trailfinders, the third team in this group, and victory for the Lionesses will send them through to the Cup semi-finals. Kick bounces out into touch. So the Impy Pack will have a line out from which to get things started.
Open the gap.
Referee imploring the teams to open the gap at the line out.
Well done, lady.
And finally, they listen that one. A little skew whiff, but referee's happy to let things go. Wants to see some action out there.
Always backwards.
Wild Dogs under a bit of pressure from the Lionesses' defence, but just get themselves on the front foot there. And it's tidied away by Leah Green of Loughborough Lightning. Goodness me, Leah Green with a 2004 birthday. That's, well, it makes you feel very old, doesn't it? Well, it makes me feel very old anyway. Maybe not you at home.
Bind! Set!
Lionesses then win the scrum. Pass doesn't quite go to hand, or there was a chance there of an opening score for the Lionesses, but they keep the ball in their possession. See if they can create something out the other way, but the ball is just spilled forward, and that another example of those soaking wet conditions we've been talking about.
This is us.
July 2004. I was celebrating my 16th birthday. Goodness me.
Big scrum by the Lionesses.
Always backwards.
Lionesses make a real mess of that one for the Wild Dogs, and have stolen the ball. There may just be a little opportunity here into the hands of Sophie Bennett of London Irish, and Bennett, oh, that's wizardry from Bennett. Sophie Bennett opens the scoring with a try she really had no right to score, but somehow she found a way, and the Lionesses dip a toe into that semi-final.
2.5.
Coronation coverage still continues here in the clubhouse. It's drawn quite the crowd upstairs as well, it has to be said. Not quite the same crowd, though, that is on the touchline to see that searing pace from Sophie Bennett. That has given the Lionesses a 5-0 lead here in this Group A game against the Wild Dogs Impy Pack.
Black. Blue. Crouch, bind, set.
Good scrum from the Wild Dogs,
Knock on only in the
but
tackle.
then it's really good work from the Lionesses to make a mess of it. They knocked it on in the tackle though, so they're going to be called back from what was nearly a second try of the game.
That's us. Yeah, no worries. Just hold it. Just us.
How's it going? You good?
Staying going. Black, are we sorted? Alright, let's go. Okay, step up, step up.
Yeah.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Big scrum this time from the Lionesses, and they get the penalty for it as well. And they go quickly. Could be some space out the far side, but the pass doesn't go to hand. Ball is loose again, and now it's back in the hand of the Wild Dogs, who are just pumping the legs here. Great work that from Leah Green. They stab the ball in behind, but Sophie Bennett, well, we've already seen her pace. She'll get there before anyone else. In fact, she's actually beaten to it by her teammate, Lizzie Musa, whose pace we saw in that opening game. A little stab in behind from the Lionesses. It's tidied up by Wild Dogs. Certainly seeing more and more kicks today, and then on that kick return, Musa earns her side the penalty, forcing Wild Dogs into holding on the floor. Worth a mention as the Lionesses try to play out from inside their own half. Our commentary position today is right next to the referees' table and zone and all the rest of it. And one of the things you don't often realise at these sevens tournaments is the sheer body of work that the referees get through. I feel able to say that now because they've drifted away from me slightly.
Match is over!
The amount of organisation and work that they've had to do is quite extraordinary. Keeping on top of making sure that everyone knows what's going on in this tournament. It's the Wild Dogs take possession and could find a bit of space as that pass gone forward. Referee's happy with it. Offload off the floor. Wild Dogs having their best spell of the game right here. Lioness is doing really well to scramble and find a way to get bodies back. But the Wild Dogs stay in possession, or do they? It's intercepted by the Lionesses. And they get a penalty. They look to break out from that penalty. Passes out to Bennett. Oh, and if that had stuck, she might well have been away, but the pass just slid through her fingertips.
Yeah.
And you rather think if Sophie Bennett could have held on to that, that might well have been her second. Such is the pace she showed for her first. The referee decides that'll be half time. And a good half for the Lionesses. They go in leading the Wild Dogs 5-0. Referee's whistle goes for the start of the second half, and the Wild Dogs get us kicked off into the hands of the Lionesses in their sky blue shirts, and that's good work through contact from Lucy Peters, who gets it on to Musa, who's eventually bundled into touch, but again signs of the threat that this Lionesses side carries. Your defence has to be so sharp to keep them out.
Just here.
Somewhere behind that umbrella, there's a scrum taking place. And it's a scrum that's been poached by the Lionesses. What can they do from that scrum? Musa. Moving it all the way out to that right-hand side to Bennett, and Bennett's such a threat now into the hands of Nicole Quee. Quee finds the ball stolen from her.
You're offside. 4 blue, offside.
Wild Dogs working so hard here, but just driven out into touch. Lionesses will have the line out. Slightly stuttering start to the second half, referee.
On who's off?
Just trying to make sure he knows what's going on subs-wise.
The audience there from the crowd, can you clap the lovely lady off?
Got,
Okay, let's go.
got the requisite number of players on the field now.
Well played.
Good pace here from the Lionesses. Oh, scorching away. Go the Lionesses, and would you believe it? It's the only player we've not got on the team sheet. What a try from the Lionesses. Raw pace. Absolutely scorching, red hot pace from the Lionesses. Puts them 10-0 in front. And Bobby Hayward, the skipper, will look to stretch that to 12 with the conversion. Conversion skews wide though, so it stays at 10-0. But just look at this raw pace around the outside. The cover was there, the defense was there. They just simply didn't have the gas to be able to keep up. That is wonderful, wonderful stuff from the Lionesses, and it gives them a 10-0 lead that looks a fairly healthy one in these conditions.
We have got 2 and a bit left.
Yeah, scrum down. Lionesses ball. As you can see on the screen now, the rain really is absolutely hammering down. It was scheduled to get worse at around this time of day, and it is sticking to schedule, that's for sure. Oh, I like that call from the referee an awful lot. Not happy that the penalty was taken off the knee instead of the foot, and it should be taken off the foot. I don't like this knee stuff. Lionesses turned over there. They'll get the penalty. Will the Wild Dogs. Juliet Ross of Litchfield Ladies doing a good job there. Wild Dogs. Well, they took it in. It was then almost stolen by Musa, but then stolen, or spilled forward rather, as she tried to make that poach. Lining up pitch side, by the way. Wild Dogs men's side and the Samurai Barracudas. And a big shootout for qualification from that group. Lionesses in the hands of Kui.
Backwards.
Moves it on to Emily Stone. It's really gritty stuff out there now. Musa moves it wide. Well, we know how much pace that number 15 has if she can get the ball under her spell. Can't quite. But still it remains in Lionesses' possession, and with just about 30 seconds to go, possession is all they need to stick this one out. Kui. Oh, it's a great turnover. That's really, really good work at the breakdown from the Wild Dogs. The ball spilled backwards, but timely. Referee was just looking at his watch as it happened, and Wild Dogs keep going, but that one's spilled again, and that one is called forward. And we'll have a scrum, and it could be the final whistle. It is the final whistle. The Lionesses, much like their men's side, move through to the Cup semi-finals. Those Cup semi-finals coming up around about 4 o'clock. We're a little behind schedule, so it'll be roughly 4 o'clock. Those women's semi-finals will start kicking off. The Lionesses will be there thanks to a 10-0 victory over the Wild Dogs. And the Wild Dogs men's side are up next against the Samurai Barracudas. As we said, it's the Wild Dogs up against the Samurai Barracudas in this last men's group game of the day. Wild Dogs in white, Samurai Barracudas also in white, but Wild Dogs have got black shorts on and the Samurai Barracudas have got green shorts on, and hopefully I'll stay on top of that throughout the game. Wild Dogs get us started, and it's a high hanging towering kickoff. Oh, that's wonderful stuff from the kickoff. It's just about claimed
2 feathers, first one black,
by Will Hendy for the Barracudas, and it's then spilled, so we'll have a scrum down to the Barracudas. Now the Wild Dogs, they've all got names on the back of their shirts, and each of those names has a meaning, which I will try and relay to you as the game goes on. Wild Dogs take that one into contact, start to move it away from that contact position. Side it's not on the right hand side, so they move out to the far side, their left as we look at it.
Clear release.
No release from the Barracudas, so Wild Dogs will have the penalty, and they'd look to make a bit of ground here. Oh, that's a lovely offload. And now they're putting the Barracudas defense under all sorts of pressure. Oh, and another great offload off the floor. Wild Dogs spreading the ball gloriously here. This is wonderful stuff, but in the end, it's just forward. And we come back for a Barracuda scrum.
My son played for the Lions, and they had a bit of success in the last tournament. And they just said when they came back, what fun they had a Grenada.
Play on.
It was the best after party I've ever been to.
4 binding. 4 binding.
By the way,
Where you go?
Brandon Nisbet
4 binding. Massive binding to it.
of the Wild Dogs is earning his 100th cap for the Wild Dogs today. keep an eye out for him. He's wearing the #1 shirt for the Wild Dogs, and his team are on the front foot here, getting oh so close to that Barracudas try line. Oh, that's great defense from the Barracudas to keep them out. There could be some space out here on the other side, though, for the Wild Dogs, who go charging through the middle. Charlie Brett with the score. He's got Ingwe on his back, which means leopard in a huge number of African languages. Plays for Curry Chieftains in his 15-a-side career, where he's a fullback. And Charlie Brett opens the scoring for the Wild Dogs. Conversion is added by Boyd Rose. And his notes I've got written here, looks like Andy Good and as talented as Andy Good. Well, I'll tell you what, the Curry Chieftain, Charlie Brett, playing like Stuart Hogg there, stepping off that left foot and scorching under the post. Now look out here, that's Tom Burton on the ball for the Barracudas. He's just passed it on. He can be a real threat when he gets going, and so too can his teammate out there on the right-hand side.
Tackle was complete, holding on.
Work it, work it, work it! Work it!
I think it's Brandon Wood that was out there on the right-hand side.
Not 10.
There's a penalty to the Wild Dogs.
Please.
Attack, attack, attack.
Just inject a bit of pace there. Met by a good, strong tackle from Will Hendy, though.
Lost, lost. Tackle move.
One of the coaches absolutely adores
Wild Dogs.
And which team are you with his day?
No, they never touched. Play on.
It was so close, wasn't it, against the Samurai Apache?
I do apologise, there seems to be an interview going on in the background somewhere. On the pitch, though. The referee gives a shrill blast of his whistle, pulling things back for a penalty to the Wild Dogs. It's going to be a yellow card against the Samurai Barracudas, who hadn't retreated 10. So Wild Dogs will have a penalty. I do apologise about that interview cutting across things. Hopefully it didn't come across too strong on the stream. Wild Dogs weaving their merry dance here, and oh, weaving all the way to the try line. Luke Rockamos with the score. Shakale on his back.
110.
It means the almighty.
I don't check. First yellow.
And that was an almighty score.
First yellow's back on.
Plays a bit for the Army Sevens as
First
well.
one, yes. First one, yes.
And just look at the footwork when it comes in here. Off the left. Now he's going sideways. Off the left again. Rounds one tackle. Takes a bit of a glancing blow, but it barely unsettles him. And then he just hits the accelerators and dances through. Wonderful. Wonderful stuff from Luke Rockamos.
Tackle move! Now, Rock was formed.
And the Barracudas find themselves 2 scores down here. And in need of a bit of magic. They almost found a bit there down the left-hand side. Remember, they're just down to 6 players at the moment. So having to work hard down that left-hand side. It's been turned over, though, by Wild Dogs,
Advantage over.
who decide to put the kick in, and there could be some space there. Burton's coming across to cover it and does well to just slide and gather. And the ball is spilled loose, but he does well to regather it again.
High tackle, so
And gets a penalty for the high tackle. Does the Seb the schoolman.
High tackle. That's half.
One player of the tournament up at the recent Sedba 10s. An absolutely glorious performance, and decides to just nudge that one into touch. And the referee calls half-time with the Wild Dogs leading the Samurai Barracudas 14 points to 0.
Yeah, second, yes. Green.
Murdoch Lock, former Wellington College man, gets the Samurai Barracudas underway for the second half, but the kick just drifts long.
No, free kick.
So Wild Dogs, who lead 14-0 here as we start the second half, will have a free kick on the halfway line.
Let's go, please.
Once again, we have an interview going on right next to us. Samurai Barracudas don't care about that. They care about getting back into this game.
No hands now, no hands.
Robson
never on ball.
taking that one in.
Because it must be so tiring out there, trying to keep up with these guys.
Barracudas.
No release. Never let go.
And Murdoch Lock with the penalty. Forwards they move. Penalty again for the Barracudas, who go fast again. Adamson. Lock has a little dart. Can he get the offload away? Oh, he can. He just slips it through.
Knock-on advantage.
Malin there took it in, but just lost it. So it's Wild Dogs' ball. Skipping free of a tackle there.
No, nothing coming from that.
Knock on comes in though. And so we'll have a Wild Dog scrum.
Just didn't make contact effectively for me, and then you pass live drivers in the higher mistake. Scrum, left.
I can see which one you just understood. Thank you very much for talking to us, mate.
Wild Dogs with the scrum. Thumping tackle there.
Part of the tackle, he's got to retreat.
An unfortunate one there as he lost his footing just as he went into the tackle, but his side earned the penalty. So Wild Dogs look to attack down this left-hand side through Rouse. Showing all of his strength there, but then starting to get driven back. So he just goes to ground and sets up the ruck for his side, who once again put the kick in. It's been a tactic they've been prepared to resort to. And why not? The race is on here. But a bit of ill discipline there, was it? No, the penalty try is awarded by the referee.
Three. We'll change the line, obstruction, yellow card.
The yellow card is awarded to Murdoch Lock. We'll need to see a replay of that just to work out exactly what happened. So the kick comes through. And it's for a change of the running line. as he looked to clear that kick up. You see it here. Locke changes his running line. And the referee in no doubt that that was a yellow card and a penalty try. So it's a 21-0 lead for the Wild Dogs here against the Samurai Barracudas. Although, could that change as the Barracudas thump one through, but the Wild Dogs do really well.
Never grounded. Tackle, move.
Somehow escape there. That's really good work. And also not to touch it down on their own try line, but then they spill it forward and it'll be a scrum down to the Barracudas.
Let's go back, please.
Wow. Big performance here at the Eggchaser Sevens from the Wild Dogs. 2 minutes left to go until the break.
Bind, set.
And they're 21-0 to the good, but make that 21-7 in just a couple of moments' time, because the Barracudas have gone scorching through Daff Williams, who gets the conversion as well and takes it quickly. And the gap is now just 14. We see this one again with Daff Williams. Brilliant, sharp work from Daff Williams. The presence of mind to just get up and take that conversion as quickly as he possibly could. And there may just be time. There may just be time for the Barracudas. What a dramatic finish this would be if they can. Burton takes the kickoff. Big tackle comes in from the Marauders.
All back.
Jamie Adamson, so much Sevens experience. And another big tackle coming in, this time from Will Hendy, another with a lot of experience in this Barracudas lineup. But Wild Dogs keeping possession for as long as they have possession. They're in a good place, but they've given away the penalty there, and Barracudas, with still over 90 seconds on the clock, could possibly create something. Hendy just loses that one though, so now Wild Dogs have the advantage. Ball is really loose and the referee's going to call it back for the scrum.
Card back on. Time off. Time's off, time's off. Question mark. 1:23.
Goodness me. As I look at the coronation coverage up here in the clubhouse, Anton Dubek has been asked for his opinion on the coronation. What on earth has he got to do with it, eh? Good dancer, sure. Bit of a delay out there. So we see an injured player tended to. In fairness to Mr. Dubek, he has put a suit on. It looks as though everyone's back on their feet, so we'll be back underway very shortly.
Staying on. Cool. 1:20.
1 minute 20 to go, says the referee.
1:20.
Just enough time for the Barracudas to turn this around. It would be something utterly extraordinary if they were to do so. But as long as that time remains, it's still game on here.
Tackle move!
In this key group clash. In the men's competition, it's been turned over by the Barracudas. Burton, can he produce a bit of magic? There's a high tackle on him, so they can go quick through Locke. Locke searching for something. Locke puts his head down. Locke gets across the line. Oh, we could be in for a real finish here. We could be in for a real finish as Burton gets back quickly for the conversion. Nails the conversion, and suddenly it's a 7-point game.
Get off the pitch, off the pitch.
The high tackle came through on Burton. Locke went fast.
No, come here.
And Locke went his absolute hardest to get across the line as the referee just gives a bit of stick there
Dean, anyone got score?
to the Wild Dogs bench for just slowing the game down. Good tactical decision from them though. That kickoff claimed by the Wild Dogs. 15 seconds they've got to see out here. 15 seconds from a cup semi-final place on the Wild Dogs.
17. I'll let you know when.
moving the ball from left to right, keeping it in their possession. Barracudas need a moment of magic here at the breakdown. They do get that moment of magic. Will Hendy earns the penalty for his side. Now Locke has it again. Oh, what a finish we're in for here. Lewis takes it in. Great offload to Locke. Locke bursts through. Locke is going to level it. Murdoch Locke. Well, the conversion will be needed from Burton. But Murdoch Locke, with 2 moments of magic, has leveled this game up, assuming this conversion goes. Conversion does go. And we finish up here in the final group game of the day with a 21-all draw. Oh, that is sensational, sensational stuff. And I am going to need to get my calculator out to work out who's going through at the top of this group. Brilliant from Locke. It was a great offload off the floor from Lewis. And Locke just put the hammer down and had enough gas to escape and score. 2 tries from Locke to level it up. And it might just be enough to put his side into the semi-finals. We will be able to update you on that one very, very shortly. But in the meantime, we just reflect on what was an extraordinary game that finished up Wild Dogs 21, Samurai Barracudas 21. And we are now into the semi-final stage, and it's going to begin with the Women's Bowl semi-finals, which will be up very shortly.
Come on, man. You did good, you came. So flooded the ball. Yeah.
Well, I'm joined now by a very special guest here at the Eggchaser Sevens. It's Mark Lee, who's representing Grenada Rugby World Sevens. And this is what, the 2nd year of the Sevens over in Grenada?
Yeah, we started it last year. It's winter sunshine. It's December the 1st and 2nd. We had about 16 teams last year, and we're hoping to build to 24 teams this year.
And it's what dates is it being held this year?
Well, there's a Social and Vets 10s on the Friday, the 30th of November, and then there's an Elite Men's and an Elite Women's running side by side on Saturday, December the 1st and Sunday, December the 2nd, and it's held in the National Cricket Stadium that for one weekend only turns into a rugby pitch.
Oh, twist my arm. I fancy being there. It sounds absolutely glorious. I'm imagining sunshine, I'm imagining white beaches, and I'm imagining some very, very good rugby.
Well, you've pretty much encapsulated there. I've been to Grenada 8 times in the last 10 years. And what I would say is the weather is fantastic, the beaches are fantastic, the people are really friendly and fantastic. The food is world class because it's known as the Spice Island, and therefore you can bet your bottom dollar that all the spices will be involved in your food. And the rugby is very, very strong. But we also, it's a fledgling country for rugby, and we're trying to introduce it into the schools because I think there's a natural athleticism with some of the people there, and I think it would be a great game for the boys and girls to get involved in.
It certainly sounds it, and it's a very special tournament. I understand it's the longest running club rugby sevens tournament in the region, and I'm sure that lots of these teams that we see out here today we'd love to see out there.
Yeah, well, we've seen a couple of them already. It was set up 23 years ago, I believe, in Trinidad, and it was held in Trinidad for many years, moved to Tobago, then went to Barbados, spreading the love of rugby throughout the Caribbean, and now we've landed on the Grenada, and we're there for 3 years, and the Grenada Tourist Authority have been absolutely wonderful with their support.
It sounds absolutely spectacular. I really hope we can get to go because it just sounds glorious. I mean, if you look at today, with this scene that we can see on the screen in front of us as we speak, is a sea of just rain and cloud as far as we can see. That's not what sevens is. We're having a great time here at the Eggchaser Sevens, don't get me wrong, but we want sunshine and fun and food and a chance to put our feet up and have a beer while we watch it.
Absolutely. The Grand Dance beach is rated as one of the best beaches in the world. The water is beautiful. As I said to you before, the weather is fantastic. You wake up in the morning to a cloudless blue sky, and that makes you feel good to start with. Have a great breakfast, do a bit of training, go down to the National Stadium, watch some brilliant rugby, and in the evening, yes, there are a few cold beers and a little spot of rum.
Oh, it's twist my arm, why don't you? Twist my arm. Now, I can't have you here talking to me here at NextGen15 without a little hark back to your days in charge of Northampton School for the Boys. You and I had a little bit of a chat about this before, but what a wonderful progression things have been down over in Northampton. Consistently at both under 15 and under 18 age groups, punching high in the upper echelons of the school game. What an incredible achievement for a state school.
Yeah, we're really proud of it. We made a decision a long time ago to have a vision that rugby, basketball and football, but rugby and basketball in the early days were going to be our major driving forces in the world of sport. And it's been a long process. It didn't happen overnight. I was there 37 years, but we started to tickle the final stages of competition in 2004. With Courtney Laws in the team, we got to the semi-final of the National Schools Cup. In 2009, with Tom Collins in the team and one or two others, we got to the semi-final of the National Schools Cup. In 2013, we got to Twickenham and we played Dulwich, who were on a bit of a roll, and I think we lost narrowly. My hooker says he scored under the post at the end, but it wasn't given, but we'll give him that.
Not that we don't hold on to these things.
No, not that we don't remember these things forever and ever. 2016, we were beaten by Tom and Ben Curry in the second round against Oundle. They were the same size then as they are now. We lost by a score, but that put us into the Vars. We then played 7 games, finishing at Twickenham, and we won that day, and so we were the Vars winners at Twickenham at under 18. Where does that take me? To 2018, losing the semi-final. 19, we lost in the final at under 15 to Wellington. But this year, I'm very proud to say our under-15 team have won the National Under-15 Cup, and that is a huge journey, and we finally made it onto the top table.
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic. I've loved following the journey of all of these teams all the way along. It's the most phenomenal achievement for a state school. If not definitely, then certainly 99%, I'm pretty sure it makes you the most successful state school we've ever seen in the school game. But I have got you here to talk about the Grenada 7, so I don't want to get distracted too much into my September till March focus. What do teams need to do to register their interest and to get across?
Well, there is a website, www.grw7s.com. My name's Mark Lee. I can be contacted at Northampton School for Boys still. I still turn up there occasionally and do a little bit of work. Brian Stolmeyer has run the competition for 23 years, really experienced, really keen at pushing women's rugby as well. Women's rugby has got massive cash prizes. They're the biggest cash prizes, I think, around. So it's really, I will try and get in contact with all the teams that are here today. We'll be at the Amsterdam Sevens as well, so there'll be another chance. But if you fancy a bit of winter sunshine and some decent rugby on a great national stadium with all the smells and music of the Caribbean, then the Grenada World Sevens is for you.
It certainly is, and as we look out on the big screen towards the back of this room with a sea of people lining the mall, that's a scene we don't need to worry about over in Grenada, because no one will need a rain mac on. It'll be scorching sunlight and it'll be lovely, lovely stuff. Great place to play sevens. Do go and have a look at it. Mark, thank you so much for joining us and telling us a bit about Grenada Sevens. We're really excited to see what happens and how the tournament progresses. I know there's plans for more and more to be added in as the years go by, and we're very excited about it. And I think we're going to be having a word with the tourist board over there, see if we can get ourselves over.
Yeah.
We'd love to.
Brilliant.
Brilliant. Cheers, Mark.
Thank you very much
indeed. Catch up with you very soon.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Cheers, Mark.
Surely it's just someone texting a score.
Okay, ladies and gents, I know you're all waiting for the next draw. The first game in the women's semis will kick off at 10:02. We're just waiting for one of the Eggchasers reps to just confirm something, and then we'll... Look at that, perfect timing. It'll be out on the group chat very soon. No need to clone the TV.
Kick it! Gentle!
Again, thank you very much for your patience and waiting for the fixtures in the second of the competition today. The first few fixtures. The first few fixtures after this break, which will commence at 14:50. That's 10-3. On pitch 1, we have the Women's Bowl semi-final, which will be Wild Dogs 2 versus Bath Rugby. On pitch 2, at the same time, so 14:50, we have Jamaica versus Akuma Beavers 2, again in the Women's Bowl. At 15:10 on pitch 1, we have the Women's Challenge semi-final. The first picture being Brunel Trailfinders versus Akuma Beavers. Whilst at the same time, so 15:10 on pitch 2, we have the Wooden Spoon Marauders versus Savvy in the other Women's Challenge semi-final. Following that, we begin the Men's Challenge semi-final on pitch 1 at 15:30, which is Jockeys versus Akuma Beavers. Whilst on pitch 2 in the set competition, we have OR Nature Boys versus Wild Dogs. All of these fixtures have been posted in the WhatsApp group, which all of your team managers are in. Please can we try and stay away from the TV where possible and speak to your team manager. Thank you.
I just want to play. Right, we start moving forwards. Start moving forwards, definitely here, and then start moving. Yeah, you got timing. Find a switch, sharp switch.
Never fails this. You've got to hide it all in there. It won't stick, it's all wet, it's sticking to the hands then. Right, there we go.
So just a couple of minutes now until we kick off the semi-finals. All players and the referees for those games make their way now to their pictures, please. All players and referees for the next games to their pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, the games are about to start in the next few minutes. On pitch 1, we have Wild Dogs 2 versus Bath. So let's go.
Well, as you might be able to see, we are just about ready to get back underway. It's a bit of a chaotic break there, as we just worked out who was doing what in terms of participation in the semi-finals, and we are in the Women's Bowl semi-finals currently. Wild Dogs 2 against Bath, and Bath in possession in their blue and white shirts. Wild Dogs in purple. I've got good news and bad news. The good news is the rugby continues to excite out there on the pitch as Bath goes surging towards the line. Oh, cracking cover tackle coming in The bad news, on the other hand, is that the excitable PA system alongside me is got a fresh glass. So we're going to be competing here.
No one in the backfield! No one in the backfield!
Amusing moment there on field. Wild Dogs searching for a bit of space, but it's a penalty to Bath. Bath in possession.
Go! Backwards. Go, Sid! Go, Sid!
Turned over by the Wild Dogs though, and breaking down the right-hand side they go. Wild Dogs, the MP pack could be away. They are away for the score. Siobhan Drummond of Old Albanians gets the try, and the Wild Dogs have first blood in this bowl semi-final. A brilliant solo effort from Siobhan Drummond. Had the pace to evade the Bath defence. And a great start here from the Wild Dogs MP pack. Can Bath respond? They could find a bit of space out here on the right-hand side, but hanging onto the shirt tails are the Wild Dogs. The ball pops out of that ruck and into Wild Dogs' hands, although it's a seriously fierce contest for possession. They're just won by the Wild Dogs. A fearsome handoff as well, but again, another shirt tails tackle, this time from Bath. It's a real gritty sevens game out there. The rain has made it such. And again, we see a spill there, and I think that's going to be a scrum Bath ball, as the referee calls it. We are here, just in case you weren't aware, at Old Reigatians Rugby Club with the Eggchaser Sevens. Semi-finals are where we're at. We've got bowl semi-finals for those that finish third in their groups, challenge semi-finals for those that finish second, and cup semi-finals for those that finish top. Wild Dogs seize upon the loose ball. Try to make some headway. But it's a penalty to Bath. Great work on the floor from Kyra Martin. Good tackle from the Wild Dogs. Bath. Keep a hold of possession. But again, it's heavy, heavy work out there. Heavy work, though, that may come with a reward, will it? No, not quite. Meg Griffiths is just hauled down, but she gets the offload off the floor to Kim Thurlow. And Thurlow gets the try to level the game up for Bath. A tidy finish from the former Wales under-20 international. 5 points apiece. The conversion to come. In fact, I think they've all forgotten about the conversion. We're just waiting for that one to be taken.
If you are not a replacement or a coach, you must be behind the barrier and do not take glass or alcoholic drinks onto the pitch side.
I see the replay here. It was it.
He's a management though.
Great break from Griffiths, evading the first tackle, but hauled down quite superbly by Dale. But the presence of mind from Griffiths to give the offload on to Kim Thurlow. And Thurlow makes no mistake with the finish. Conversion, though, didn't go, so we are level at 5 points apiece as we head towards half-time. Wild Dogs on the attack, making real ground there. Wild Dogs keeping possession alive. Lost a bit of ground, but they won't mind that as long as they can stress this defence, and stress it they do there on that near touchline. Ball is passed away by Benjamin. Big tackle coming in from Bath. Now round the fringe they go through Childs. A real physical contest now, this one. It's turned over by Bath. The ball had come out of that ruck, but now it's turned back by Wild Dogs and by Childs in particular. Oh, it's a tough one, this one, and the ball there just lost forward, and we'll come back for a scrum to Bath. Well, it's tough work out there. The rain is absolutely hammering down. You can see just how sodden both sets of players are. As we go into the halftime break, 5 points apiece. It's made the life so tough out there. Not the most free-flowing rugby, but certainly tense and dramatic. And at half-time, it's Wild Dogs 5, Bath 5 in this Women's Bowl semi-final. As we prepare for the second half of this Women's Bowl semi-final, it's all square, 5 points apiece. And if you are watching this, it's now is the time to tell your friends and family that it's time to tune in to the NextGen15 live stream of the Eggchaser Sevens, because the BBC have just switched to replays of the coronation. So if you want live action, NextGen15 is the place to be here for the Eggchaser Sevens. Particularly as we're now in the knockout stage. Semi-final stage of the tournament, and we're in a tight and tense Women's Bowl semi-final here between the Wild Dogs and Bath. Accidental offside there from Bath, so it's a penalty to the Wild Dogs. Bath weren't 10, So they're going to get a yellow card here. Down to 6 they go. So a chance here for the Wild Dogs. Can they take advantage of it? And that extra player. Great attempt at a turnover from Bath, but Wild Dogs just seize the ball in the nick of time. Wild Dogs making good ground. That ball is out though. Wild Dogs get there just in time. To the hands of the try scorer, Drummond, and Drummond fancies another one, and Drummond's going to get that second score. Siobhan Drummond, unstoppable. Siobhan Drummond proving a class apart here at the Eggchaser Sevens. So difficult to catch up with once she gets going. Conversion doesn't go, but it's a 10-5 lead for the Wild Dogs. As Drummond rode that first tackle, it almost propelled her onto that outside arc around Thomas. And Drummond needed no second invitation there. And from the kickoff, the ball is back in Wild Dogs' hands. Still with that player's advantage, remember. Taking advantage once. Perhaps they can a second time, almost. If that ball had stuck, they were away down the right-hand side. As it is, Bath have possession now. Feeding it through the middle. This is a direct brand of sevens we're seeing. Necessarily so, but in this scenario, the Wild Dogs happy to lap it up and turn it over and cross for their third try through Juliet Ross there. Running that straight line from the turnover and strolling underneath the posts. Conversion this time is made, and the Wild Dogs take a 17-5 lead. The turnover was outstanding from Parker. And then that step off the left foot to straighten up from Juliet Ross. Enough for the third try of the game for the Wild Dogs, and they are staring towards this bowl final. Bath, well, that's extravagant, doesn't quite come off though. Goes to Wild Dogs, but they spill it forward, so we'll come back for the scrum. Bath scrum. $12 points down. Just a couple of minutes remaining. That's a big scrum for Wild Dogs, but it is tidied up by Bath. Can they produce a moment of magic? We saw a thrilling finish in that last game before the break between the Samurai Bulldogs and the Wild Dogs men's side. Could we see a thrilling finish here? Bath will need to score quick if we are to, but they're making good headway here. Great footwork. Good commitment in the tackle as well, though, from Wild Dogs. And then at the ruck, and the ball is out, and it's been pinched by the Wild Dogs. Childs takes it in, Childs steps inside, and Childs is going to score her second of the game, her team's fourth. Wild Dogs are going to the bowl final. Conversion goes wide. But with under a minute to go, this 22-5 lead for the Wild Dogs looks unassailable now. It was fantastic work at that breakdown. The pass came in, and then just look at this, the step and the handoff from Childs. Just too much for this Bath defence to handle. And her side surely now into that final. Kick just goes 10, and Childs tries to dive on it, spills it in the process. But it matters not, because that's the final whistle. Wild Dogs are heading to the bowl final in this women's competition. A 22-5 victory over Bath. Fantastic performance from the Wild Dogs side. Up next, we move into the Challenge semi-finals. Now that's for teams that finish second in their pool. If we stay in the women's competition, it'll be Ealing Trailfinders against Akuma Beavers in the Women's Challenge semi-final. That's coming up any moment now. As you can see, the two sets of players are ready and waiting to enter the field of play. Akuma Beavers will be in the purple, Ealing Trailfinders in green. So out they charge. For this Women's Challenge semi-final, teams in this tournament will finish ranked between 5th and 8th rather, in the tournament overall. And this one for a place in that Challenge final. Akuma Beavers finished runners-up in Group D. Ealing Trailfinders, meanwhile, finished up behind Lionesses in Group A. And it will be Akuma Beavers in the purple to kick us off, playing from left to right. It's a low, scuddy start, controlled by Ealing. Ealing working the ball wide, just spilled at the end, but not forward, so we keep playing. Ealing showing the ambition to move this ball around as much as possible, and then Heenley just decides time to straighten up and see where we can go, and she makes a decent bit of ground there. Bradley tackled high there. She's absolutely fine and goes quickly.
It's on the ball.
On her side, go. Heaney. Again. Happy to just go straight, make whatever ground is possible.
No contact, Melissa!
Hassan, the skipper now. It's a direct form of sevens by Ealing, but it's one that's rewarded with another penalty, and again they go quickly, and Heenley again just goes hard and straight. Tactical is working here. With the Trailfinders side. Great offload off the floor to Hassan. Hassan still goes on. Hassan crosses the line. Layla Hassan scores the try, and her team take the early lead in this challenge semi-final.
Yeah, you hear me?
Conversion is good. So Ealing take a 7-0 lead as we look at the replay here. Through the middle they went, as they have been all game, and then Hassan with enough power to just surge across the line. And with the conversion, it puts her side 7-0 in front.
No 10.
Kick doesn't go 10 though, so Akuma Beavers will have a free kick on halfway and a chance to make a bit of headway here. And they too just decide to attack the line hard and true. And like Ealing Trailfinders, a successful policy.
Yes, feels good. But yeah, find it, stop.
Akuma and Y bundled into touch, so we'll come back for the scrum to Akuma. Bit of a blow to one of their players, but she's back on her feet as Chloe Broom of Darlington Moden Park. Very excited to be able to say actually that on Next Gen 15 in a couple of weekends time, Sunday the 28th of May, we will be broadcasting Harlequins women against Darlington Moden Park in the Premier 15s. So do please tune in for that. More details to follow. Meantime, Akuma Beavers on the attack, looking to level this one up. This challenge semi-final here at the Eggchaser Sevens against Ealing Trailfinders. Big tackle comes in from Heenley. She's been a real presence on the field so far in this semi. Penalty to Ealing. And off they set now. Wet, slippery ball causing problems once again. It really is treacherous out there. So difficult for all the teams. Makes it all the more impressive though when we see teams really stringing the play together as we did in that Barracudas Wild Dogs game.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Stay low. Stay there.
Could this be the chance for Akuma Beavers? Oh, the cover tackle comes in, but it's high. The question is, it's going to be a yellow. Will it be a penalty try? The yellow comes for Ealing, but the referee says not a penalty try, just a high tackle. So Akuma Beavers need to do it the hard way and get themselves across the line, and they may well do it the hard way. They're over. Lucy Thorpe of Harlequins gets herself across the line. Oh, she had to dig deep to do that. She had to dig oh so deep to do that. conversion will be taken by Rosie Inman from behind the posts. Just goes under the bar there. So her side remain a couple of points behind, 7-5. They trail Ealing Trailfinders. But just look at this from Lucy Thorpe. That is what you call determination. Strong work from Thorpe.
5.
Akuma, oh, nearly a perfect kickoff routine. Freya Smith just couldn't quite get to it. Sorry, Becca Y rather, couldn't quite get to it. Penalty to Ealing. They carry on, charging straight forward.
Now work backwards. And release it, purple.
Ball is
good. Oh, sorry.
all over the place. It emerges in the hands of White, who goes racing away for Akuma Beavers. She needs support, gets the offload away, bounces up into the arms here of Evie Tonkin, and Evie Tonkin with that lovely step inside gets the try and puts her side in front. Well, from chaos emerges a crucial score for Akuma Beavers.
It's half time.
And with it will come half time. Once the conversion has been taken. So Evie Tonkin is just going to take her time. Allow her teammates as much time as possible to get the oxygen in. Conversion doesn't go.
Half time.
But Akuma Beavers go into the half-time break, leading Ealing Trailfinders in this challenge semi-final, 10-7.
What do you think of the first half? And the second half approaches. Just a quick reflect on this one. Again, it's winner takes all and crown.
So we're almost ready for the second half. Do ignore if it's come across on the live stream, the PA system. They have the score wrong. The score is indeed 10-7 to the Akuma Beavers against Ealing Trailfinders in this challenge semi-final. Akuma moving out to the right-hand side. They could be off to a fast start here in the second half. Good handling to keep the ball alive and moving. But of course, as soon as I say that, the ball lost forward. I must stop complimenting people. It all goes wrong as soon as I do. Not a policy I should adopt in my home life, though, I think.
Stay there.
Ealing decide this time to drop the ball on the foot. Why not? It could bounce anywhere. Does bounce anywhere. Oh, bounces into their fingertips, but then lost forward and then seized by Inman, who gives it on there to Broom, and Broom is absolutely side down. Oh, my word. Maddie Heenley is not going to let her side lose out this semi-final if she can help it. What a tackle. And Inman still sucking in the oxygen, 30 yards behind the plate, and her team now have a penalty. I think we're going to stop just to allow
time's off.
Inman just to
go on 10 already for me,
collect herself. Ooh, what a tackle from Maddie Heenley. Absolutely textbook from the blind side. Ooh. I think we all felt that here at Old Reigatians.
I think that is really good quality physio action going on at the moment. And we really should give a round of applause to all the physios who've turned up today in the medical to help support such a great event.
Short delay then on the field while that rib cage is assessed. So we're about 30 minutes, or at least we were prior to this delay, 30 minutes behind schedule. Lost a few minutes early on in the day due to a delayed start as a result of the sheer popularity of this Eggchaser 7s. Queues right the way into Reigate Centre. So fantastic to see grassroots 7s being supported so richly and so warmly at what is an incredible setting here at Old Reigatians.
Time back on. Number 1 high.
In fact, I used to play here myself every now and then as an away visitor. Both before and after the clubhouse was redone, and I have to say, the upgrade to the clubhouse is absolutely fantastic. Plug sockets in the changing rooms, would you believe?
For the Beavers.
A rare thing in grassroots clubhouses around the country. But what is not a rare thing is seeing moments of quality from Lucy Thorpe. Her second try of the game. The first was all about determination. This second, all about balanced running. And it gives her team, in the circumstances, a commanding advantage, 15 points to 7. Conversion to come, which Rosie Inman will stand over and lands that one, just to stretch that advantage out to 10 points here in this challenge semi-final. But just watch this one again. It's been direct and physical play throughout this game because of the sheer nature of the conditions, but just a lovely step off that right foot from Thorpe. And then the balance running to get away. As the announcer next to me talks about the quality of the pass. From a breakaway try at a ruck.
Yeah, holding. Just leave the ball. Go 10.
Oh, and Akuma. Oh, they're having fun out there now. Rosie Inman. With what is always one of the great dummies. The dummy where you never really meant to dummy it. You just see the bodies around you starting to move and you go, well, I'll tell you what, I'll hold on to this then. That is lovely awareness from Inman, who will stand over her own conversion hit. 22-7 in front her side. Make that 24-7. And it looks to me as though the Akuma Beavers are going to be heading through to the challenge final, as Mike Friday, the USA
Just behind you.
men's sevens coach, has turned up. What a lovely try that was from Inman. Really good skill set and awareness from Inman. Their side now have a really commanding lead. Penalty to Ealing though. White came from an offside position.
4 meters up there.
What can Ealing do here? 2 minutes left to play. Need a bit of a minor miracle now. Need the ball first as well though, and they've lost it forward there, so it'll be a scrum down. Akuma ball. Tell you what, you have never seen so many scrums in a sevens tournament as you have today. Such is the weather out there. Akuma searching for a fifth in the hands of Cavill. As far as I'm aware, no relation of Henry, but I'll go and find out about that.
Yeah, hands. Go 10, go 10,
Penalty to Akuma, and the sharp thinking Chloe Broom takes it fast, surges through the gap, and scores her team's 5th try of the game. Really smart work that from Chloe Broom. This has been a tremendous second half performance from Akuma Beavers. It was a really, really tight first half, but in this second half, they've showed their quality of the ladies in purple. The penalty came here, and Chloe Broom wasted no time in taking it fast, knowing that the defence was having to retreat, and surging away for her team's 5th try that takes them out to a very, very impressive 31-7 advantage.
Yeah, was a clear catch. Knock on.
And that is full time. Akuma Beavers are going to the Women's Challenge Final. That'll be coming up at about 5:30 this evening. A tough one for Ealing Trailfinders, but I believe they'll be going through to the medal final, which will be over on pitch 2 later on this afternoon. But it's Akuma Beavers progressing to the challenge final. They win against Ealing Trailfinders 31 points to 7. Up next, we move across to the men's challenge semi-final, and that'll be Jockeys against Akuma Beavers, and Wilfred Kemsley will be talking you through that one.
Thanks very much, Angus. Yes, we're back with more action. It's the knockout stage of the Eggchaser 7s live from Reigate. A big game up next. The Saratoga Jockeys, all the way from the US of A, up against the Akuma Beavers, back in action, this time with the men's side, hoping to progress through to the latter stages, just like the women have done. Saratoga Jockeys in a really tough group with the host, the Lions, and Try It as well. Try It 7s. The Akuma Beavers progressed through another tough group with Apache 7s, who will be in action in our first semi-final of the men's competition against the host. Nigeria Stallions also in that group. Saw them in action earlier on today. But this is the men's challenge semi-final. The teams that finished towards the bottom end of their groups, but such a high quality tournament means the rugby will continue to flow. There, the Saratoga Jockeys ready and raring to go. And onto the field come the red and white of Saratoga. Check out the dance moves on Mark Phillips as he was running onto the field. Part of the Detroit Tradesmen RFC. There's some real talent in this Saratoga side. One to watch out for, number 3, Malik Bryant as well. Team captain, former FIU college football player, now plying his trade on the field of sevens. And number 13, of course, Corey Jones, former USA international, gracing the field of Old Reigatians, plucked out of the air by Mukwaka. And now they'll play away to the right-hand side. Here is Corey Jones. Real sevens pedigree in this side, and looking to burst through a hold is Giovanni Duyon of Old White RFC. And Corey Jones will tap and get us underway. Jones, offload inside. Excellent running lines by the Jockeys, and they're still driving forward here. Mark Phillips hits the line hard. And just spilled at the end by Jones. The conditions playing a big part on how the latter stage of this competition will progress.
That's a mark, guys. Let's go. Approach. Bind.
I believe there's been a couple of changes on this team sheet. But we'll play forward now with the Saratoga Jockeys not in possession or bursting through the contact though. Gave the Akuma Beavers. They could go all the way here against the run of play. The Beavers will score first. Well, that's an opening try, as said, perhaps against the run of play, but the Akuma Beavers weren't minded at all. They've gone the length from the set piece. Great work from this Beavers side. Lovely footwork around the outside and just ducking out of the contact. Excellently well, a great fend.
Yeah, good play now. Let's go.
Simple, calm finish in the end. The Akuma Beavers will take the lead. Well hung wide and plucked out of the air. And now Jones will look to spread the play once more. Tyler Callahan at 9. All the way wide they go. And here is Malik Bryant, wearing number 11 today. But it's been knocked on the ground. And that's a huge turnover. Well, scrum then for the Akuma Beavers, who have got players from Guildford and Dorking, and Mauritius as well, representing them. Free kick at scrum time, and great pace to take it to the line. Little show and go. Back down the short side they come, to the boot, race onto the line that the Akuma Beavers will win. And in the blink of an eye, the Beavers have doubled their advantage in this men's challenge semi-final. They're fighting for a continued place in this competition, these two sides, and the Jockeys have a bit of a mountain to climb. 4 minutes gone in this first half, wide of the right-hand upright, so 12 points. The Beavers' advantage will remain. Free kick at scrum time. Simple mistake, really. This is really good textbook sevens, patient play. And then no one in the backfield for the Jockeys. Well, from the kickoff, the Jockeys have claimed it. In goes Jones to clear up. Back down the short side they go. Jones looking to free up the arm. Still going with the leg drive is Corey Jones. Real experience in this Jockey side. Lofted ball searching for Malik Bryant, who's got great feet and good pace as well. Skipping away from the tackles. Back to his feet goes Bryant. What a run this is. Tantalising stuff. Corey Jones has it all the way back on the 22. There's the ball inside. There goes David Snyder. Snyder brought down. Jones once more. Looks to go back down the short side. Sells the dummy, free up the hand. Snyder steps inside, and in behind are the Jockeys. Saratoga Jockeys now with great momentum. They must carve out a score before the end of the first half with all this sustained pressure. Jones keeps hold of it well. Left is the call. Flashed across the face. Bryant looks to take on his man. It's a wonderful tackle. Penalty off the ball, however. Jones steps off the left foot. The ball is loose. 2 knock-ons. So the Beavers are back in possession.
Let's go.
Let's go, Jockeys! Come on, Dave, good job. Heads up.
Plenty of time left. But as we come towards the end of this first half, it's the Akuma Beavers with a commanding 12-point advantage.
3. And win this!
Wait.
Diogo Miranda, the referee, is controlling our play as the Beavers look to break from inside their 22, as they've done once before. They're into the outside channels. Lovely tackle by Bryant. Quick ball, though, for the Beavers. And they've stretched this Saratoga Jockeys defence. They go from left to right. Good offload through the contact, but it's spilled. Hacked away by the Beavers to end this first half. Well, the rain continues to pour. And as conditions slowly deteriorate here on these Old Regatonians pitches, which have done damn well to hold together, they're looking in fine fettle. There'll be plenty of time for the Saratoga Jockeys side to get back into the action, but at the moment they trail the Akuma Beavers by 2 tries, 12-0 with 7 left to play. Well, there are the Saratoga jockeys, very much together in this fight as they hope to keep their Eggchaser 7's tournament hopes alive. They trail by 12 to the Akuma Beavers. It will be the Saratoga jockeys and Jones to get us underway. Find some green grass, but back come the Beavers. Through the first contact they go. Just assessing the options. Back to the boot they go. Touched in flight, so all onside as both sides go grappling for the ball. It comes the way of the Beavers, but playing on the ground. So turnover possession. As they search for touch from the penalty, a rare occurrence in the game of sevens, but an excellent nudge.
John on first, just get John on first. Just one left, John, at the left front. Then go back. Run left, Johnny. Get Johnny up, get Johnny up. Use him now. I got him on two. Go over five. Can't take him over five. Go.
Tense moments here in the game. John Devereaux goes up to compete but misses out, so Jones has it in midfield for the Saratoga jockeys. They find Bryant. Bryant with great pace, but that's a huge contact on Malik Bryant. Penalty once more goes the way of Saratoga. And forward still come the jockeys. They look to go wide from first phase, flung out of contact, but still they come. What a great bit of leg drive that is, and over go the Saratoga jockeys for the try. A great finish in the end, and the jockeys very much still in the game as Corey Jones will look to go and add the extras from wide out. Great effort. And just short, so 12-5 the score remains as a Beavers player takes in some treatment. Textbook sevens here from Saratoga, spreading it wide. It's great work to draw in the defenders. And then from here, just a bit of raw power that you can't train. The Saratoga jockeys go tumbling over for 5 points. Well, once more, the American side will get us underway. And it's their key man, their American star, Corey Jones, to get us underway. Spilled and regathered, and away come Saratoga once more. And in the blink of an eye, they're on level terms in tries scored. Just 2 points separate the side. 12-10 the score is now. And out of nowhere, Corey Jones has the opportunity to level the scores. It's another great effort. It's got the distance this time, but not the perfect aim needed to nail a conversion from out wide, so 10-12 the scores will remain. But the Saratoga jockeys are very much back in the game. From 12 down, what a turnaround this would be. Just one simple error allowed the American side to go storming away for their second try. Well, after some long deliberations with the referee and his AR, the ball will go the way of the Akuma Beavers. The Beavers have chosen a scrum, knocked on into touch. 3 minutes to go here. The Saratoga jockeys trail by 2. Desperate to get into this Challenge Cup final. The hosts are in action next, of course, in the Men's Cup semi-final. Lions against Apache, what a game that will be. But first, as the rain continues to fall, the Beavers hoping to get back in the game. A little double switch play, and they may have forced some space in the wide channels. There's the hitch kick, great fend, but the offload is loose and really well gathered in the end by the Jockeys. Penalty for a high tackle, and the player went beyond the horizontal, so a yellow card it will be. And for the rest of the game, the Beavers will look to defend their 2-point advantage with 6 players. What a huge moment in the game that could be as Jones gets us underway, spilled from the offload. And the Beavers take possession once more. Penalty as well for offside, just in front of where the knock-on took place. When it rains, it pours, for Saratoga Jockeys. One mistake compounded by another, and suddenly the 6-man Beavers have an opportunity to extend their slender advantage.
Big. I ain't gonna have it, I ain't gonna have it.
Line out for the purple of the Akuma Beavers. And if they can hold on to this result, they'll face either the OR Nature Boys or the Wild Dogs in the challenge final. The quality of this tournament, just endless. Plucked out of the air by the Saratoga Jockeys, but stripped in the tackle. So the Beavers will reclaim possession once more. So close to a miracle moment there were Saratoga with that great turnover. But if anything, the Beavers would prefer this result, a scrum right deep into Saratoga territory. They're inside the 22. Penalty goes against the American side. And despite the man advantage, things just aren't going the way of the red and white of Saratoga. And once again, the Akuma Beavers will look for the corner. And just outside the 5-meter line, the ball has found touch. A wonderful kick under this high-pressured environment. But once again, Saratoga will look to disrupt. The Jockeys trail by 2. And the Beavers are returned to a full complement for these closing stages. This could be a huge moment. This could decide the game.
Not straight! Yes, sir!
Penalty goes against the Jockeys once more. Oh, not straight, in fact, is the call. The arm went up from the referee, but not straight was the line-out call. So, in final play, Saratoga Jockeys must go the length. What a huge ask.
Gio, let's see it, baby! Come on, boys! Let's see it, baby! Let's play!
This would be a huge moment. Loose at the scrum. Penalty goes the way of the American side. In the red, we continue to play.
Burn the kid and the kid be totally fine after.
And Corey Jones looks to find touch and some field possession. And does so excellently well. They're up to their 10-meter mark. What a huge moment this could be. The Akuma Beavers scored against the run of play very early on. We're compounding it with a second, but in the second half, the Jockeys fought back. 2 tries apiece. The Beavers lead by 2 for a place in the Men's Challenge Cup final, where they'll meet either the Wild Dogs or the OR Nature Boys.
Utilize what you got here. Kid's got a mullet. Come on, he's only aerodynamic.
Claimed in the air by Corey Jones, the American international. What a leader in this side.
Give it up! High!
Shouts of high tackle, but the referee says nothing. And eventually the penalty is given. And the Saratoga jockeys, deep into the red zone, are climbing their way up the field, squeezing these mistakes. And it's a wonderful kick. But it wasn't straight out, nudged off the field by the Akuma Beavers. And the kick couldn't find touch. And in the moments that matter, the Akuma Beavers come away with a huge victory over the Saratoga jockeys. They will proceed into the final of the Challenge Cup. 12-10, the final score. There will be no grandstand finish for the American side. Through go to the Akuma Beavers. Well, there's a huge match on pitch 1 of the Eggchaser Sevens here in Reigate. It's 2 of perhaps the tournament's favourites. It's the home side, the Lions, up against that famous old name, the Apache Sevens. That's live with Next Gen right after the Akuma Beavers celebrations. Well, it's the home side, the Lions in the sky blue, up against Apache Sevens in the white and dark blue trim. A ginormous encounter here at the Eggchaser Sevens, 2 of the most talented sides in the competition. This game could go either way. But Apache will get us underway, and deep they go. And out from their 22. The Lions must play. Lovely leg drive from Mike Hoyt of the Rams. It's Beckett, the vice captain. A loose pass to start off the game, and Aaron Purewall can't gather it. Appeared at the Rugby World Sevens with Scotland. Some serious seven-a-side pedigree on this Lions side. But it's a perfect start for the Apache Sevens.
Heads up before the set, please, gents. Crouch.
Scrum then.
Bind.
With the very dangerous Timmy Olapade to feed. Scored some excellent tries early on today. Cobbler needs a bit of support and finds it well. Teasing footwork from Harris. Harris skips out of the first tackle. And then looks to take on Tom Derrick. Brought down well by the Lions player. Through the hole goes Massey with a good leg drive. Beckett's in there to force a turnover. But away come Apache once more. Olapade through the hole. The perfect start for Apache. Timmy Olapade just cannot be contained. And not for the first time on pitch 1. Olapade's opened the scoring for the Apache Sevens with a wonderful finish. And the Lions have some work to do on their home turf. 2 points to the extras as well. Massey with a good hard carry. Dragged in the numbers and suddenly they were short on that far side. That's wonderful footwork. And it's no easy feat shunning off Aaron Watkins like that, the captain and Zambian Sevens international. Back down the short side. Come the Lions, but it's turned over on the floor. Benjamin Furrer wins the penalty, the Bishop Stortford player, and Aaron Purewall will tap. Beckett. Down the short side they go this time. It's Will Aylen. Purewall. Loose ball. Gathered by Derek. Beckett. Hoyt.
On his back, nothing wrong.
Beckett at 9. Derek at first receiver. And Purewall can add some pace to the attack. This time Massey is high. So a penalty tapped by Tom Derrick of Worthing. And they look to go wide. Watkin. Hoyt looks to switch it across, but play on calls the referee. Watkins doubles back and finds a hole. Aaron Watkins almost through the gap. Dragged down at the very last, but momentum is up for the Lions. The wind is in their sails. Watkins with a second touch. Takes 3 men to bring him down, but that's a second high tackle from Massey, who might be leaving the field here. Yellow card for Dave Massey for the high tackle. Aaron Watkins receiving a bit of treatment, head on head there. Now time is off, but Dave Massey will have 2 minutes to catch his breath. And it looks like Aaron Watkins will be leaving the field. On comes Jack Blackmore of Barnes Rugby Club. A wonderful little club. Furrer with a tap. Lots of runners to choose from. Goes alone. Lovely offload to Aylen. Aylen through the hole. There was a hand in there from Alex Harris. So the line out will go the way of the Lions. Clever defensive intervention from Alex Harris. Too risky to regather. Forces a line out instead. Claimed well in the air by Aylen. Derek. Beckett with great pace takes it to the line. There's the ball inside. There's Aaron Purewall touching down for the Lions. And against the 6-man Apache side, the Lions have equalised 4 minutes into this first half.
Great job, Will.
Great job by Lions there.
2 points easily converted by Derek. And we're all square here.
Me? Let me get this kick off first.
With the advantage. They're always going to find gaps. Beckett turns on the afterburners. Lovely pass inside. There's just a few tired legs out there for Apache 7s. The Lions will get us underway. Excellently claimed out of the air. And great pace to take it to the line. And in no time at all, the Apache 7s will re-establish their advantage. Alex Harris with another try to his name. A wonderful tournament for him. And how easy was that for the Apaches to undo all of the Lions' hard work. With 6 players to their name, they've scored a very important try. Harris himself will look to add the extras. But what a take out of the air. And a great offload. And Apaches once more take the lead. A lovely effort from the drop goal, but just wide of the left-hand upright. 12-7 the scores remain. But a very contestable kickoff from Tom Derrick. Claimed out of the air fantastically well by Samir Karbouch. Lovely offload inside, and away went Alex Harris. There's no catching him with a bit of space in the wide channel. But back will come the Lions. Beckett with a change of direction. There's a switch inside. Lovely footwork. Really well gathered in the end by Furrer. No turnover for the Apaches, who return to their full complement of 7. Beckett once more with pace, takes it to the line. Aylan goes himself. Pure ball there in support. Beckett at 9. Furrer once again. We're back for a penalty. Offside it is. And Derek is keen to get us underway. Derek's through the hole. And they could be in behind here, the Lions. Fantastically well held by Mike Hoyt. But then popped off the floor and knocked on off the body of Tom Derek. And a thrilling first half of 7s here in our first of 4 Cup semi-finals comes to an end. The Lions have 7 minutes to get themselves back in the game. At the moment, they trail by 5. The Apaches with a late score right from kickoff to re-establish their advantage. All to play for the home side, the Lions. The Apaches still have plenty in the tank left here at the Eggchaser 7s live from Old Reigatians Rugby Club. 7 minutes still to play. The Lions trail by 5. Well, the Lions, of course, came out of a difficult group, including Try-It and the Saratoga Jockeys, who we just saw in action, while Apache 7s came out against Nigeria Stallions and Akuma Beavers. We'll have all Cup semi-finals live here on the main pitch. Up next, the Jesters take on Samurai. And then it's the Lionesses against Sweden in the Women's Cup semi-final. But on the main pitch here, the Lions still have a half of rugby left to try and turn this game around, and it's the perfect start, spilled from kickoff.
Crouch.
14-7.
14.
So now Benjamin Furrer of Bishop Stortford will feed the scrum. Penalty goes the way of the Lions. Tapped behind the referee. So nothing quick just yet. Here's Derek. Austin Beckett gets around the first defender. Little show and go from Purewall. Patient play now from the Lions. Purewall. Blackmore, lovely offload. As the Lions could be in behind here, little show and go. Great step as well, and a great offload from Hoyt. Purewall is in behind once more. And away goes Aaron Purewall. Excellent tackle by Harris. Looks to free up the hands, but Harris is in there to turn it over. Derek with the turnover again. The possession changes hand once more. Still the Lions come forward. Lovely tackle on Hoyt. Derek thinks he spots a gap, brought down instead. Hoyt, Beckett. Jack Blackmore of Barnes searching for a hole, but can only find a white and blue shirt. Great offload. Harris goes down. Purewall puts it to the boot and will regather with composure. And the Lions could be storming in front. Well, they were really patient, the Lions. They took their time. And it shows the experience of Aaron Purewall, who's played 7s at the very highest level. To steady himself. A great nudge through the line.
10 now.
It was a very impressive Apache defensive set. Derek here to take the Lions ahead. And for the first time in this game, the Lions are in front in this semi-final.
14-12.
They will meet either the Jesters or Samurai Barracudas in the final. A lovely kick, well timed by Purewall. And now the Lions with a 2-point advantage. So keen to defend their lead. It's a very contestable kickoff. Backwards off a white hand. And well claimed by Tolomina Savinea. Booted through as well by Harris, who's on the chase. Big tackle in there on Avery Smiles-Tyson. But the Lions have it deep in their own half. It's a loose pass. And Carbuch is almost onto it, but now stepping away comes Watkins back onto the field. Lofted ball again. As Furrer into the wide channels they go. And once more the Lions could be in behind this Apache defence. Excellent offload by Cadlathane. Well gathered by Furrer on the kick through. Benjamin Furrer has scored another for the Lions. Momentum most certainly their way.
Did you see the run? Oh, fantastic.
What a little nudge through by the number 10, Benjamin Furrer. And Derek to extend the advantage. 21-12 now the Lions lead. With just under 3 minutes to go.
Yes.
Simple hands in the wide channel. This is a great option to nudge it through beyond the last defender. Great offload by Apello Kigthania as well. Claimed well off the kickoff though by Dave Massey, who just draws in so many defenders. Great meters made by the aptly named Dave Massey. Harris. Gordon. Late try scorer in the last game that was on pitch 1 here. Massey spills in contact, but offside was the call. And quickly, Massey taps to find Olapade. Olapade dragged down. Massey with the show and go. Looking to take on Smiles-Tyson. Still, Apache come forward. Olapade.
Lost the competition.
Massey at 9. Cobbler. Hard line this time by Jamar Richardson. Olapade at 9 this time. Here's Cobbler once more. Cobbler with a show and go. Steps back inside off the left foot. And the Apaches are right back in the game. And out of nothing, Adam Cobbler has crafted himself a try. And it's a 2-point game once more. A good carry from Richardson, then things just slowed down. Options seemed limited. The Lions' defence was set. That's a wonderful step to get away from Avery Smiles-Tyson. Try scored by Adam Cobbler. And now Apache Sevens get us underway. Harris kicks deep and long. Savinea takes contact and counter-ruck by Apache and picked at the base, and away goes Carbuch. Inside pass, Jamar Richardson puts Apache out in front in the closing stages. And in only a moment's notice, the Apaches have turned it round. How quickly things can change in the game of sevens. They trailed by 21-12 just a few moments ago, and 2 quick-fire tries have put them back out in front and through to the cup final. One of the absolute games of the day, a wonderful contest. And here's the try that did it from the kickoff. A wonderful counter-ruck by Massey. What an asset he is in the game of sevens. Carbuch with a wonderful ball inside, and Richardson saunters over.
And it looks like my son's going to be going home before me tonight.
Well, the Lions have faltered at the semi-final stage. after a very strong tournament from themselves. Apache through to the final to face either the Rambling Jesters or Samurai. 7 circuit royalty will be taking
Well done, the Apaches. Great game, really
their way
close.
into the final
This is
regardless
my
of the
Western
result.
Alliance.
Who will the Apaches meet in the Men's Cup final in our final game of the day on pitch 1? The Jesters or Samurai both play live here on Next Gen on pitch 1 at the Eggchaser 7 in Reigate.
How good was his pass down here? Boys, just shut up and listen to Apache. Me and Gav stay out
Well, what a thriller of an opening cup semi-final that was. Apache claiming it at the death against the Lions. And up next, it's that second cup semi-final here at the Eggchaser 7s. Rambling Jesters against Samurai Barracudas. Who will be joining that Apache side in the final? We will know the answer in but 14 minutes time. The two sides wait to enter the fray. The referees just getting themselves organised. Earpieces. There's a lot of equipment involved in being a referee nowadays, isn't there? Just look at bottom right-hand side of your screens. They're getting more cabling than we've got to set up this live stream, getting themselves set up there. Gives me a chance though to tell you about these two teams today. Rambling Jesters on the right hand side, they're ready to head down onto the pitch in their quartered shirts, and on the left hand side, shielded a bit by a lot of the black hoodies they've got on to keep themselves away from the weather. Samurai Barracudas will be in their white shirts with the green slashes across them in the green shorts. Two teams out onto the field then for what is going to be a big semi-final here. And they'll have a bit of a wait on their hands until the final, because I think the final is going to be at about 10 to 7 this evening, when they'll be playing Apache. Who will it be that takes on Apache in the final though? Will it be Rambling Jesters, who will be kicking off and playing from right to left here? Or will it be the Samurai Barracudas? All to be revealed over the next 14 minutes as Rambling Jesters hoist that one into the air, and it's tapped back, and it'll be Rambling Jesters' possession to begin the game as Alex Clayton takes it in. Onto Holt. He had a really impressive performance in the group stage. Jesters putting early width on it. Davis moves it on to Roche, and Roche has tackled well. And a penalty to the Barracudas. Jamie Adamson showing all of his quality and experience there to earn that penalty for his side. Barracudas, of course, who needed 2 late Murdoch lock tries in the group stages just to make it to this semi-final. They were down and out at one stage, but found a way to win through the magic of Locke, the former Wellington College pupil and Scotland under-18 international. Rambling Jesters, meanwhile, with the put in here. And they get the penalty from it, and they'll go fast. Good tackle coming in from Barracudas. Jesters go running into the referee, Oscar Stewart. There's hot stepping just too much, even for the referee there.
Take the center, push the PRN.
Make sure you stay on the center. Crouch. Find. Set.
Jester's scrum. Looking to the right-hand side. Good pick up there from Bursey. Grayson Evans player, and they get it out wide to the right-hand side. Kane Tierborg with the score. And an early lead here for the Ramblin' Jesters. Conversion won't go, but Jesters have a 5-0 lead. They opted for the scrum from the penalty, moved it quickly. It was a wonderful bit of handling from Bursey, and then a great offload onto Tierborg, who did so well to stay in field despite the attentions of the tackler and cross in the corner. And Jesters will have another scrum from a similar position here after the kickoff is spilled forward from the Barracudas. Kickoff's a real nightmare today. Such is the extent of the rain that has come sweeping in across the ground here in Surrey.
Point. Set. Hookers bind over, please don't slip up. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Scrappy scrum and a penalty for Ramblin' Jesters. You look out to this right-hand side again. It's where the danger was last time, and once again, it's Bursey making inroads. And another penalty for offside. Penalties hurting Barracudas here. Ingle goes in, another penalty, and I think this time it's going to be a yellow card. I think it's Daff Williams. It's on the receiving end of that yellow card. So for the next couple of minutes, Jesters will have the player advantage, and they try to take advantage straight away with the big looping pass over the top, and it works to perfection. Oscar Stewart with the finish. But as soon as they realized they were playing with an extra player, they knew the overlap would be there. They knew the defense was facing inwards, and they, straight from the penalty, launched that long pass out to the left-hand side. And Stewart was only too happy to receive it, as Luke Davis from Carmarthen bangs over the conversion for a 12-0 lead. Sharp work from Tom Roche, takes it quickly and then just winds up and launches that pass out to Stewart, and the Swansea University man only too happy to finish that one off. 12-0, the Jesters lead, and as it stands, it's them that will be joining Apache in that cup final this evening. Having a little say back in return, though, go the Samurai Barracudas. Down to 6 they might be, but when you've got the sort of quality that simply oozes from this Samurai side, there's always a chance. They had the free kick from the kickoff, And it was a simple switch play, really, but just such elusive running and footwork.
I know, I get it.
From Brandon Wood, I think it was. Just made himself so hard to tackle with that very deft weaving inside and out, never reducing his pace as he did so. The defense all over the place, trying to keep up with that movement. Wonderful solo effort. Keeps the Barracudas in touch in what is probably the final play of the half, and around the blind side they go, just having a little dart, tackled into touch, and that will be half-time. A thrilling first half of action here in this second cup semi-final as the Ramblin' Jesters head in with a 12-5 lead against the Samurai Barracudas. Second half coming shortly. Half-time team talk's done. We're ready for the second half. Samurai Barracudas will kick off through Sedber's Tom Burton. 12-5 down against the Ramblin' Jesters. Roche thumps that one downfield, and there is plenty of space back there. The chase is on to get back. Barracudas just win it. That is powerful work from Will Hendy, throwing off any would-be tacklers, and then Barracudas get a penalty from the next phase, and off they go quickly once again. Switching back, and once again it's Hendy to take it in. That was sensational play just a few moments ago from Hendy. Adamson gets a fend away, gets another big fend in, leaves the ball behind, but it's gone backwards, so Barracudas still have it. Brilliant offload back to Adamson, who's still fighting. Determined work here from the Samurai Barracudas. So that ball just lost forward, and we'll have a scrum.
Physio, please.
Now, next one.
Next one.
Red scrum. You're right, yeah?
Jester's scrum.
Happy days. Crowd.
But Barracuda's field position.
Set.
A big scrum here from the Barracudas would be very handy indeed as they seek to overturn what was initially a 12-0 deficit. Would try narrowing it to 12-5. But oh, how they'd love to draw themselves level. And they may well do. Scrappy ball, and they earn the penalty as a result. And a real chance here. Not least because Ramblin' Jesters have been handed a yellow card, so it's 7 against 6 now as Harrison Friday feeds Adamson, who then feeds Burton, who flings it out wide to that far touchline. Harrison Friday, of course, the son of Mike Friday, as Burton sticks one on his foot. Out to Will Hendy, Well, we saw Burton do that in the final of the Sedbergh Super 10s just about 6 weeks ago. And he repeats the trick here, but in men's rugby this time, as he drops it onto the toe. And Will Hendy only had to gather it and get himself across the line. Conversion skewed wide, but the Barracudas are now just 2 points behind. All thanks to that Burton magic. It was his wide pass that stretched the defence one way, and then knowing that they had the players' advantage, Burton stretched it all the way to the other side with that little deft chip kick across. And Will Hendy, the delighted beneficiary of it. Almost a carbon copy of that try he created up at the Sedbergh 10s at the end of March. Jesters still have the lead though, albeit down to a mere 2 points, but it could be a few more now as they go scorching through. The chase is on from Burton, who's worked so hard to get back there. Oh, it's brilliant from Burton, back on his feet as well, but he had his hands on the floor. I think he hadn't quite retreated. So it'll be a penalty to the Jesters, but that was great defensive work from Burton as well, who's having a big game here in the last couple of minutes. Tom Mills making some ground there. The Barracudas, former Saracens academy player. Ball lost though, so it'll be scrum down to the Jesters. We're just bringing a couple of changes. Davis swaps off. Sees a move into scrum half position for Tom Roche.
Thank you, Tamakon. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Jester's scrum. Ball is out, but it's fired out, so it has to be tidied up by Roche. He does a good job of doing so. Some sharp work this from Jesters. Roche again now on the ball on the switchback. Taken down in the midfield. Half a dabble down the blind side, and then they switch back to the open side, and Stevens cuts it back across. And on they go. This is good play from the Jesters, threatening the defence there through Bursey. Stevens. Tackle comes in, but Stevens still goes on. Burton has to have a second attempt. Still they go. Do the Jesters. Offload. Almost offloaded back to himself, and across the try line goes Josh Holt of Bromsgrove. Well, it's not the try Holt meant to score, but he won't mind that one bit, because Josh Holt has scored a try that hands Ramblin' Jesters, if not a place in the final, then at least a foot in it.
Yeah, we'll just go. Currently 17-12. 30 seconds on the clock. 30. 3-0.
As we see it again, Holt half offloaded it, realised the offload wasn't on, gathered it back in, and then as he spanned through the tackle, suddenly realised the try was on. And a vital try it is too. 17-12 his team now lead, and we are into final play of the game territory. Barracudas need a score here. Harrison Friday takes it in. What can they do? They've had a dramatic score already today. Can they conjure another? Adamson cuts in field, makes good ground.
Yes, it is now.
Murdoch Lock, he scored those 2 wonder tries to get them into this position.
22, no clearance.
And his team have a penalty after his run.
Easy, no, 12, 12, 12. Do not. 22, no clearance.
Robson to Adamson. On they move.
Knocked on, yes!
But it's been lost forward, and that might just be that. That is that. Ramblin' Jesters are through to the cup final. That late score from Josh Holt doing enough. And it sends Jesters into the final where they'll play Apache Sevens. And what a game that is going to be. It's going to be coming up at about 6:50 p.m. And there is a lot of rugby to be played between now and then, not least the 2 Women's Cup semi-finals that are coming up straight after this. As it stands, Ramblin' Jesters beat Samurai Barracudas 17 points to 12. They're through to the cup final.
It's all right, it'll get a bit much.
I'm pretty sure there's a bronze match final. Fuck you. What's that?
And so we are back to the women's competition and the cup semi-finals, and up first it's Sweden against the Lionesses. Sweden will be in the yellow on the left-hand side of your screens, and on the right-hand side of your screens in their light blue shirts are the Lionesses. These two produced some stunning performances back in the group stages. An absolute hatful of tries in their opening games for each of them. But you suspect this one will be a far tighter affair as Sweden get us kicked off and into the hands of Nicole Quee of the Lionesses, who early on looked to kick in behind, just testing what the chase is from Sweden. Then it's a pretty even one, but Sweden just get there first. Sweden make their march up the field.
Option, knock on, touch. Knock on into touch. Scrum. Scrum or like that?
Scrum. To the Lionesses.
Crouch. I'll sit down. I'll sit down. Crouch.
And Quee
bind. Set.
will look to put it in.
Tackle's out, we're playing.
Hack through from Sweden. Lionesses have some tidying up to do. They do manage to.
Backwards, play on.
Lucy Hode just about doing enough, and then helped by Flowers.
Tackle release, thank you.
And then Kui again, who's had a lot of early involvements, the vice captain. And now look out here, Sophie Bennett goes around the outside. We've seen this from her already. She's got so much pace as Bennett. Clever play that as well as she passes it inside off the Swedish defender. Bouncing off the defender for a line out to the Lionesses, but just a hint there, as we've seen already today, of the pace that Sophie Bennett has. Extraordinary.
Don't close the gap.
Line out stolen by Sweden. They managed to keep it in field. Chance to launch an attack as tried to carry it through, but Kui managed to poach the turnover.
It's over there.
To be taken by Hayward from the penalty. Looks as though they're going to go to the corner through Lucy Hode, and that's a cracking kick. But having been under pressure at their last line out, it's a risky play from the Lionesses.
Keep the space yellow, please.
Let's see if they've righted the wrongs of that last line out. They have indeed. Secure the ball. Kui releases the back line now, and Hode, that one doesn't go to hand, but Bennett has the ball, and Bennett's a threat whenever she has it, but
always backwards. Came off.
She's met really well by the Swedish defender, Smalina. Still, the Lionesses have the ball though, and Musa, another threatening runner in this Lionesses team. They are working this Swedish defence oh so hard at the Lionesses. Stone gets the ball moving. Kui now tries to get around the outside. She wants Bennett to cut back in, and Bennett obliges, gets a fast pass away to Flowers. Flowers onto Hode. Hode now decides the time is right to take it on, and now Kui has it from the offload. Hayward to Stone. Stone now to Musa. Musa might fancy her chances here. Cuts inside, is tackled well, but still the Lionesses go on. But it's a fantastic bit of work on the floor from Sweden and Frida Nilsson in particular.
Not presenting it.
But that was a threatening passage of play from the Lionesses. It took some special defence from Nilsson to stop that irresistible Lionesses momentum. This is knockout rugby. This is absolutely knockout rugby. Nilsson will throw into this line out, but it's not straight. And the Lionesses will surely opt for the scrum, and they do.
Next job.
Call it outside.
You need to be in our technical zone.
Dean, that side for me, please. Allah. Crouch.
Nicole Kui acts as scrum half. Referee looks as though he was about to blow his whistle there, but has let things go, and the Lionesses will move the ball out to Bennett on the right wing, and Bennett always fancies that outside, doesn't she? Ball is bouncing around. It's a bit of a difficult one for Kui as the tackles come in from Sweden, but she does well. Now they move it out to Musa.
Tackle and move.
It's good defence this from Sweden. Still 0-0 here. Only about a minute left to play in this first half.
Tackle the player after the ball gone.
And a penalty to Sweden.
Tackle the player.
Forcing
Over there.
the Lionesses to commit an offence as they tackled someone off the ball. Now Sweden, first real attacking opportunity of the entire game.
No lift.
They look to see if they can finish the half off with a bit of style. Nusstedt carries that one in. It's spilled and we'll have another scrum. Just enough time for that scrum to be played as well.
Happy that side again. Don't push early. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Big scrum from Sweden, who went early, and it's a free kick to the Lionesses. Quee goes fast. Makes good ground.
Thank you.
Can they get a score just before the half-time break? Emily Stone certainly thinks it's worth a go. Quee to Hode on the short line.
Tackle release, get out.
Another good tackle coming in from Sweden. Their defence has been rock solid here, and again they fly in and make the tackle and compete hard at the breakdown. Lionesses look to this right-hand side. They could have numbers. Hode with the dummy. Releases Bennett. Oh, not quite, not quite. Stone just let that ball slip away, and we go in at half-time 0-0. All to play for in the second half of what has been an incredibly tense semi-final here. Lionesses have had almost all the possession, but this Swedish defence holding firm. And at half-time, it's Sweden 0, Lionesses 0. Two sides back on the field and ready to go for the second half. 0-0. The scoreline might read, but it has been a far more engaging game than that scoreline suggests. Lionesses in their blue shirts kicking off towards Sweden, who just managed to gather in that bouncing ball from the kickoff. Sweden haven't had a huge amount of attacking opportunity. The first half was dominated by the Lionesses, but they could not crack this Swedish defence.
I got stuck. Knock on in the contact.
Trying to make headway, but the ball knocked on
Knock on in the contact only.
in the tackle by the Lionesses, so Sweden will come for a scrum. Now they got punished by the referee a couple of times in that first half for pushing early in the scrum, so they've got to just be on their mettle.
Remember what we spoke about, early pressure.
Here in this
Crouch.
second half.
Bind.
Try not to incur
Set.
the wrath any more of the referee at scrum time.
Fine play on.
He's happy with that slightly squint feed, which means we get to play a bit of rugby, and that's what we want to see as Sweden. Smart work on the floor from Smolina, releasing the ball, getting to her feet and gathering it again. Oh, it's good handling as well from Nilsson, and a strong run from Nunsnet as well. Sweden might have numbers on the outside if they can get the ball to it. Ball went forward. Lionesses were offside, but they'll probably be quite happy with that outcome because that was a really threatening position. And after a first half dominated by Sweden, this opening minute or so, sorry, first half dominated by the Lionesses,
Play on.
this opening minute or so has been dominated by Sweden.
Back off blue, back off blue.
But now the Lionesses have possession. As that period of defence inspired them to crack through the Swedish defence. Not yet. A good tackle coming in from Sweden.
Knock on, scrum
Ball
advantage.
is lost. And Sweden will have the scrum. Oh, it's getting tense out there. It's getting very, very tense out there.
Just want to see early push on your side. That's for the AR. So. Crouch. Bind.
Nielsen
Set.
puts the ball into the scrum and then feeds the back line with it. It's a good step inside from Swartz.
Let go. It's the ball.
Sweden look to the right-hand side, but that way the defence outnumbers them. And Kui has poached that ball as it was spilled onto the floor. It could be a chance here for the Lionesses. Sweden do well just to cover across. Kick comes through though. That'll be difficult in these
Knock forward
conditions
off
to
blue.
gather.
See what happens. Okay, that's legal, but there's a knock on here. Off blue in the
Loose ball
contact.
just coming off a Lioness hand. And it'll be a Sweden scrum. 10 minutes of play here, and still we await the first score. Sweden ring a few changes. None too surprising. It is exhausting defensive work out there for Sweden.
Jamaica women's to pitch to, please. Jamaica winning to pitch to now. Thank you.
Nielsen. Out to Swartz. Swartz looking to see what she can create from deep. Perhaps they find a bit of space, but there's not too many that'll get round Bennett on the outside. That's for sure. Kui comes up and makes a really aggressive tackle. She's had such a strong semi-final. Nicole Kui. Sweden working so hard here, but the Lionesses working equally hard in defence.
7, you're in the way, move. Here, it's here.
Penalty Sweden though.
Off you go, you are.
Hode, as hard as she tried to get out of the way, was in the way. So Sweden get up to the 22 just about.
No lift.
Trying to find space. In the end, they run out of patience. They kick the ball through. Chase is on there. It's a great chase from Sweden. Kui almost running in treacle there. And Sweden have it through Amanda Swartz. Some seriously tired bodies out there. Can one side or the other find a way to make those tired bodies work in their favour? Flyman carries through the first tackle. Hayward eventually gets her down, but that was a great tackle from Flyman. Oh, it's exhausting work out there. 2 minutes left to play, no scores yet, but Sweden almost through from Swartz. Cover defence just coming in
Use it, pulls out.
from the Lionesses, but just look at the body language from both sides out there. Absolutely out on their feet. Hanging on to bootlaces here, and there's a bit of space through the middle. And through goes Sweden, and Nielsen scores the try. And there are 14 exhausted women out there on the field. Utterly, utterly exhausted. But Frida Nielsen took advantage of that exhaustion to go underneath the sticks. And Amanda Swartz is taking up every second of time that she has available here. She slots the conversion to give Sweden a 7-0 lead here against the Lionesses, but my goodness me, just look how tired players from both sides were. And Nielsen, knowing that they were overstretched, the Lionesses in defence, realizing that if she could just step inside on that fringe, she could get away and score the try that might very well send Sweden into the women's final. There's only about 30 seconds to play, and Sweden quite rightly pump it long and say to the Lionesses, all right then, if you're good enough, go the length. Both sides have made a huge number of changes after that try, just to try and mitigate against that utter exhaustion that both sides were facing. Lionesses, have a look down this left-hand side through Peters.
The Jamaica team over on pitch 2. You have 60 seconds before you forfeit the game. 60 seconds before you forfeit the game.
Code. Lionesses desperate for a late score. They move it out to this right-hand side.
Tackle release! Tackle
Penalty
release! It's a penalty!
To the Lionesses. Sweden thought they'd done enough there. Hayward. Loose ball to Heslop, but it's tidied up. Loose ball again, but it once more bounces in to Lioness's hands.
Tackle release, get off! Thank you.
Hode just hoofs it downfield and puts the chase on. Once again, though, it's Nilsson, the try scorer, who puts in the effort to get back. But the penalty goes the way of the Lionesses.
Time's expired.
Time is up. Hode takes the penalty. We are deep into the red now. Sweden
Tackle release.
Just want this one over.
Thank you.
They lead 7-0. The Lionesses desperate to level it. Hode searching for any chink in the armour here. Sweden have to drift out to this right-hand side.
No lift. Counter ruck is
A huge counter ruck from Sweden. They've stolen the ball. If they can get it off the field, it's all over, but it's been ripped back by the Lionesses, and they've got numbers on the left-hand side, but they can't get the ball to them. Ball is knocked loose. Tidied up now by Sweden, is it? Just about. Now they just need to get the ball off the field, and they will be in the final, but instead they're trying to play. What are they doing? What are you doing, Sweden? Get the ball off the field, and eventually they realise it and run it out of play. My goodness me. Well, I'm exhausted talking about that one. I don't know how the women must feel out there. But in compensation for that exhaustion, Sweden are through to the cup final in this women's competition at the Eggchaser 7, defeating the Lionesses 7-0 in one of the most exhausting games of sevens of the day. And there's plenty more to come, because up next it's the second semi-final, Wild Dogs against the Hammerheads, to see who will meet Sweden in that final in a bit more than an hour's time. Full time here in the first semi-final. Sweden 7, Lionesses 0.
I was trying to be optimistic. It's not 7 though, is it? Yeah. I finished last year, I'm teaching it well enough. Referee,
Go and name the shame.
Now just making sure everyone goes. Great game. Great game, bro.
Come on, go.
Up next then, the second semi-final in the women's competition. It's Hammerheads against Wild Dogs. Well, I'll tell you what, if it lives up to that previous semi-final, we are in for something very, very special. Two Wild Dogs teams in this women's competition, of course. This is the Wild Dog side in white, the Alpha Pack, as they have styled themselves. So they'll be in the white shirts on the left-hand side of your screens. In the pink, purple and white quarters are the Hammerheads. I think this might be the first time we've seen the Hammerheads on our screens so far today. Their group games taking place over on pitch 2. So a good chance to see what the Hammerheads have got in their locker as they aim for a place in the final. A kick from the Wild Dogs goes over the Hammerheads' heads. Oh, say that 10 times fast. Hammerheads' heads. And into touch as the Wild Dogs will have a line out. Must have clipped a finger on its way through. Line out is claimed by Chantry for the Wild Dogs. This game, for those of you that missed the previous final, to meet Sweden in the final. And the Wild Dogs off to a good start. Westcombe Evans getting the pass away to Armand, who's still going, is Olivia Armand.
Backwards.
Well, if ever you needed a sign of how slippy it is underfoot, it's that ball there by one of the Wild Dogs players.
Tackle.
Wild Dogs within a couple of meters of the Hammerheads try line here. But the Hammerheads bundle them into touch.
Is it 5? 5's the middle.
So it'll be a Hammerheads line out on their own 5-meter line. They could do with winning this one. And they'll be under real pressure. Poached though by the Wild Dogs. Exactly what Hammerheads didn't need here in these opening exchanges. And Wild Dogs working towards the try line. But holding on, so it's a penalty, Hammerheads. And Hammerheads break away up to the 22. Offload through contact is good. Lots of teams now approaching this direct style of play. Such are the conditions here, and the Hammerheads might just have unpicked this Wild Dogs defence. The big chase is coming in from Westcombe Evans, but Hammerheads are going to get away for the try. And from coast to coast they go. It's an early lead for the Hammerheads. A tough blow that for the Wild Dogs, who'd had such a strong start. But a penalty on the Hammerheads try line. Saw the ladies in the quarters go the length of the field. Just look at this. They went direct early on, and then it's just draw and give, and that out to in line. And as soon as that line break was made, it was just pin your ears back and off you go. Can Wild Dogs respond? Well, the Hammerheads determined not to let them, earning another penalty for holding on there at that ruck. They'll go out to this right-hand side, and they find a bit of space. Cutting back in now, they go, oh, it's lovely footwork and a great offload, but it's a great offload in looks, but not in direction. It just drifted forward. Wild Dogs survive that scare, but what a scare it was. Hammerheads looking really threatening with the ball in hand.
Plenty of them. Time is off. You good?
The going is really tough out there. It's so heavy underfoot now. It's been raining right since the start of play.
Bind. Up.
Wild Dogs. Oh, they've lost that scrum. It's gone Hammerhead's way. It looked as though it was going to go to the Wild Dogs side, but a late hook from the Hammerhead sees them having a go for a second try, and they've got too much pace down that left wing, and they're going to get across for their second score of the game, and the Hammerheads in control early on here of this Women's Cup semi-final.
Girls, could you please move away?
Another pacey score from the Hammerheads. Conversion doesn't go, but a 12-0 lead just 5 minutes in, they will be very, very happy with indeed. Just raw pace around the outside. The confidence in her own speed to take on that outside arc. And that confidence rewarded with a try. Wild Dogs, can they respond before half-time? They've got a little over a minute in which to do so. But a spill forward there is going to reduce their odds. Scrum down, Hammerhead's ball.
Watch there. Approach. Bind.
And you wonder now
Need to bind.
what a third score before the half-time break might do for the Hammerheads, and they accelerate onto that with real pace. Big counter ruck from the Wild Dogs, and it forces an error from the Hammerheads. Really good defensive work that from the Wild Dogs. And they'll have a scrum this time. I'm keen to right the wrongs of that last put-in they had as well, where
Set.
Wild Dogs hooked it against the head. This time it's cleaner ball. So Wild Dogs will have a look. They just step back inside, happy to take contact. Lots of teams have been happy to take contact. Such is the nature of the conditions out there and how hard they're making handling, that teams are very happy just to bash it up, take a bit of contact and set up for the next phase. Wild Dogs with the penalty there. Final play of the first half, almost certainly now. Wild Dogs, again, just go straight and hard. Moving the ball very gingerly, and they've got another penalty for a high tackle. This half stretches on an extra 30 seconds beyond the requisite. Almost stumbling there, but staying on their feet well, the Wild Dogs. And another penalty, and at some point soon the referee's going to think that this is too many penalties. Wild Dogs are thinking try time. Moving the ball out to the left-hand side. The ball bounces away, but it's just about tidied up by the Wild Dogs. But driven into touch by Hammerheads, and that sends us into half-time with the Hammerheads having established a very decent 12-0 lead here against the Wild Dogs. And as it stands, it's the Hammerheads that'll be going through to take on Sweden in that final. But a big 7 minutes to come after the break.
on this one. Let's go now, come on!
Two teams are ready then for the second half. Hammerheads to get us started in those purple and pink quarters, leading 12-0 here against the Wild Dogs, and we'll have a free kick to the Wild Dogs in white on the halfway line after that Hammerhead restart goes straight out. And a ball boy has to come on with a spare ball, as that one's in amongst the hedgerow here at the magnificent setting of Old Reigatians Rugby Club for this Eggchaser Sevens. Wild Dogs would love an early score here just to get themselves back into this one. And certainly fizzing with a bit of early energy in this second half, looking to go around the outside here. Tackle comes in from Hammerheads, and then the ball is spilled forward by Wild Dogs, so Hammerhead now have possession.
Backwards.
It's been taken back again by the Wild Dogs. Loose ball, but then knocked forward by Wild Dogs, so it'll be a scrum down to Hammerheads. And I know we keep saying it, but it is really, really difficult out there. It is wet, it is muddy, and it is very, very slippery.
Bind. Set. Steady.
The Jamaican men go to pitch 2 as soon as possible, please. Jamaican men to pitch 2. Down, thank you.
Wild Dogs get the penalty. Probing for their first score of the game as Chantry takes it in. Out here to Westcombe Evans, and Westcombe Evans has shown her try-scoring prowess earlier in the tournament. This time, she's eventually hauled down by the Hammerheads. The ball comes loose, but it was spilled forward in the contact area by the Hammerheads. So we'll have a scrum Wild Dogs. It's been a strong start to this second half from the Wild Dogs. But they could do with a score, couldn't they? They could do with a score.
Crouch. Bind. Space, please. Crouch. Bind.
Rain
Set.
Sweeping across now.
Wait.
Penalty to Wild Dogs. Hammerheads not driving straight at that scrum. And it is getting tense out there now. From a Wild Dogs perspective, itching to get a score. They would love to be in this final, but the Hammerheads are going to be in no mood to give up their place in it. And their 12-0 lead, and they've earned a penalty through that determined defence.
Riot have won the game through to a forfeit. 24-0. Riot have come through 24-0. Versus Jamaica, who failed to turn up. Well done, Riot.
Hammerheads thump that ball long and into touch beyond halfway. Referee says time off. Hammerheads will have been wishing he'd left that time on, I suspect. A few changes and a ball has finally been found. Despite the weather, it's been a magnificent day here at the Eggchaser Sevens. Huge congratulations to Aaron Watkins and his team for putting on such a great tournament. And at the moment, it's a great semi-final for the Hammerheads. 2 tries to the good. And in possession with 3 minutes left to go. And driving forward through contact here. Oh, that is brilliant stuff from the Hammerheads, who can now start to play for time as well as quality, but instead they just go, no thanks, we'll do quality. scorching break around the outside from the Hammerheads number 10. That is delightful running. Delightful running from the Hammerheads. A third try, and a third try that is going to be very, very difficult for the Wild Dogs to come back from. Just look at this as they move the ball seamlessly from right to left. That little hitch kick, and then just knew she had the pace to get around her opposite defender and score a third try of the game for the Hammerheads. And Sweden now almost certainly know who they'll be facing in that final. Can the Wild Dogs, with 90 seconds left, do anything to change that around? Hammerheads have a penalty. And Wild Dogs weren't back 10, so they're going to be down to 6 players for the remainder of the game as well. The task just got even harder. And Wild Dogs, with only a minute left to go, look as though it might just be a game too far. Hammerheads in possession, moving the ball around. Taking it into contact. Wild Dogs managing to seize the loose ball. 20 seconds left to go. They might not win this semi-final, but they'd love to get a try in it as a reward for their efforts. But that ball is spilt forward, and it's a Hammerhead scrum. Got a bit of a bang to one of the Wild Dogs players. It's just a brief pause in play. 8 seconds left, I think the referee's just said there. Very specific timing from the referee out there. I think Wild Dogs suggesting they're going to be making a change as a result of that injury. Bit of blood on the face of Catherine Baverstock. Well, she's up and on her feet, seems okay, bar the blood. So we're into almost certainly last play territory. 8 seconds left, as the referee said a few moments ago. So you'd think, get this ball into the scrum, get it out, set up one phase, thump it out has got to be the recipe for the Hammerheads. Now just watch them prove me wrong and try and score a try or something. That's what usually happens. They go for the crossfield kick, in fact. Will it work out? It may well do. It may well do. They just get hauled down short, but they still have the ball in their possession. Hammerheads not content to just end this game. They want to try to finish on. Eventually the ball is out though, and that is the final whistle, and Hammerheads are through to the final with an excellent 19-0 victory in this semi-final against Wild Dogs. Hammerheads will progress to play Sweden in the penultimate game of the tournament in around about an hour's time. For now though, the attention returns to the men's competition and the challenge final, which will see the Akuma Beavers take on the Old Reigatians Nature Boys. We'll be back with that one in just a couple of minutes. Hammerheads into the cup final with a 19-0 victory over Wild Dogs. So, the first final of the day, the men's challenge final, Akuma Beavers against the Nature Boys. Now, unfortunately, we do have the Akuma Beavers team sheet. Akuma Beavers, by the way, will be in purple, but we don't have any numbers to go with it. So to mitigate against that, what I'm going to do is just read you the Akuma Beavers team sheet, and then everyone's got their shout out, and we'll crack on from there. So the Akuma Beavers line up with Jake Rogers, Adam Musa, Conrad Lipinski, Aaron Keast, Liam Driscoll, Zach Rodber, Mac Duabi, Ollie Millwood, John Devereaux, Dan Goldstone, Greg Bannister, Peter Fox, Tom Land and Alton McVeigh. That is your Akuma Beavers side there in purple on the left-hand side of your screens. On the right in blue, Old Reigatians Nature Boys, made up of Tom Woodford, Max Coyle, Finn Coyle, Lucas Overtomb, Finley Locke, Charlie Sporforth, Gareth Stevens, Scott Harmon, Will Wilson, Sam Bork, Sam Lenihan, David Wilkinson, Ted Matter, and Ben Holder, with Jack Bart, their coach, Harry Smith, their team manager, and Alex Heiberg, their physio. And it will be Nature Boys who will kick us off, playing from right to left in those blue shirts, and Sam Bork who will be taking the kick off. And Bork hangs that one up in the air, but it's almost claimed by Akuma, but we'll have a scrum for Nature Boys. Just spilled. Playing hooker there for the Nature Boys. Will Wilson, former Wellington College captain. Played a number of varsity matches for Oxford University as well. Will Wilson, formerly part of the Wasps Academy, I think, and also London Irish, I seem to remember, as an under-18. He's got plenty of rugby pedigree, does a lot of work with the UR7s as well. Featuring here for the Nature Boys at the Eggchaser 7s. And there goes Overtomb. Overtomb takes the penalty quickly. They move it out towards Harmon, who's doing a couple of laps there. Eventually gets taken to ground. Stevens, ball is loose, but gathered in the end by Nature Boys. Nature Boys keeping this one alive really nicely. And what is noticeable about the Nature Boys is that they've mixed their shirts up a little bit.
On the floor, hands.
So I will do what I can here. Will Wilson in possession there, wearing 12. He's down on my team sheets wearing 9. So we'll see what we can do. Out they go to what may be Overtomb. Nature Boys across the line for the opening try of the final, the first try of any final here at the Eggchaser 7s. Dotting down in the left-hand corner for a 5-0 lead. And a strong start it's been from the Nature Boys. They've dominated possession in the early stages of this final.
Get out of his way. Let's play. It's your ball, mate. You can go.
You again, please. Yeah, Moose, come now. Down laces. Down laces.
Well, you're winning, so you want time off? Fine. Let's play. Dean had that time on you. Backwards always.
Really good work from the kickoff from Akuma Beavers. Sharp work at the kickoff routine, and now they find a bit of space to work into. Look for a little stab through. There might be a bit of space up there. Not really, though. It's been covered very nicely. Oh, and how about that for a bit of flair in this challenge final from Akuma Beavers. Wilson now in possession, moves it back to that right-hand side. It's gone backwards. Well, they're enjoying them out there, the Nature Boys. There's Coyle, the former Reigate Grammar man, stabs a kick through for his teammate, who looks to gather, and that is... Can't work out if he's winded himself or he's just a bit embarrassed that he didn't get that down. I think he might have winded himself in the process of attempting to get that ball down. So Akuma kick through again. Nature Boys, well, it's broken field now. Two very tired sets of players. Midway through this first half, Coyle has it again. Coyle is going to put the hammer down and go around the outside. And Max Coyle, the former Harlequin under 18, is going to double the advantage here for the Nature Boys. They did that with 6 players. As you can see in the foreground, they've got a man on the floor, but that didn't bother Max Coyle, who just put the hammer down and burnt around the outside.
Time's off.
And we'll just have a brief pause while we get that injury assessed. I think he might have done a bit more damage actually than just winding himself in the process of trying to get that ball down. I think he might have done himself quite a painful one. As we see Max Coyle's try again. Great pace from the former under-21 captain here at Reigate Grammar School. Reigate Grammar School? Old Reigatians. He went to Reigate Grammar School. There's a lot of Reigate going on in that particular sentence. Conversion was made, by the way. So Nature Boys have a 12-0 lead here against Akuma Beavers. A couple of minutes left to go in the half.
Is he off the field? Let's just check. Okay, time's on, let's play. 1:40. Boys backwards.
Akuma Beavers first attacking opportunity, and they're bursting down this right-hand side. Stepping back in, looking for a bit of support now. Still they go on. Tackle eventually comes in. Oh, and a huge counter ruck from Wilson. And a penalty is the result. Oh, that was tremendous defensive work from Will Wilson. And then a bit of ill discipline from Akuma Beavers sees them march backwards and reduced to 6 players. For a bit of chat back, and that hands a huge advantage to this Old Reigation Nature Boys side. Coyle dancing around Coyle's teammates. So they look to strike once more before the end of this first half. It's good hands from Coyle to get that one away under real pressure.
Off him, thank you.
Tackles raining in from Akuma Beavers, but there could be some space now. Wilson puts the miss pass in. Well, they wanted someone outside, but there was no one on the outside. Intercepted, though, by Beavers. Can Akuma get on the score sheet before the end of the game? Or the end of the half, to be precise. Just a few seconds remain. Penalty to Akuma, though. But then spilling forward from the quickly taken penalty, and that'll do for the first half, says the referee. And the Nature Boys lead in this men's challenge final, 12 points to 0 against Akuma Beavers. We're just about ready to go then. 7 minutes for Akuma Beavers to turn this one around. 7 minutes for the Nature Boys to consolidate this 12-0 lead and claim the men's challenge here at the Eggchaser Sevens. An early error in the second half from Akuma Beavers. The kick doesn't go 10. So Nature Boys immediately on the front foot at the start of this second half. Having a dart down the blind side, they decide to think better of it. Nothing doing down that way, so they go back to the open side. Wilson moves the ball out to the left-hand side, and a bit of acceleration through, and scramble defence comes in. Does well to leave the ball behind, and that's a great pickup.
You stepped out, you stepped out.
From the Nature Boys, and now they look down to the left-hand side.
Holding on to him. Okay.
But it's a penalty to Akuma Beavers. I think there's a flag in from the assistant referee, so the referee's just going to have a little bit of a chat.
That's what the penalty's for. Come here, run over. Talk to me, tell me. Who's that?
Big moment here in this challenge final.
Okay, so what are you saying? You're taking red 5? Red 5?
Yeah, no, this has been mashed now.
Red 5, you're 5. Number 5. Is that you? Okay. The breakdown. Yeah, but you went through. You lost the breakdown. Apparently, according to the assistant referee, you kicked the man on the floor. It's a yellow card, right? What? Yeah. That's what the report he's given me. You're number 5, yeah?
I haven't been in the breakdown.
Okay, have you got 2 5s?
I haven't been in the breakdown.
Listen, that's the report he's given me, so that's what's going to happen.
It's going to be a yellow card
in the leg.
Against the Akuma Beavers number 5. As you can hear there, doesn't think he's been in a breakdown. Possibly misidentified the player. Long and the short of it is, though, that the Nature Boys, with their 12-0 advantage, now have a man's advantage in this challenge final. And they could have more. They could have a 3-try advantage as they race away for their 3rd of the game, immediately taking advantage of that extra player. In fact, they were down to 5 for that possession. I'd forgotten that they were still down a player from the first half. Now they're back up to 6.
We'll worry about it after.
But they've still got 90 seconds left.
We can do it after.
With a player down. Sharp work this from Nature Boys.
Go. Let's go.
And a 3-try advantage is surely going to be too much to overcome.
Let's play. Don't get involved, Ollie. Ollie, let's talk about it afterwards. Let's go.
Could be that the challenge is going to go the way of the Nature Boys. Akuma Beavers, though, they've got plenty of time to overturn this 19-0 deficit. 5 minutes, a lifetime in sevens. But a scrum to Nature Boys is not going to help their cause.
Bind.
Nature Boys win that scrum. And we'll look to play. Working really hard. Back and forth here. Just trying to engineer some space. They stab the ball through. Bit of a foot race. Nature Boys are going to get there first. How are your footballing skills? Well, unorthodox, but almost successful. Just tidied up by Akuma.
Mark, here's your line, please. Just someone in the channel for me. Okay. Thank you. Bring the card back. Next. Bring the card back on.
And Akuma will be back up to 7 players. Yellow carded player returns to the field.
Let's play, let's go. Over, that's fine.
Line out, claimed by Wilson at the tail,
Tackle
who
release.
fights through contact
No lift,
so
no
hard.
lift.
And again, hard contact work from Nature Boys. A fourth here really would be putting the game out of reach from Akuma Beavers as Coyle goes through himself. Oh, Max Coyle on his home ground scores his second try of the final, his side's fourth. They lead 24-0, and with 3 minutes left to go, you rather think that might just be that.
3:30 to go, half.
Nature Boys are surely going to win this men's challenge final.
Ball's off, time's off, no ball.
You see the replay here, and it was similar to his first. He just
3.5, I just blocked it.
turned on the afterburners
Time is up.
and ghosted through. Kickoff. Oh, it's a great kickoff. And it's knocked backwards by Coyle, but hacked forward by Akuma, but only as far as another Nature Boys player. This relentless wave of action from Nature Boys. And it's a penalty to the men in blue.
Backwards
Pass
always.
a little loose, but gathered safely.
You came in and cleared him out from the side. You, illegal entry. Go. You're not 10. You.
Akuma working forward. Out wide now. Is this their opening? Big Fen comes in, but the tackles come in as well.
Move. No, it's not out. It is now.
Akuma's pass is a little loose, but it goes to one of their own. 90 seconds left here in this men's challenge final. Akuma, they are going to get a score, but is it too little too late? We'll find out shortly.
24-5. 24-5.
See the replay. It's just that classic sevens move, stepping from out to in on that outside channel. Defender's feet just giving way beneath him.
Line in front. Here.
Nature Boys then, with 30 seconds to play. They might have conceded, but they are going to walk off this field as the men's challenge winners. And they might well finish with a flourish. Ball inside. They are going to finish with a flourish. Across the line they go, a fifth try.
We will get a restart.
For the Old Reigatians Nature Boys. The referee says there will be a restart, but it'll be a restart that won't change the outcome of this one.
No, you got 10 seconds.
A wonderful performance here in this challenge final from Old Reigatians Nature Boys. Conversion won't go, but at 29.5, they won't mind one little bit.
20 seconds.
20 seconds left to go, says the referee. It was great work down the short side. And just look at this little dolly pass inside. And then, well, why take the easy route when you could finish in the corner, eh? Nature Boys kick long. Akuma, well, you know they're going to want to finish with a try. That's the level of ambition they like to play with.
It's fine, play
But
on.
Coyle intercepts, and Coyle is going to score, and the finishing moment in this game is going to be Max Coyle, the former under-21s captain here at Old Reigatians, scoring his hat-trick try to win the men's challenge final for his Old Reigation Nature Boys side. What a performance that is in the final. 34-5. It will all finish up. Old Reigation's Nature Boys are your men's challenge champions. Conversion doesn't go, but it doesn't matter. Even a drop for those boys in blue. And the home side have silverware. Nature Boys 34, Akuma Beavers 5. Nature Boys are the men's challenge champions. And up next, we have yet more finals to come. Wilfred Kemsley will be guiding you through them.
Thank you very much, Angus. That's right, I'll be guiding you through all of the finals we have upcoming, starting with the Women's Challenge Final. Then we've got the bronze medal games for the men and women before those big cup finals to round off a long old day of Sevens rugby here at the Eggchaser Sevens, live from Old Reigatians Rugby Club, brought to you by NextGenXV as always. Well, it's the Savvy Panthers who dazzled us in their opening game of the day. They looked very impressive. Couldn't make it through the cup competition, but they've made it through their semi-final up against the Akuma Beavers, who we saw in action in their semi-final earlier on today. It will be the Savvy Panthers in the blue. And Laura Ebling to get us underway. Spilt off kick-off. Perfect start for the Savvy Panthers. And Prothero, one of the young guns in this side, takes it to the edge. Prothero from Loughborough Lightning. A really high standard of rugby. Westlake of the Cheltenham Tigers just dropped onto the toe by Pippa Hendy, but given as a knock-on, unfortunately, for the Gloucester Hartbury player. Well, lightning fast start. The conditions a factor as we expected them to be.
Approach. Bind.
It's actually a repeated matchup of the game we saw earlier today, in which the Savvy Panthers came through as winners the last time they played the Akuma Beavers, but it's the Beavers in the wide channel with some momentum. Dragged down on the 22. Counter-ruck in there from the Panthers, but no luck in possession, and back come the Akuma Beavers once more. Lovely offload through the contact, and away go the purple and pink, driving down this short side. Great covering tackle, lofted ball inside. Play on, says the referee. Inman, ball inside from Inman. Try scored. And Rose Inman of the Bristol Bears with that wonderful offload inside. Evie Tonkin has scored. Perfect start for the Beavers, whose early mistake is forgotten to memory as they take the lead in this Challenge Cup final. Silverware on the line for both these sides. Well, it's the Akuma Beavers who draw first blood. Inman just wide of the right-hand upright. but the Bristol player won't mind. Lovely driving run through the centre. Great offload play to keep the ball alive. Tonkin, the try scorer, dragged down, right back to her feet to get up and support. That's two-touch rugby. That's how you win games of sevens. Getting yourself back into the action. Great support. And this talented Savvy 7 side have some work to do. Prothero picks it out of the air once more. Teasing footwork to get into the outside channel and big leg drive up to the 10-metre line. Well gathered by Bell at first receiver. Bell, Westlake, wide they go. Here's Lazelle of the Bristol Bears. Lazelle roaring away with Inman to beat. Dragged down by her clubmates at Bristol. And still, here come the Savvy Panthers with momentum on their side. Contact from Hendy. Hendy through the tackle. Hendy with a step off the left and the big fend through Inman. Great offload. And Amy Lazelle will score for the Savvy Panthers. What a line by Pippa Hendy. Great running from her. And the Gloucester Hartbury player puts the Bear of Bristol through the hole. And Amy Lazelle will score. Rosie Inman with a couple of huge defensive interventions there, but in these slippery conditions.
For the rest of today. The men's bronze final between Lions and
Amy Lazelle just slid through the hole. Lovely solo run from Hendy to set her up as well.
The final between the Lionesses and Wild Dogs will kick off at 18:25.
Hendy just thought out of options here, steps in and then steps out, off the left, then off the right. Big fend on Inman from Hendy. And then unselfish, a lovely support line run from Lazelle.
Final between Apache and Jesters, kicking off at
Well, it will be the Savvy Panthers to get us underway. All things squared. Teasing kickoff into the wide channels, excellently taken by Branklin. Penalty for off feet. And Westlake will get us underway. Hendy this time looks for wider options. Great pace off the mark. And there's an offload. Just spilt by Zoe Dare, and the Akuma Beavers will have possession once more. Both these sides. The Akuma Beavers baller, who played the Savvy Panthers earlier. The Akuma Beavers came out of a route with Bath Rugby and Sweden. Sweden, of course, who are in our final, which will take place later on as the rain continues to pour. The conditions continue to worsen, but still this lovely pitch at Old Reigatians survives. Inman with a lovely line. And into the wide channels run Katie Cavill of Manchester Metropolitan University. Dug out by Tonkin, the try scorer. As the Beavers look to spread from left to right, and then there's a hard line from Branklin once more to tie in the defenders. And the pace of the game just slows as Evely makes another tackle. The Beavers are keen to pick it up again. Lovely show and go to put Inman through the hole. There's a race to the line here. Covering tackle from Zoe Dare, but Inman will score. And the Beavers take the lead once more. A wonderful finish from Rosie Inman, who's been absolutely everywhere so far in this Challenge Cup final. After this game, we kick off the bronze medal games. 2 games of serious quality. In the men's bronze medal game, it's the host, the Lions, taking on the Samurai Barracudas. And then in the women's bronze medal, the Lionesses take on the Wild Dogs. So much rugby yet to play here at the Eggchaser Sevens. That's before our cup finals, where Sweden take on the Hammerheads. And then the big one, Sevens royalty, the Apache Sevens up against the Rambling Jesters. What a huge game that is. on the UK circuit. But in the here and now, in this Challenge Cup final, it's the Akuma Beavers who lead by 10-5 over the Savvy Panthers. Clubmates take on clubmates, and there's 7 minutes yet to play here. 10-5, the current lead the Akuma Beavers have over the Savvy Panthers.
Do you have £3 cash? Somebody's dropped out my pocket.
Well, a big 7 minutes then for the Savvy Panthers, who despite all their impressive play, trail by 10 points to 5 against the Akuma Beavers. The Savvy Panthers already saw off the other Akuma Beavers side earlier on in the group stage. Now they're up against the main side. And it's a good take-off, the kick-off by the try scorer, Lazelle. And Amy Lazelle now taps from the penalty spot. Just spilt, unfortunately, though, by Holly Bolden, and turnover ball. The Akuma Beavers will have possession to the delight of their pitch-side supporters. Scrum then. Chloe Broom will feed.
Point. Set.
Broom with possession. Here's the try scorer, Inman once more. Wide they go. And pointing to the corner is Inman as Anstead drives away. Anstead just cutting back inside. Lovely line. Just to cut away from the defenders from Chloe Broom, who weathered that big shot. Anstead takes the central route once more. Great offload to Tonkin. Tonkin gets it through the contact, and back round the corner comes Anstead, but just spilt at the crucial moment. We said before that two-touch sevens, getting your hands back on the ball. Tonkin did it excellently well there, linking up with Anstead. But a let-off for the Savvy Panthers, who now have another opportunity to break from inside their 22. You can see, of course, that the rain is affecting this game. Running the length of the pitch is a lot harder now than it was at 10 o'clock this morning. Great scrum from the Beavers, but away come the Savvy Panthers. What pace into the line as well. A great exit so far. The support there for the blue and white. Well, it's a nudge clear, and now the chase is on. It will be easily won by Lucy Thorpe. Thorpe, round one. And a big shot comes in from the Panthers. Counter ruck, but not legally. Jasmine Branklin keen to get us underway. Tonkin, wide to Broom. And Tonkin back on the ball, cutting inside, beating defenders. Lovely hands, well held by Y. But spilt once more in the red zone. And once again, the Akuma Beavers can't make these chances count. And will they rue these missed opportunities in the closing stages? We'll find out here on the Eggchaser 7s live with NextGen. It's the Challenge Cup final. The first of 4 more penultimate games after this one. 2 bronze medal matches, and then the cup finals to come. In the Challenge Cup, the Beavers lead by 5. That's another opportunity now for the Savvy Panthers to break, and this time they're round the outside. Patient play from the try scorer, Lazelle. Picked at the base now, and the Panthers could be in a little bit of trouble. Driven towards the touchline. Great work from Bell to get the ball away. The Beavers' defence is set. Here comes Prothero looking to take them on.
5, move!
It's done well to draw in the defenders. More direct this time from the savvy Panthers as they look to turn it over. Just off the foot of Bell. Teasing run, switch inside with a bit of momentum. Loisel through the first tackler, great offload. Big Fen, Borden going away. Borden's in behind, dragged down by who else but Inman. And a wonderful turnover from Becca Y. The Bath player, what a crucial intervention. It was a wonderful run from Holly Borden. But that combination of Inman and Y have changed the hands of possession once more.
Now, yeah.
Rosie Inman absolutely everywhere in this game. A couple of changes made. On comes Abby Watkin of Bath. Now the Beavers with a bit of possession. Hansted takes contact on the 10-metre, and the ball pops out the way of the Beavers. Inman looking for the out the back, doesn't go to hand. In these conditions, of course, the ball is certainly hard to handle at this stage. Great offload through the contact, lovely fizz ball across the face. And Thorpe tackled, ball displaced, a huge moment. Lovely tackle by Loisel, who's already had such an impact in this final. Just over a minute and a half left in this final. The savvy Panthers trail by 5. But they have scrum possession. A few tired legs right at the very end of this tournament.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Savvy Panthers with the feed. Great counter scrum once again. The ball pops out. And Bell dragged down. But the Panthers still in possession. Well, the ball's gone loose. And up come the Beavers in response. Great shot out the line. Lovely offload, and Hendy has it now. Hendy breaks the tackle. Hendy could be away. Great offload off the floor from Hendy. Bowden, pass inside. Fantastic take from Amy Loisel once more. What a fantastic bit of skill to gather that loose pass. And now momentum is with the savvy Panthers. Great tackle on Prothero. Offloaded to Escott. Over the ball goes Inman. Huge moment. What an intervention from the Akuma Beavers star player, Rosie Inman. Set up a try, scored a try, tackled all over the field, and then to top it all off. Who else but Inman to clear the field, and the Challenge Cup will go to the Akuma Beavers. A hard-fought final. In the game of sevens, it's those clinical moments that decide these fixtures, and right at the very end, Inman over the ball to halt any chance of a savvy Panthers comeback right at the very end. What a thrilling cup final, a real taster of what's to come. And what's to come is 4 ginormous clashes. 4 of the highest quality teams in the UK 7 circuit. Up first, it's the men's bronze final, where the hosts, the Lions, led by Aaron Watkins, take on the Samurai Barracudas, one of the oldest and most successful names in sevens. A massive fixture, and that's right up next as we come to the closing stages of the Eggchaser Sevens, live on Next Gen at Old Reigatians Rugby Club. The bronze medal match in the men's competition up next live on pitch 1. Well, onto the field come the hosts. Aaron Watkins, the captain, the curator of Eggchaser, the experienced sevens player. And this really is his final game of this tournament, which he's worked so hard to help put together. The founder of Eggchaser, the Zambian Sevens International, Grenada Rugby World Sevens Player of the Tournament in 2022. Up against the Samurai Barracudas, one of the most established and foreboding teams in rugby sevens. They've had a very strong tournament to get here, but it will be Tom Derrick of Worthing to get us underway. Barracudas in their green and white up against the sky blue of the Lions. Who will claim bronze at the Eggchaser Sevens? We'll find out. Wonderful take from Aylan right off the kickoff. And what a start for the Lions. Penalty as well. Watkins keen to get us underway. What a lightning fast start to this bronze medal match. Off the boot of Tom Derrick. Derrick could be there first. Loose ball, touchdown by Tololima Savenea. But in the end, it's a scrum. Knock on first by Tom Derrick, I believe. So the Barracudas will escape. And Hampson Friday will have the lead from this scrum. Friday with the feed.
Soft the middle. Go again.
But we'll reset once more. What a nervy moment for the Barracudas. Now they have a chance to exit. Friday once more will feed the scrum. Spits out the back, but gathered well. And the Barracudas look to exit from right on their 5-metre barnstorming run as they're up to the 22. Friday almost through the hole. Turnover, penalty it is. Aaron Watkins penalised. And tapped quickly. Another great run, and there's the offload, and suddenly the Barracudas could be in behind. Lewis just can't gather right at the very last, but it's a great exit from the Barracudas all the way up to halfway from their own 5-metre. Some big, strong carries in there. Some very powerful runners on this Barracuda side, the likes of James Reed, Murdoch Locke running the show at first receiver. But the scrum comes the way of the hosts. Savinea with the footwork into the wide channels.
Rock.
Track down is Aaron Purwall. And they go left to right through the hands of Bureau. And here's Watkins. Watkins with the pace on the outside, dragged down by Lewis. And turnover by Friday. He's involved once again, and Friday taps it quickly. And away come the Samurai Barracudas once more. To the boot they go. And now there's a chase on in behind. Swept up by Purewall, who lacks options, steps off the left, and there's a little goose step to try and beat his man. Pops up for Derrick. Here's Bureau of the Lambs. But the switch play is called as a knock-on. Watkins protests, but Into the void go his disparaging cries, and the Lions are in real trouble here because the Barracudas are clinical from 20 metres out. Friday with the feed.
Line. Set.
Spits out the way of the Lions. We'll have another scrum. There's Watkins in there with Bureau and Aylan. Well, here come the Barracudas. Interception in the contact, turned over by the Lions, and now there's a foot race that will be easily won by Tolalima Sarvenea. And Sarvenea has the first try of this bronze medal game. The Lions go coast to coast. Tolalima Sarvenea goes the full distance in these wet and windy conditions. The Barracudas could not convert from 20 yards. Instead, the Lions go the length, and Tom Derrick adds the extras.
Takes the score, Lions 7, Samurai Barracudas 0.
Robson just stripped in contact. Took it too close to the line, and away goes Sarvenea of London Welsh. Well, the Lions get us underway, and once again, Aylan goes streaming after it.
No.
Watkins is offside. And the Barracudas will get us underway as quickly as they can. 2 minutes to go in this first half. They look to take it to the line. Line speed from Purewall chops down Lewis. Dangerous runner. This time Locke takes contact. Once again, another penalty. This time it's Derrick who's penalised. At the breakdown, Barracudas get us underway. Reed takes 2 men to bring him down. Here's Lewis. Austin Lewis with the footwork, looking to free the hands. Gets the offload away, but it's knocked on. And now the Lions can counter. Watkins in the wide channel. Watkins burns away from Robson. And the captain, Aaron Watkins, will double the Lions' advantage. What an end to this first half the Lions are having. Takes his time and touches down, and Derrick will surely add the extras.
Number 2, Aaron Watkins.
Great pace from the man who deputises at hooker in his club days. A free agent at the moment.
Lions 14, Barracudas 0.
Sorry, guys.
Wonderful pace on the outside of Robson.
Put this properly. Lids came off.
So now it will be once again a Lions restart. No doubt searching for Will Aylan in the wide channel.
Yep.
And once again, Tom Derrick will get us underway. So the Barracudas have 30 seconds or so to turn this first half around. Otherwise, they'll be going in at the break. 2 tries down, and there's a mix-up in the midfield, and the ball is so loose. Turnover, Watkins in the corner. The Lions pounce on the loose ball, and they have a third try going into half-time. Opportunistic sevens from the hosts, and Watkins has his second. A lovely finish in the end, diving into the corner. And Derrick has the opportunity to extend the lead to 21 unanswered points. The Barracudas must be looking around and asking, what more could we do? They've only made 1 or 2 mistakes. That's all it takes in the game of sevens to take the game away from you. Derrick from out wide has the aim but not the length, so we'll go in at 19-0 at half-time. It's tapped back well. This pass was loose. Nudged through by Booth. It's Will Aylan who turns it over excellently well, and Watkins touches down in that far corner. Well, in the last 2 minutes of the first half, the Lions have come alive and scored 3 tries to extend their half-time advantage to 19 unanswered points. The Lions well on their way to claiming that bronze medal in their home tournament. The Samurai Barracudas with a mountain to climb, but 7 minutes to do so. We'll be back live with Next Gen at the Eggchaser Sevens for the second half of this bronze medal match. Time on, the Samurai Barracudas will kick off, and it's contestable, but well taken by Purwall. That offload with a hint of forward, but play on, says the referee, and Mike Hoyt is still driving with Purwall in support. Penalty for the Lions. What a blistering start to this second half as they look to continue off where the first half ended. Great offload through the contact by Smiles Tyson. Watkins in search of his hat-trick. Instead, it's wide to the first try scorer. Sarvinea chips through and looks to nudge it back. Always backwards. Hoyt spreads it wide. Purwall with his testing footwork. Derek through the hole. Great offload in the contact. Could we have another try for Tolalima Sarvinea? Tolalima Sarvinea with his second try. Great support running. Derek got in behind and set up the London Welsh player. Tolalima Sarvinea of London Welsh linking up with Tom Derrick, the playmaker of Worthing. And he'll add the extras as well. So all of a sudden...
And the conversion added takes a score to 26 points to 0 for the Lions.
The mountain that the Barracudas had to climb has grown further still. Derek assessing his options. Dummied with the head, and then steaming in came Tolalima Sarvinea. Now Derek to restart once more. Smiles Tyson goes herring after it. Always backwards.
Good fight, Avery. Good fight.
Here are the Barracudas then, with possession for the first time in this second half. Lovely lofted pass to try and put them in behind here. Out the back door. Now the Barracudas go herring away, but the referee hadn't read the script. Forward pass is called.
One, two, three.
Tom Mills really thought he was away there, but instead he's been called back for a scrum.
Here, there's one. Fine there, Green. Thanks. Roach.
Well then, this is a great opportunity for Avery Smiles Tyson and the Lions to strike.
Let's go, let's go!
Well, penalty goes the way of the Sky Blue. 2 number 8s on the field. I believe it's Avery Smiles Tyson in possession. Finding Hoyt. Loose pass. Well gathered. Now Beckett takes it to the line. Lovely offload. The Lions are in behind once more. Loose offload, maybe just forwards. Sampai Pello to Gathanier. Gathanier just away on this left-hand side, put in by Austin Beckett, the vice-captain. St Joseph's College, then Loughborough Uni. Now Sudbury. Very decent standard of rugby in central Suffolk. The Barracudas then with the opportunity to exit. They've had very little ball in hand in the last 5 or 6 minutes of this game. Now they look to break. Big fend through the contact. And once again, the Barracudas are in behind. But there's a real foot race to the line. There's 4 blue shirts herring after him, but they will not catch him. Sliding under the post. Tom Burton with the score. And Tom Burton will add the extras. And suddenly the Barracudas come alive. Great line from Burton. Lovely step side, no easy feat getting on the inside of Austin Beckett. And with 4 blue shirts in pursuit. Tom Burton saw them all off to score. Game on then for the Samurai Barracudas. Referee just losing his microphone, I believe. So we'll get that sorted for you. And then we're back underway. Still plenty of time for the Barracudas to launch a comeback. 3 tries is all they need. Things can change so quickly in the game of 7s. We've seen that all day. Barracudas to get us started.
In the men's bronze final here.
There's a flat kick that might just drop on the 10-metre. It just falls short. And these are the moments in the game of 7s that decide the outcome. What can the Lions do from here? Blackmore to Gathanier. And Furrer is back in the pocket and now takes it to the line himself. Excellent shot on Furrer by Jamie Adamson, but penalty goes the way of the Lions once more. They're certainly on the right side of the referee's whistle today. Lovely line by Gathanier once more. Gathanier, real intervention since he's come on the pitch. What can Furrer do? New to the lineup as well. Here's Austin Beckett, round 1, back to his feet. Basketball pass intercepted. And the Barracudas are back in possession inside their 22. Missed pass into the wide channels they go. There's a lovely tackle by Smiles Tyson. Penalty goes the way of the Barracudas, and Burton gets us back underway. They're running out of time here in this bronze medal game. Lovely pass across the face of the gain line once more, steps inside and out. Great covering tackle. No. Penalty once more. Certainly a lot of infringements in this bronze medal game. Perhaps a testament to the conditions, as was that pass perhaps. Kicked through, and now the chase is on. And in the end it will be easily gathered. And Burton has his second. Well,
second try for the Barracudas, a nice chip over the top, exploiting the space, and then converted to.
Tom Burton wastes no time at all here. He thought this pass from Adamson may have left him short of options, but perhaps a couple of tired legs in the Lions line. Hoyt well beaten by Tom Burton for pace. And the Barracudas will get us underway. Perhaps not enough time for 2 tries, but they could cut the gap even further. 26-14. And that's taken L by Apello Gathanier. And Gathanier through the hole. Gathanier will be caught by Burton once more, who's had a wonderful game in this bronze medal match. Furrer. Beckett at first receiver, shrugs off the first player. But back comes Will Hendy to make the tackle.
Don't use your hands. No, 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 no.
Penalty in the end for the Lions. And Will Aylan takes it to the line, up to 5 meters. Lovely offload. Blackmore is over. And the Lions will end the second half as they ended the first with another score, this time from Jack Blackmore of Barnes. And the Barnes RFC player gets the final score in this tie.
Number 10. Line's here.
Well, Furrow will add the extras, and that will call an end to this bronze medal encounter. The Lions do come away with silverware from their home competition. Furrow wide of the right hand upright. 31-14 the final score. And the Lions have taken bronze in their home competition. The Barracudas finished off by an excellent first half showing by the Lions. 31-14 in the end.
31 points to 14 over the Barracudas.
Here's the final score. Will Aylan took it to the line with pace and power, and a great offload to put Blackmore under the sticks. Well, the rugby doesn't stop though, of course. It's the bronze final. It will be the Lionesses up against the Wild Dogs. Two excellent women's sides competing for bronze ahead of the main finals. The women's final, the Hammerheads take on Sweden before Apache Sevens take on the Rambling Jesters in an enticing encounter. But up next, it's the women's edition of the very game we've just seen, the bronze medal final between the Lionesses and the Wild Dogs. That'll be live from the Eggchaser Sevens with Next Gen up next. Well, as the Lionesses wait to come on field, their counterparts, the Lions, lining up to give them a guard of honour ahead of their bronze medal game. Daryl Chapman is your referee for this one. Promises to be a fascinating encounter against a Wild Dog side that are just stacked with talent. Representatives from Loughborough, London Irish, Lynchfield Ladies and the Hornets. So this Lionesses side is not to be shaken at. The likes of Saracens, London Irish, Quins, Wasps and Loughborough themselves. Promises to be a frightening encounter between two of the top sides in this competition. It's the Lionesses up against the Wild Dogs from Wild Dogs Rugby Sevens. Well, through the tunnel go the Lionesses, and off the field go the Barracudas and Lions alike. The Wild Dogs, of course, fell to a very impressive Hammerhead side, who perhaps surprised a few of us in the media side of things with how excellent they've performed. The Lionesses fell to Sweden by just a solitary try. Promises to be a fascinating encounter ahead of the two cup finals. The Lionesses, the home side, at the Eggchaser Sevens up against the Wild Dogs. The Lionesses will get us underway. Nicole Quee of London Irish, the vice captain, will restart.
Guys, we've got a game to get on with if you don't mind taking a picture later.
Well, Nicole Quee, 4 years on the HSB World Sevens Series. Melrose Sevens, Rugby World Sevens and Dubai Sevens, very experienced, and will restart us here. But it's the Wild Dogs who come away with it spilt in midfield, and suddenly it's been turned over. Quee latches onto it, scrum advantage. So a mistake early on in this bronze medal game puts the Wild Dogs in a bit of trouble.
Crouch, bind, set.
Scrum then for the Lionesses, clean ball and quick ball as well. Taken to the line by Weaver. Ball is spilt. Penalty goes the way of the Lionesses once more. Weaver gets us started. Musa of Saracens with the fend. Musa reaches out. And Lizzie Musa with the opening try. Just 1 minute into this bronze medal game.
First try for the Lionesses, number 1.
Lizzie.
So the score, Lionesses 5, Wild Dogs 0.
Perfect start then for the hosts, who piled on the pressure right from kickoff, converted from the set piece on the 22. Now the Wild Dogs in need of a response. Good work taking it to the line. We thought the chance could have been over there, but it was given as a penalty instead. Weaver, Kui, wide to Musa. Big fend on Alex Baker of Loughborough Lightning. Great power to score. Well, once again, the kickoff goes loose, but this time it's been swept up by the Wild Dogs. The Alpha Pack, as they're known. Big fend to see off the first defender. And it's gone all the way wide. Lovely offload. Chantry still going. There's the offload once more. And now Hannah Owen of London Irish goes steaming away. Owen dragged down. But Chantry has it at 9. Spilled once more. But they were playing with penalty advantage. So the Wild Dogs now with a chance to respond. Baker will tap.
Suffer! Suffer!
A teasing run. Chooses to go down the right-hand side. Great offload and a good fend. Bo Westcombe Evans dragged down just short of the 22. Almond. Through the hands they go. Owen takes on 2 defenders. Ball is out is the call. Good footwork. Just to try and find some space to regather. But the ball finds touch and the attack is over. Good defence overall from the Lionesses. The Wild Dogs, the Alpha Pack as they're known in white, showing they've got plenty to offer in this bronze medal game. Well claimed in the line out. And there's a slap down there. So it will be a penalty. Offside at the set piece may even have been the call. It wasn't just the deliberate knock on. Nicole Kui with possession. One of the more experienced players in this side. Switches inside. Hard run there by the Lioness player. And once again, they take the direct route. Kui now has it. Spinning it wide to Weaver. Bennett. Into the wide channels they go. Turned over by the Wild Dogs. Knocked on in said wide channel. The rain still pouring here. Mistakes will be made. And now the Wild Dogs will look to counter. Penalty for offside. Tap short of the mark and still going. They were never 10. So now the Wild Dogs can go storming towards the line. Offload from Owen. And Olivia Chantry will equalise. The West Bridgeford player has scored. Well, the Lionesses just caught lacking offside one time too many.
First try for the Wild Dogs, number 4.
Chantry goes over and attempts the conversion. It's got the distance, but just wide of the right hand upright.
And the successful conversion was the Wild Dogs into the lead, 7 points to 1.
Lizzie Musa's never onside.
So unsuccessful.
Good driving run from Owen. This is a lovely offload, leaving Olivia Chantry undisturbed to touch it down. Well, the Wild Dogs will kick off in response. Well, it's only backwards, the loose pass. Loose ball, sorry, and right away the Lionesses break the line. Right from kickoff they respond. The Lionesses go herring away to score. Sophie Bennett of London Irish re-establishes the advantage the Lionesses lost just moments ago. And in the closing stages of this first half, the Lionesses go back in front. Sophie Bennett of London Irish with the score. Great pace from Bennett. Left the Wild Dogs in the dust. Unsuccessful conversion.
Conversion unsuccessful.
10-5 the score remains.
10 to the Lions and 5 to the Wild Dogs.
Bennett just spotted the gap. A dog leg in the defensive line. Can't afford to have any of those in a final game like this. The Lionesses back in control of this bronze medal game. And Kui will kick off once more. As the Swedish side just enter back into their changing room ahead of their huge cup final against the Hammerheads. On pitch one, the Wild Dogs need another try to get back into this game. Unfortunate knock on there by Steph Plunkett. So turnover possession once more, and Weaver will feed the scrum.
What's that side, please, for me? Crouch.
Lucy Weaver with the feed. Kui stands at first receiver. Final play of the first half. Kui has it, ball in hand. Spreads it wide to Hayward, the captain. Hayward still drawing and giving, and now the Lionesses could be away on the outside. They could go storming away for yet another try. Well, as the music plays,
the number 5 for the Lionesses scores in the corner.
As the music blares out of the clubhouse here at Old Reigatians, right on the very end of the first half, the Lionesses have a third try, and they will now lead 15-5 at the half-time period of this gold medal game.
15 at Wild Dogs 5.
Well, the Wild Dogs still very much in the fight. Just 2 tries behind at the moment. But the Lionesses, the home side, are in control of this bronze medal game. This final try. This is a wonderful run from Bobby Hayward, the captain, drawing in 3 Wild Dogs defenders, and then this is a lovely pace in the wide channel. Just skimming along the outside. A great solo finish. And that puts the Lionesses 3 tries to 1. 15-5 they currently lead, with 7 minutes left to play of this bronze medal game. Well, the Wild Dogs will get us underway, and they kick it deep to Kui, teasing the defence, drawing and giving, and lovely footwork to put a Wild Dogs defender on the floor. Here is Heaslop, the vice-captain, with lovely pace. Musa, the try scorer, through the first tackle. Musa takes 2 to bring her down, and Heaslop's there at 9. Quick ball. The Lionesses, lovely little switch in play. Here's Kui. Hayward. And that last try scorer with pace to burn on the outside. What a wonderful run by the number 15. No 15 on the team sheet, unfortunately. But that's the second try for the Lionesses, number 15.
Lionesses by the number 15.
And in the early stages of this first half, they extend their advantage, and the Wild Dogs have a whole lot of work to do if they want to stay competitive in this bronze medal game. converted as well, 22-5. Quee with a lovely lofted pass. Hayward draws in the defenders. So much pace to burn in the wide channels, the Lionesses. Too much for Emma Wordavang of London Irish. The Lionesses to kick off then once more. 22-5 they lead. Hayward from the restart. Claimed well by the Wild Dogs. And there's a little chip through there. That'll just sit in touch, unfortunately, for the Wild Dogs.
No. Here we are. That's a white.
Line out then for the Lionesses in what remains of the sky blue on their kit in this muddy weather.
Let's play.
Overthrown over the head of Musa, and away comes Werdevag with it. Well, right to the line go the Wild Dogs, and they could be in for a score here. Just too much pace. Ellen Scantlebury of the Loughborough Light Thing has one back for the Wild Dogs. They've still got time to get themselves back into this game. Rip-roaring pace from the number 12. And with that score, it certainly is game on. 22-10, the Wild Dogs trail. Overthrown at the line out, and then simple hands, really, was all that it took. Into the hands of Scantlebury. Too much pace on the outside of Hayward. Finds the hole, as there often are in the game of sevens, and the quick restart by the Wild Dogs unfortunately hasn't gone to plan. So it will be a free kick for the Lionesses, and well, the Wild Dogs hoping to gather a little bit of momentum. Just throwing it away there with that kick that has not gone to plan. So instead, the Lionesses will start us off with Quee once more. Plenty of options for Quee. Instead, she goes alone. Lovely offload to Weaver through the contact. But that's a forward pass into the hands of Bennett. Lovely little set play from the Lionesses. Could have been dangerous, but forward pass. So the Wild Dogs will have 3 minutes as they ring in the changes. Wild Dogs still have plenty of time to turn this around.
Make sure they see out the rest of this game.
3 minutes then, as all the Wild Dogs have to try and earn themselves a medal at the Eggchaser Sevens. The hosts, much like their male counterparts, hoping for bronze. They currently lead. Great counter scrum, pops out the back, but gathered by the Wild Dogs. Little loop around, trying to carve up some space. The lovely tackle in the wide channel, though, by Bennett. The Wild Dogs just assess their options. There's a hand in there. Only scrum advantage, though, so Johnston will play on. And now the Wild Dogs are in the wide channels, and it's a real break to the line, but the 15 of the Lionesses just trying to hang on to Bo Westcombe-Evans. What a run by Westcombe-Evans, made so many yards, but then the ball spits out on the floor, so suddenly the Lionesses will look to counter. Lovely out the back offload. Into space go the Lionesses. There's the fend from Emily Stone of Wasps. Another loose pass, unfortunately, though, and the conditions just aren't favouring these two sides towards the end. Well, it was a wonderful one by Bo Westcombe-Evans. So unfortunate in these conditions, the ball just spat out of the breakdown. But in the end, the Wild Dogs will have possession. Running out of time here to try and get anything from this game.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Pulled down.
Well, it spits out the back of the breakdown once the scrum, once more. That's a loose lofted pass, but the Wild Dogs come away with it. Lovely step inside from the Wild Dogs. Alex Baker. Johnston. Step inside around two players. The Wild Dogs still driving forward. Penalty The hands in the breakdown. Quee's penalised. The Wild Dogs get us underway. There's some weary legs in these two sides as we're right at the end of this sevens tournament. Nudge through the contact well. There's a second kick to it as well. It will be the Wild Dogs who gather. Cleanly taken in the end by Almond, but penalty for the Wild Dogs, who are keen to get it underway. Baker throws the dummy, goes herself. The Wild Dogs have another. Alex Baker of the Loughborough Lightning scores. Once again, the music blares from the clubhouse. Alex Baker will look to convert, but just short. 22-15 with just a play remaining. Well, what a moment this could be if the Wild Dogs can reclaim this kickoff. They had too many numbers in that wide channel. Show and go from Baker, enough to put her in. And this really is the last opportunity for the Wild Dogs. They trail by 7 points. 22-15, the scores remain. We're in the red. Drubbered along the floor, gathered by Quee, who will nudge it off the field.
10 seconds, I said. Yeah, I did say 10 seconds.
But it's not final play. Our clock has it in the red. But it will, in fact, be a line out for the Wild Dogs. The referee said 10 seconds remaining. A miscommunication between himself and Quee. And what an opportunity this is for the Wild Dogs to steal it, but nicked in the line out. Now the Lionesses look to play. This time Quee finds touch, and this time the game is over.
That brings us to full time.
Well, the Lionesses have taken the bronze, and much like the Lions themselves, both home sides will come away with silverware. Third place for the Lions and the Lionesses. The Lionesses have seen off the Wild Dogs by 22-15. Well, it's all in place now, except for the very last games. Two huge cup finals to come. Up first, Sweden, with a wonderful opening performance here on pitch one before tightly beating this talented Lionesses side by a single try. It'll be Sweden in action against the Hammerheads, who have been so impressive in this game. And then after that, it's Sevens royalty taking the field. It's the Apache Sevens against the Rambling Jesters, two of the most famous names on the UK circuit. But up first, the culmination of a long day of sevens for these talented women's side. It'll be Sweden up against the Hammerheads. That's live for the final of the Eggchaser Sevens with Next Gen at Old Reigatians Rugby Club in Reigate. Well, as the players take the field, there's a final that's far too close to call. Sweden, who just edged out against the Lionesses, up against Hammerheads, who really blew away the Wild Dogs in their semi-final encounter.
Supported by Edwin, all the way from the Netherlands, and Andy from down the road.
Well, it will be the Hammerhead Sevens to get us underway. A dangerous lineup who have been so impressive, full of players from the Loughborough Lightning and other Premiership clubs. The standard of this women's competition is so high. But they will kick off to the Swedish International Women's Sevens team. Well, it's kicked and it's contestable, but it's unfortunately just ran straight out. The ARs and the referees having a chat. It bounced in play, so line out will be the call. Not a terrible option for the Hammerheads, who will look to disrupt. Well, claimed well in the air, and Frida Nilsson is on the wraparound, but the ball is loose in midfield. Cleaned up by Emma Gavinus. Penalty goes the way of the Hammerheads. Not Gavinus not releasing on the floor, and now the Hammerheads can strike from inside the Swedish half. They go wide off first phase, switch in play, loose pass in these conditions, but only backwards.
Tackle.
Slow ball. You hear the Swedish coaches on the sideline demanding instructions. That's a lovely tackle, stripped in contact as well. Flyman drops onto it. Swartz tying up two defenders, dragged down just short of halfway. In goes Gavinus at 9. And now Sweden will look to stretch the play. And they'll take the more direct route. Turnover on the floor. Unfortunately not. The Hammerheads penalised. Nilsson taps quickly, and away goes Nilsson, searching for Gavinus, but knock on is the call. Well, into the scrum comes the number 6, Maja Möller of the Loughborough Lightning. A Swedish international, a dangerous player at hooker.
Crouch. Bind.
Hammerheads with the feed, however. Good counter scrum by Sweden. The ball is loose. The referee calls a reset. And in these conditions, dominance at scrum time is certainly not something to be ignored. Sweden really piling on the pressure. Hammerhead feed at the scrum once more. In between the 10-metre and halfway. The pitch starting to deteriorate, the rain's still falling, but the ball pops out the way of Hammerhead, scooped up well. And they're into their widest player off first phase, who looks to take Sweden on the outside. Lovely pace, just dragged back inside at the very last. Great tackle by Smolina. And the Hammerheads put in the fend, dragged down by Marlberg, but still they play with momentum. Two huge fends from the Hammerheads there, but over the ball goes Sweden, and they've turned it over. A huge intervention by Frida Nilsson. Great offload from Möller, but just finds touch instead.
Great footwork from England there.
Step back.
Marlberg goes up to compete, but it comes the way of the Hammerheads instead. A little goose step by the Hammerheads in midfield as they look to take it on the outside, and the Hammerheads go skimming away. Lovely pass inside. Is this the opener? Is this the moment? Is this the first try in our cup final at the Eggchaser Sevens? The Hammerheads have scored. And there goes the music blaring out of the clubhouse as the Hammerheads draw first blood in this cup final. Perhaps against the run of play. Sweden have had all the field possession. That was a lovely run from their number 10. There's the ball inside. And no one was catching the Hammerheads number 1. Converted as well, so 7 points. The Hammerheads go in front. And all of a sudden, Sweden have to start from the very beginning. Great pace, lovely work to draw in the defender, and then once the ball was cut back inside, there was no catching her. The Hammerheads have scored. This kick once again hooked high and wide and well taken in the conditions. Lovely line by the Swedish. Great pickup off the base by Matilda Malberg. Off feet is the call. Sweden tap and go quickly. Swartz takes it to the line. Great line from Merla. Swartz, Nielsen. Sweden cut back against the grain. It's a big fend to see off the defenders. Emma Gabinus, great physical presence. Swartz and Sweden have the wind in their sails. Here's Merla, the Swedish international, just stripped in contact, and the ball will roll harmlessly off the field. Well, it will be a line out for the Hammerheads, but in a very dangerous position. Or the line out may even go the way of the Swedish if it was stripped in contact. And that is in fact the case. Well, it will be a line out for the Swedish. Well taken. Here's Nielsen. Bit of a late tackle there, but a hard line run by Gabinus of Gothenburg Rugby Club. Once again, it's Nunstead. Nielsen. Jakobsen of Stade Francais. High-profile rugby teams these players are part of. Malberg.
Stand up.
Cutting back against the grain. Is that a score? Yes, indeed it is. Minona Nunstead has scored for Sweden. Of Old Belvedere Rugby Club. A great finish in the end with power. Wonderful leg drive to equalise, and right on half-time, it's all square here at the final game of the Eggchaser Sevens. Amanda Swartz to add the extras. Unsuccessful as the Loughborough Lightning player.
Unsuccessful.
Well, it was always going to be tough to keep out the Swedish from here. Good offload inside, big fend through the first contact, and then what a physical character Nunstead is. Great finish.
Hammerheads 7, Sweden 5.
Well, it's 7-5 at half-time. Still all to play for in the final game of the women's competition here at the Eggchaser Sevens. We go in all square at half-time with the Hammerheads leading by just 2 points from the conversion. But it's one try apiece. We'll be back live with Next Gen in the cup final of the Eggchaser Sevens very shortly. A reminder of the route that these teams took to get to this final. Sweden are in a group with Bath Rugby and the Akuma Beavers. We saw them see off Bath in that opening game with ease. A big scoreline for Sweden. Hammerhead beat the Savvy Panthers and the Akuma Beavers ballers to be here before beating the hosts. Sorry, not the hosts, before beating the Wild Dogs convincingly in the semi-final. Sweden beat the hosts, the Lionesses, by just a single try. They'll need to score more than that if they want to take this cup final victory. Action from the second half live with Next Gen in just a moment at the Eggchaser Sevens. Sweden will get us underway from the kickoff. It's high and wide and deep all the way back into the 22. Go Hammerhead. A dangerous number 10. He's got clever footwork and beats 3 players. And now Hammerhead might be in behind. There's a 4th that's been skimmed. Just off the foot, says the referee, so we'll play on. Sweden are scrambling as Hammerhead look to get in behind. Number 9 just looks to free up the hands. Could there be a turnover on the floor? What an intervention from Sarah Jakobsen of Stade Francais Paris. A high-profile team and a high-profile player making a crucial intervention. It was a wonderful winding run from the Hammerhead number 10. Sarah Jakobsen turns it over. scrum is the call from the penalty. So the Swedish trusting their set piece. A bold call. Nilsson will feed. Feeder Nilsson of Pingvin Rugby Club in Sweden. These players have travelled from all over to take part. Well, it's messy at the scrum. The referee calls a reset. It eventually did spit out the way of Feeder Nilsson.
Let's step this way a little bit so we can get out of that.
Scrum then for Sweden. They trail by 2. Plenty of time left in his cup final. They took the set piece from the penalty. Schwartz, little dummy inside. Just knocked on, and Hammerheads have jumped on it. Could it be a turnover at the breakdown? This time the penalty goes against the yellow of Sweden. And Hammerheads have defended excellently well, and now they'll look to attack. Chipped in behind, and the race is on. Sweden will win it. Jakobsen misses it. And now the Hammerheads will regather. And the Hammerheads will go wide. Offside, Nilsson has been called. So now they'll attack the line. Hammerheads spot a gap. They're in behind once more. And it's the second try for the purple and white of Hammerhead Sevens. They double their advantage with extras still to be added. And what a turnaround that is. Once again, Sweden applying all the pressure, but it only took a couple of phases for Hammerheads to respond. You saw the point from the Hammerheads player saying, no, just hit the line. There's space there for you. Here it is, a lovely ball out wide. And then she says, just go. There's a space in front of you. Skips away from Amanda Schwartz. And now the Hammerheads will restart. Sweden now trail by 14-5. Another deep kick, excellently well gathered. Smolina of Glasgow University, driven back well. Hard line from Maja Müller, tying up defenders. Penalty goes the way of Sweden. They're certainly still in this game with 3.5 minutes to go. Penalty that Frida Nilsson will tap. Nilsson goes wide. Little switch inside for Gavinus. Oh, there's a good fend as well from Flyman, and Flyman's in behind here. Flyman with 4 Hammerhead players racing to cut her down. Huge turnover inside the 22. And Flyman of Blognac Rugby Club with a great line, but unsupported. And the 4 players of Hammerhead Sevens managed to chop her down and enact the turnover. And what a line that is once more from Hammerhead, who look to break from inside their 22. They're lined up on that left-hand side of theirs. Little show and go to get in behind Sweden, freeing up the hands, loose offload. But claimed well by Hammerhead, who still lead by 14-5 with just over 2 minutes to go. Cutting back against the grain and evading the defenders. Once more they switch direction, looking for a hole in this Swedish defence. To the boot they go, and there's a real race on here as the ball is just stuck in the mud. What a wonderful pickup though. Sweden have reclaimed possession excellently well. Top work at the breakdown. There's a hand in there from Hammerhead. And Nilsson gets us underway. It was a fantastic pickup from Schwartz, but now Müller takes the line. The Swedish international. Flyman. There's a Hammerhead player over the ball, but dragged down well, and here's the try scorer. Once more, flying through, Minona Nunstead will score for Sweden. And it's game on in these closing stages. Hammerhead's lead has been cut to a single score.
And a try for Sweden.
Nunstead with her second try. Such a powerful runner. did excellently well to break the line, and then no chance of any Hammerhead players stopping her from that distance out. Crucial 2 points, though, for Sweden. And just slips in the wet weather. Regardless, Sweden need another score.
This conversion means the score is the Hammerheads 14.
Just picked from the base by Nunstead. Had the support there to draw in the defenders.
The men's cup final will kick off at 1/4 past.
Well, game is on in these closing stages of the Women's Cup final. The culmination of a long day of sevens here at the Eggchaser Sevens in Reigate. Sweden will kick off. It's deep once more, spilled, and Sweden pile on the pressure. Huge tackle in there from Marburg. Penalty Sweden. Nunstead taps quickly. Were they 10 metres? Draw and give, and this could be the moment for Sweden. Offload through the contact. Gavinus. Sweden score. Sweden score. As the clock ticks over into the red, Sweden have taken the lead for the first time in this game. What a moment for Sweden. What a try by Ebba Gavinus of Gothenburg Rugby Club. Conversion's unsuccessful, but they won't care. What a turnaround by the Swedish national team. They've beaten an impressive Hammerhead side. Hammerhead, who have seen off all who came before them, have been stopped at the last hurdle by Sweden. A huge moment for them. They came from 14-5 down to score 2 tries with 1 on final play to win this game. And from the kickoff, it was a massive collision by Malberg. Won the penalty, simple hands. What a wonderful offload through the contact by Jesse Nillertorp. And it's try scored in the very end by Gavinus. Nillertorp's only intervention in that game was that wonderful offload through the contact. It's all that Kalmar Södra player needed to do. Great representation from across Sweden, across the UK as well in this women's competition. Hammerheads can be very happy with how they've competed, but in the end, it's a jubilant Sweden who take a well-deserved victory. Tipped as favourites after their dismantling of Bath in their opening game. They've won a famous victory here against the Hammerheads. And the women's competition will end with a huge win for Sweden. A perfect ending to a thrilling afternoon of rugby. There is still one more game to come here, live with Next Gen at the Eggchaser Sevens in Reigate. And it's Sevens royalty in action. Apache against the Rambling Jesters. We'll be back very shortly for the very final game here at Old Reigatians Rugby Club. Well, the Apache Sevens and the Rambling Jesters take the field for what promises to be an almighty 7 minutes of rugby. This first half is going to be thrilling. Well, a tough route for both these sides. The Rambling Jesters came out against the Challenge Cup trophy winners, the Nature Boys and Jamaica Rugby, to get to this stage. And the Rambling Jesters came out of the group, including, so that was the Nature Boys of Jamaica. Apache saw off the Akuma Beavers and the Nigeria Stallions. Tough semi-finals as well for both these teams. Against the Samurai Barracudas, Apache came through. The Rambling Jesters had to see off the host, the Lions. Tremendously long and wet day of sevens. Incredible rugby on show throughout. Sweden, the champion of the women's competitions. But we're here to decide the winners of the men's. Will it be the Apache Sevens or the Rambling Jesters? Well, eventually, Samir Karbuch gets hold of it, and now it's Gordon. Leyland Gordon takes it to the line. Ola Perde is there to support. He'll have a big say on this final, so will Massey.
Never on ball.
A huge physical presence. Well, picked quickly by Cobbler, searching for an offload, looking to free the hands. Picked at the base by
12 holding the man.
Timmy Olapade. But the penalty goes the other way. And now Oscar Stewart of Swansea University will nudge ahead for the Jesters. Leyland Gordon gets hold of it. But the Jesters are in there to diz up. Here's Cobbled again. And this time, Apache used the boot. No one in the backfield. It'll jump up right for Apache, will it? Still juggling it through. What a try this would be. Oh, what footballing skills. Yes. Alex Harris, the Apache talisman, has a try. What a great score in the end. Just like the Jesters, Harris chose to go to the boot. And it's a lovely finish in the end by Alex Harris, who adds his own extras. What a key player he has been. Perhaps one of the players of the tournament, the number 8.
Yeah.
Great footballing skills to keep hold of it. And eventually goes under the post. Wonderful stuff from Alex Harris. Well, Apache will get us underway. They draw first blood in this final just 2 minutes in. And now the Rambling Jesters will have to respond. Lovely offload into the wide channels. They'll go storming away. What a response this would be. Harris drags down his opposite man. Counter-ruck by Apache. Massey dives onto it. Penalty goes the way of the Jesters. Well, we'll have a small break in play.
Conversion was successful, so Apache taking an early lead here, 7 points to 0.
Rambling Jesters have the ball in hand. It's Josh Holt of Bromsgrove, waiting to assess his options as a player receives some treatment. Wow, what a response that was by the Rambling Jesters, who just went storming down the blind side. Physio just attending to one of the Rambling Jesters player as Josh Holt just begging for some more rain to cool him in this incredibly fast-paced cup final that's already seen Alex Harris of the Apaches tumble over following his nudge through the Rambling Jesters line. The clubhouse here at Old Reigatians is in raptures, but it'll be the Rambling Jesters who look to respond. Was a loose ball, flicked out the back and gathered by Stewart. What a pass that was. Stewart goes tumbling right through Olapade, but it's been stripped in the contact and then dropped, but only backwards. Leyland Gordon gathers it. What a turnover that was. Turnover by Karbuch, and now Leyland Gordon will play 9. Just assessing their options, Apache. In goes Matt Bursey of Bury St Edmunds to make the tackle. We'll be at the Bury St Edmunds Sevens, of course, in early July. As away goes Olapende, great offload to Harris. Harris with a step inside. Harris is in behind. Will Harris go herring away for his second? Alex Harris with a race to the line. There's the goose step. There's the dive. Alex Harris sees off Kane Teaborge, and what a finish. There's another for perhaps the players' MVP. 2 tries in the final for Alex Harris as they double their advantage. And once again, the Rambling Jesters have been unable to convert from inside their own opposition red zone, and that's led to counter-attacking tries that Apache have gobbled up. Such clinical stuff from them, so important in this format of the game. Harris will look to add his own extras once more from way out on that left-hand side. It's a great effort as well, but just wide to the left-hand side of the post. As Harris rolls his fingers and says, yeah, I'd like to come off, please, having run the pitch twice in the opening 3 minutes. Great offload from Timmy Olapende through the contact, and then that's a lovely step to bamboo Luke Davis of the Rambling Jesters. And then Kane Tier-Bourget is no slouch. Harris gets away from him. Well, from the kickoff, unfortunately for Apache, they aren't able to capitalize on their momentum. It'll be a free kick, which Luke Davis will tap. Bursey, chopped down by Massey, and over the ball go Apache, but the Rambling Jesters have it through Davis once more. Nudges wide this time in search of Stewart. Claimed well by Stewart in the air, who looks to free the hands. That's just off the foot of a Rambling Jesters player. Penalty goes the way of Apache. Carbuch will tap. Good line, but just spilt by Gordon. So now the Rambling Jesters will counter. Barnstorming run by Roach. Over the ball goes Massey. Massey with the counter ruck, but it's illegal. Penalty for the Rambling Jesters. To the line they take it once more. Stewart on Olapende. What a tackle by Timmy Olapende. But now the Rambling Jesters must go wide. Davis with a lofted pass. What can Bursey do in the wide channels? Sees off the first defender, looks to free up the hands, but there's two Apache Sevens players to bring him down. Roach at first receiver. Holt. All the way wide to Ingle. Ingle, one-on-one, frees up the hands. Holt with the fend, just to shrug off Timmy Olapade. Frees up the hands, well gathered. Ingle driving to the line. Rambling Jesters just short. Is it stripped by Massey? Massey's ripped it, but then it's been turned over on the floor by Josh Holt. And in the closing stages of this first half, the Jesters are clawing their way back into the game. Holt will tap from 5. And the Rambling Jesters have a try right on the closing stages of this thrilling first half. Despite the best efforts of Timmy Olapade, Josh Holt of Bromsgrove Rugby Club crashes over from 5 yards out. That'll be from halfway by the end of the evening. But it's the score the Rambling Jesters needed, and now Luke Davis of Carmarthen have an opportunity to add the extras. It's a great effort as well. What a nudge from Luke Davis. Exactly what Apache needed on the stroke of half-time. Well, 2 wonderful tries from Alex Harris is what separates the sides. What a comeback at the very end by the Rambling Jesters. They are by no means out of this game. I think we could be on for another last grasp winner here at the Eggchaser Sevens at Old Reigatians Rugby Club. At half-time, the Rambling Jesters trail by 7-12 against Apache Sevens. Well, there's 7 minutes left to play as the Apache 7 side ring in the changes. Onto the pitch is Max McCarthy, who'll take the kickoff as well. Bit of footwork from the Ramblin' Jesters. The try scorer, Josh Holt, just miscontrols it, and thankfully it'll still be a Ramblin' Jesters line out, which Luke Davis will throw. Well, they're under pressure here in their 22, but it's really well taken in the air, and Luke Davis will feed it out wide. Roach, Bursey, into the wide channels they go. Kane Bourget in contact. Roach, loose pass, well gathered by Davis, who ducks under the contact of Carbouche. Well, the Jesters still have it, clawing their way up to halfway. Back down the short side they go. Gordon trying to steal possession. It's Carbouche, sorry, still in there. Carbouche has been busy in this second half, disrupting play, but eventually Luke Davis has it. But the call from the AR is penalty, offside. And the Ramblin' Jesters waste no time. There's a big fend. And the Ramblin' Jesters could be in behind here, freeing up the hands. Davis through the hole, out the back door. Holt regathers. Roach. Big tackle by Timmy Olapade. But it could be a card here for the Apache player, a key player, going to the bin for 2 minutes. High tackle the call. What a moment in this final. The Ramblin' Jesters have all the momentum following that late try, and Luke Davis has the ball in hand. As Apache make another change, Samir Carbouche, another wonderful player, looked to be leaving the field, but no. Scrum time instead for the number 4. Luke Davis with the feed from this scrum. That's the option that the Jesters have gone for. Midway between the 10 metre and 22, they look to strike. Roach, a first receiver. Little switch play. Roach looks to take them on the outside. Oh, another dummy. Dragged down. Flicks the ball back inside, but it's only in the hands of Richardson. The Jesters are over the ball. Turnover. And they lose another 10 yards. And they're down to 5, the Apache 7s. Back chat from Leyland Gordon. So there are now 5 on 7 on field. They must go wide. Holt, the try scorer. Into the wide channel goes Stewart. The Ramblin' Jesters have another. They've equalised against the 5-man Apache 7 side. They lost Timmy Olapade for a high tackle, and now they've lost Leyland Gordon to back chat, and now they could be about to go behind in this cup final with just 4 minutes left. What a second half for the Ramblin' Jesters. Oscar Stewart of Swansea University with the easy run-in, put through by the first try scorer, Josh Holt. Roach with a long lofted ball outside, and then it was simple 3-on-2. Well executed by the Ramblin' Jesters. Max Robinson-Smith couldn't get near him in the wide channels, and that's a very contestable kickoff. Bit of contact in the air, but it runs all the way off field, and Max McCarthy has it in hand. Apache look to rebuild. Timmy Olapade back on the field. So now they're only down to 6. Should be easy then. Well, they trail by just the 2 points. 3 minutes to go. Quick line out, and down the short side goes Josh Jones. But it's a free kick. Poor execution from the Apaches, and you'll be punished when you're a player down against a side like the Ramblin' Jesters. Step off the right foot, away they go. Cameron Hill, what a try! Cameron Hill has been 18 years old for 4 days. Qualified for this competition just on Tuesday, the Hampton School player. And Hill has scored a wonderful solo try to extend the Ramblin' Jesters' advantage. He may have only been 18 for a couple of days, but he's had footwork like that for years. Stepping off the right foot. Round 2 defenders. Round 1, round 2. Little show and go, and has the pace to see off Jacob Ham. Cameron Hill with a wonderful score. Ramblin' Jesters out in front with just 2 minutes to go. Apache restored to a full complement. Gordon shows and goes, but Hill drags him down. Maul is the call, so there's no need for Sean Ingalls to roll away, and he's turned it over, the Cambridge University forward. What a moment that is for the Ramblin' Jesters. Foot on the throat of Apache Sevens. They just look to kill the game here with a minute and a half left to go in this cup final.
1.5 minutes remaining of the cup final. Set.
Ramblin' Jesters with the feed, it spits out unkindly. And Timmy Olopade makes the tackle. Penalty for Apache. Timmy Olopade with ball in hand, searching for options. Little step, trying to get round Hill, dragged down. High tackle is the call. Max McCarthy wastes no time. Ham. Jones. Stepping off the left, little show and go. Jones almost through the hole. Leyland Gordon there into counter. The Ramblin' Jesters are off their feet, but the counter ruck is clean. Jones will play 9. Ham. McCarthy. Trying to use the footwork was Harris, but now Timmy Olopade, a wonderful tackle. Still the Apache Sevens side play with ball in hand. Leyland Gordon. Putting the hammer down, Gordon through the tackle, back to his feet. In go the Jesters to turn it over, but still Apache play. Do they have time here? A converted try is needed to level the score. Harris in search of his hat-trick. Shrugs off Hill, Harris inside. Harris almost away. The Ramblin' Jesters go to turn it over, referee waves play on. And that could be it. It's all over. The Ramblin' Jesters have done it. They've come from behind, from 12 down, to win the Eggchaser Sevens Cup Final. In the end, Apache down to 5, turned the tide of the game on their heads, and Cameron Hill with a star-studded finish to end this final. The Ramblin' Jesters take the cup victory 19 points to 12 to end a long and laborious day of Sevens rugby. Great sportsmanship from both sides, but they have to be upset with Apache, who were very much in control of the game, and they let it slip here at Old Reigatians Rugby Club. Well, what a wonderful day of rugby. Sweden take the Women's Cup competition. Ramblin' Jesters take the men. The Lions and Lionesses, the home sides, both taking bronze in the women's competitions. A fine day of rugby, brought to you live by NextGen. Thank you very much for joining us today at the Eggchaser Sevens at Old Reigatians. Thank you to Eggchaser themselves for allowing us to stream all this live rugby. There'll be so much more in the summer. Plenty of England touch coming up, as well as other games on the Sevens circuit. But the day belongs to Sweden and to the Ramblin' Jesters, who we'll be seeing at the Bury St Edmunds Super Sevens very soon. That's all from us live here on Next Gen 15. We'll leave you with the celebrations as the Ramblin' Jesters take the Eggchasers Cup final victory.
Introducing NextGenXV, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
Oh, that's a great tackle! It's not good enough!
1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen15.